Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 6 of What If Kakashi Healed from His Depression and Took Ninjahood Seriously. Let the tale begin. Chapter 51, Invasion Finale. Tintin had collapsed to her knees. Her sensei was gone. She barely heard Tsunade's threat nor did she see the Kumo-nin's retreat. He was gone. Yes, he had annoyed her to distraction, but he had been her mentor for almost 4 years. Even when no longer part of his team, he had still invited her to his youthful pre-training workouts. How she wished she had gone to more of them now. Niji struggled to maintain the stoic Hyuga composure. Niji had often thought his sensei was a fool, a dreamer, a man who spent his time and effort trying to produce a shinobi out of a talentless boy with no chakra to his name. But Niji's eyes had begun to see far more. Guy was a man who spoke his beliefs and adhered to them perfectly. No hypocrisy was found in him. He never gave up, never gave in, and always sought to help others. He trained relentlessly, far more than other shinobi, only to be mocked for his attitude and attire. And yet he never let that bother him in the slightest. Had fate decreed that he would die this day? No, Niji thought, it was not fate, it was Guy's will. A truer embodiment of the will of fire could be no find nowhere in Hai no Kuni. Niji silently thanked his sensei for teaching him this final lesson. Tsunade snapped both of them out of their thoughts. I know your pain, but there are still people to save. Identify any shinobi in need of immediate medical attention and bring them over. Sort the others by major and minor injury. They both nodded and forced their limbs to move. There was work to be done, and until the work was finished, the memory of their sensei would not allow them to give in to exhaustion or grief. Few knew it, but Danzo was also highly skilled in Fuinjutsu. He personally sealed every one of his root agents, and he had also experimented with other less than ethical seals. He had looked on in interest as young Haruno experimented with Fuinjutsu and grew in her craft. Some of her ideas were pure genius, particularly using pre-prepared Fuinjutsu formula on kunai to create kekai, Yan Koatari, barrier art, 4 parts. And that was how he intended to end the fight. During his next clash with Samui, he threw a trio of kunai at the rushing shinobi. The last was dropped right behind him. As one would expect from a shinobi of her talent, she easily deflected and dodged the paltry attack. But that was all part of the plan. Using ninja wire he attached to those kunai, he moved them in position with one hand while he exchanged blows with his other, keeping her deadly tanto away from his flesh. Once they were in position, he pushed chakra into his feet and leapt backwards. In midair he completed the hand signs and the barrier sprung up around the two of them. The enclosed area made Samui wary and she looked for signs of weakness in it. Danzo's finale was to trigger the Fuinjutsu seals on the handles of the kunai anchoring the barrier. The formula had been written on the blade, meaning the handles were on the inside of the trap. That formula was a simple storage seal that discharged dozens of the most powerful explosive tags he could make. Samui instantly saw the danger, but there was little she could do as the explosions detonated and obliterated everything trapped in the barrier, including Danzo and Samui. The 4th Sharingan eye on his arm closed and Danzo reappeared as the barrier fell after the explosion had spent its power. This fight was wasteful and there is more work to be done. The leader of Root left the scene and added his power to the battles raging around the city. Without a leader, the enemy shinobi forces were soon in disarray. In ones and then in twos, the soldiers and Kumo shinobi began retreating out of the fiery hellhole that had been the shining jewel of Hai no Kuni. As the battle wrapped up, he replaced the seal on his arm to conserve chakra. The battle had gone well, however there were heavy losses. 20 of his root shinobi were dead, including Toryun. He could care less about the fire daimyo's soldiers or the civilians caught in the crossfire. Send word to the Hokage, the fire daimyo lives and the capital stands. The enemy has been routed and we stand ready to pursue at his command. Dawn had arrived in Konoha. The Hokage had recovered somewhat from his wounds and was busy coordinating the village. The causalities had been horrendous. The large clans, Akimichi, Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Aburame had been decimated. Over 70% of the fighting population of those clans had been killed in the conflict. However, most of the civilians were safe and causalities among the genin were thankfully small. The destruction of the hospital was the leading cause of civilian and genin death. It was also the death that Jiraiya felt most keenly. He had placed Shizune there deliberately so she would be away from the danger as a favor to Tsunade. And because of it she was dead. If things had been different she could have easily died elsewhere on the battlefield, but the gnawing guilt would not go away. He pushed it from his mind as he had things that needed to be done. Information was trickling in from the other battle sites across High no Kuni. Danzo had been successful in stopping the invasion, however half of the city had been destroyed. The cost of repairs would be astronomical. In the northern part of High no Kuni, villages and towns had been raided and destroyed. Shimagakure, village hidden in frost, and Moegakure, village hidden in the haze, had much to answer for. From what he had learned, they had already felt part of the price, with many of their top shinobi being assassinated by Kurenai's old team. Discussions would have to take place with Sunagakure to ensure they would honor their alliance and assist with IWA. With Inoki dead, they may be willing to settle for peace. Having Suna openly announce their support of Konoha may in fact force them to the peace table after the failed invasion. It was a top priority. Internal politics would also be weighing on him. Hayashi and Shibi had both been the head of their respective clans. In Shibi's case, it would be a simple matter of Shino taking up his father's mantle. Assuming the boys survived the bitter fighting with Shimagakure and Moegakure, that was. Jiraiya hadn't received word that he had fallen, but it wouldn't surprise him given all of the other bad news. The Hyuga clan was another matter entirely. The clan elders were not approving of Hinata, especially since the girl openly advocated the end of the Hyuga Soke no Juinjutsu, caged bird seal. It would be difficult for her to be supplanted, as her improvement over the years had made her the heir presumptive again, but the elders held the power in the clan. All that aside, he also needed to ensure that Kumo shinobi intended to retreat from High no Kuni completely. He sent out summons for several shinobi who would be good for the task. They arrived in short order. Naruto, Sakura, Anko, Irika, Niji, and Asuma entered Jiraiya's office. By all appearances it seems Kumo has had enough of this invasion. I want you to make sure of it. Trail their forces and ensure they leave High no Kuni. Anko twirled a kunai. Want us to take a few more out while we are at it? Jiraiya shook his head. No. We need them out of High no Kuni until we can determine what Suna will do. If we give them cause to fight, they might dig in and cause even more damage to the country. Let them leave. However, if they turn back towards the capital or Konoha, you are free to harass them to your heart's content. Jiraiya looked to Naruto. Naruto, you are young, but you have your clones, and we will be exchanging messages via toad summoning every 2 hours. I am giving you command. Anko and Asuma had more experience, however they both knew Jiraiya was probably grooming Naruto as the next Hokage. Furthermore, Naruto was actually stronger than either one of them. The 15-year-old was definitely S-class. They nodded and moved out. Jiraiya hated seeing the weary faces. Not even Naruto's usual boisterous smile was there. Too many had died for a joke or a brash statement to part from the Jinchuriki's lips. Damn you, Kumo, it's only been 3 years since we suffered an invasion from Suna and Oto. He also had Inoichi send word to Kakashi's group and Takigakure to split the healthy shinobi in two. One half would stay with their wounded brethren, while the other half was to start cleaning out any of the frost and haze shinobi terrorizing northern High no Kuni. Jiraiya was exhausted, but he still created a pair of Kage Bunshin to go out into different parts of the village, encouraging everyone. At times like this, the people needed to see their Hokage and see that he was in control. The team of 6 headed out. Shortly after they left the gates, Naruto created 50 clones and had them scatter in multiple directions. The team slowed as they allowed the clones to gain some distance. The clone's purpose was reconnaissance, and as soon as one popped, Naruto would gain those memories. As they walked, Asuma turned to Naruto. Word has it you and Sasuke killed Itachi. We did. It was a tough battle though. I lost my chakra katana and Sasuke nearly burned out his chakra coils. Asuma flicked away his cigarette. Your team seems to be real good at killing Akatsuki, Haiden, Kakuzu, and now Itachi. Remind me to stick close to you guys so I can get my share. Naruto knew that the chain-smoking Jonin still had a fierce desire to avenge Kurenai. He couldn't blame him really. He had a fire in his belly over what happened to Konoha. He didn't necessarily want to go out killing every Kumo shinobi he came across, but it sure would feel good to pound a few more. I'll mention it to Sage. Iruka head snapped. Naruto. He's the Hokage. Normally Iruka's lecturing would have produced a chuckle, but now so soon after the battle Naruto just nodded absently. Neji flickered on his Byakugan momentarily to make sure there were no threats that had gotten past the Naruto clones. The Hyuga intended to do this every few minutes for added security. Not that the likelihood existed of 6 Jonin caliber shinobi being caught unawares, but it never hurt to be thorough. Anko, sensing the grim mood, decided to lighten it up. Hey Neji-san, you can use your eyes to see through trees and buildings, right? Hi, my eyes see all. Anko put on a troubled expression. What do you mean by all? Do you mean you can see through clothes as well? Neji stumbled. The Byakugan could see through clothing. For obvious reasons, this information wasn't widely spread. Asuma's cigarette dropped from his mouth as he thought through the implications. Sakura blushed and Iruka looked angry. I would, never. I mean, why did you bring this up? Anko laughed, and soon enough everyone else joined in as well. Afterwards Asuma muttered, lucky bastard. Watching a Hyuga lose his poise was always good for a laugh, and the somber mood did lighten up a bit. Naruto received his first report from the clones. Nothing yet, looks like Kumo really is running. Naruto made a few more clones to make sure there were no gaps in the wide net he was spreading and settled in for a long day. Break. Kakashi had received the Hokage's message. It had orders and news. Guy was dead. Death was no stranger to Kakashi, his father, his teammates, his sensei, and now one of his oldest friends. All had been taken by the grave. I suppose what they say is true. You will never miss something more than when you can no longer have it. I will miss our spars and your ridiculous proclamations, my friend. Kakashi had learned his lesson from the past. He would not mope and grieve excessively. Guy would not have wanted that anyway. He had gone out in a blaze of glory in the prime of his youth. The thought of Guy growing old was somehow disturbing. And taking out the wreckage? The legend of Konoha's noble green beast would be told for generations. He gathered Shikamaru's team, Sasuke and Hana Inuzuka. News from the village, we drove off the invaders. The wreckage and the Tsuchikage are dead. Lee leapt into the air, Yash. Kakashi grimaced behind his mask. There were casualties, many casualties. He turned to Choji, Shikamaru and Ino. All of you have lost loved ones, but your parents are alive. Choza took severe burns on his arms that may impact his ability to continue service, but with Tsunade there I think he'll be fine. The three looked relieved and saddened. Cousins, uncles, aunts, possibly even nephews and nieces could be dead. But at least their parents were safe. He turned to Lee. Lee. I want you to know the man who took down the wreckage was your sensei and my friend. I'm sorry to say that the act cost him his life. Lee looked devastated. His expressive face was filled with sorrow as he hastily turned and ran from the group so that they would not see his tears. I better go after him, but before I do we have another mission. Hana, I need an inventory of all shinobi without significant injuries. Take half of them and enter Hai no Kuni and drive out any haze and frost shinobi you come across. I will remain here with Sasuke until he recovers along with the rest of the wounded. Hana's eyes took on a deadly sheen. We'll send them running back to their own borders. Kakashi gave a few final instructions and then chased after Rock Lee. Kakashi knew better than others the dangers of facing grief alone. He would do what he could to make him know that Guy would want him to honor his memory by facing life in the same youthful way he did before. Baki had brought the letter from the Hokage to the council meeting. His heir Temari folded her arms across her chest. Kankuro looked interested and even eager. Other faces had mixed reaction. Seka, the chief medical nin, was worried about war, while Yura, one of the chief Jonin advisors to the Godame Kazekage, looked thoughtful. Yura spoke first. It is in our village's best interest to honor our alliance with Kanagakur. If we were to betray them a second time, we would carry the stigma of it for generations. Temari snorted, standing idle isn't a betrayal. Going to war on behalf of Konoha after Konoha massacred most of our jonin is a sick joke. Kankuro rolled his eyes. We were attacking them, sis. When are you going to let it go? If the QB manifested here in our village and started killing people, you would try to kill it. Baki raised his hand to forestall the continuation of their long-standing argument. This decision needs to be based on what is best for Suna, not what grievances may or may not exist. Set aside, our shinobi will be going into battle at a disadvantage. While we have built up our chunin force from our genin ranks, the number of jonin-level shinobi are still woefully limited. Kankuro waved off the concern, but we are being asked to fight with IWA. Remember, they are also hurting for jonin after their failed attacks against Konoha. Yura added, and speaking of failed attacks, do we truly wish to upset Konoha? They killed the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. Their two Sannin yet live, as does Kakashi. And their next generation shinobi looks to be just as powerful. Temari looked around the room for any other allies. She wasn't Kazekage yet, and if she made too big of a stink, she risked having her ascension delayed or even cancelled. I see the wisdom of your council, honored advisors. We will go to war and show the world that we are not the weakest of the five powers. The future Kazekage to be could be charismatic when she needed to be. In her heart of hearts, she knew her brother was right. Konoha did no more than what any other village would have done. In fact, they were far more merciful than many others. But still it gnawed at her that her brother died before he had a chance to live. Killer Bee had made his relatively easy on Pain and Conan. He knew through Sasori's excellent spy network that the Raikage had made the Jinchuriki responsible for the defense of Kumogakure. That, combined with the man's brashness, meant there was little need to attack the entire village. He had come in with the 6 paths and demanded Killer Bee to fight him or he would destroy the village. After killing a foolish pair of chunin, he had encountered the Raikage's brother. Despite the man's odd style of speech that made Pain question his intelligence, he had proven to be a worthy adversary. However, the 6 paths overwhelmed him even as he made the partial transformation into his demonic form. The ability of the Naraka path to revive the other fallen paths was too difficult to overcome. Though in the future he thought it would be wise to better hide the Naraka path, possibly with the assistance of the Chikashodo animal path. A thought for another time. To their credit, the Kumo shinobi tried to stop Pain from taking their defeated champion, but their best weren't at the village and it was a pitiful slaughter. After scores of shinobi piled up around Pain, the rest could only cower back from his power. A god had come to Kumo that day and he couldn't be denied. One step closer to bringing about true peace. Several days had passed since the invasion. Naruto and his squad had just returned after successfully seeing the Kumo shinobi out of Hai no Kuni. The Haze and Frost shinobi had taken moderate losses and had several of their commanders assassinated. Once they heard of Kumo's failure, they swiftly turned tail and ran alongside with them. Kakashi and Danzo had also returned and they would be at the council meeting to plan Konoha's next move. He still didn't trust Danzo, but the man had definitely come through. The Fire Daimyo was upset about the damage to his city, but considering only 40 shinobi had turned away over 20 times their number, he wouldn't complain too much. Jiraiya had received good news from Baki. He would support the Leaf and begin raiding into IWA territory. The issue of what to do with Kumo would be the next major decision. Though they had killed many of the attacking shinobi, Kumo still outnumbered the Konoha forces. With the Raikage and Darui dead, the Leaf held the advantage in S-rank Nin. Only Killer Bee remained where once they had 4. As a master spy, he knew that not all of the most powerful shinobi were known to the wider elemental nations, so caution was still warranted. He was concerned about Tsunade. After learning about Shizen, she had grown very quiet and buried herself in work. She had personally healed more injured shinobi than any 10 other medical Nin combined. It was a coping mechanism, but even Tsunade had her limits. Eventually she would fully exhaust herself and have to face the reality of her apprentice's death. Before the council meeting could begin, he was interrupted by his secretary, who asked, "Hinata Hyuga wishes to speak with you. Do you have time before the council session?" "Yes, I have a few minutes, bring her in." Hinata walked in and bowed politely. Hokage-sama, I request your aid in purging the village of a shameful practice. You mean the Hyuga Soke no Juinjutsu, caged bird seal? Hi, it is nothing more than slavery. Scores of branch house members bled and died for this village. They deserve their freedom. Jiraiya was sympathetic, but the situation was complicated. There were reasons for the caged bird seal. The first was that it protected the Byakugan. If the eyes could be taken and transplanted after death, other villages would gain their powerful abilities. The second issue was the large size of the branch family. Even with most of their fighters dead, the non-combatants and the children represented scores of shinobi. If even one decided to leave Konoha, the Byakugan could be spread to other villages. And finally, the clans of Konoha had come to expect internal autonomy. It could sour relations with the Hyuga and their allies in the courts of the Fire Daimyo, to say nothing of the village itself. Actually, it isn't that complicated at all. Hinata, you are absolutely right. I am the Hokage and the living embodiment of the will of fire, something the branch members of your house have demonstrated in abundance. Hinata blinked in surprise. She had expected a discussion. Or perhaps a vague promise to look into the matter once the war had been settled. Hokage-sama, you catch me off guard. I had expected resistance to the idea. Jiraiya grinned. You know I can't resist a pretty face. Bah, a year or two ago she would have been blushing and stuttering, damn you Kakashi for taking the fun out of life sometimes. Hinata looked at the Godame levelly. There are two things I need from you. The first is a way to undo the seal. It is not enough to prevent its use on future generations. Those afflicted by it must be saved. Secondly, I have spoken with the elders and they are going to select another to be the clan head. I do not want power for my sake, but my becoming the clan head is the only way I can ensure the branch families are protected. I'll have Haruno get to work on studying the seal right away. In the meantime, I'll be hosting a celebration in honor of our victory here in 2 days' time. There I'll make the announcement that you will lead the Hyuga. Hinata bowed and she allowed the emotion she was feeling to show on her face. Thank you again, this is more than I had hoped for. Hinata left and Jiraiya entered the council chambers. Present were Naruto Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, Asuma Sarutobi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, Kakashi Hatake, a clan elder from the Hyuga, Danzo Shimura, Shino Aburame, Hana Inazuka, Tsunade Senju, Choza Akimichi, Yakumo Kurama, and Koharu Udatane. Trailing behind Jiraiya were 2 ANBU. We welcome Shino Aburame as the newest clan leader. Jiraiya spoke first. The clan leaders nodded their heads. They would miss Shibi's rare but always insightful input. But by all accounts Shino would not be much different than his respected father. Thank you, our clan has suffered but remains ready to defend the village. The Godame spoke with authority. This is the War Council of Konoha. I bring news that the Kazekage has agreed to adhere to the alliance and will begin harrying Iwagakure. That was good news for everyone. We have driven back the invaders, but the price is high. The city of the Fire Daimyo is in ruins. Our own village has taken damage and other towns have been completely destroyed. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Shimagakure and Moegakure have declared war on Hai no Kuni. Now we decide how we will strike back. Silence greeted the Hokage's pronouncement and Danzo filled it. The lesser villages are inconsequential. Kumogakure remains a threat, crush it and their alliance falls apart. The Nara clan head stroked his chin. We are still outnumbered and they will be on their own home territory. We cannot leave Hai no Kuni undefended against other attacks. They have more bodies to throw at us, but all they have is one lone Jinchuriki to do battle against Team Kakashi. That team will obliterate him and carve a bloody path through all that are in the way, Danzo countered. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. That's assuming I agree with your plan, Shimura-san. Koharu turned to face him and asked, what do you propose? Hatake paused, allowing all of the attention to gather on him. Striking into the heart of Kaminari no Kuni, land of lightning, outnumbered and on disadvantageous terrain is too risky. We also don't know if Kirigakure will decide to make a move. Our trade alliance has helped both of our nations, but they aren't known as the Bloody Mist for nothing. Asuma tapped his fingers on the wooden table. Still haven't heard your plan, Kakashi. We annihilate Moegakure, raid its coffers and destroy it utterly as a shinobi village. We execute any adult shinobi from the village and recruit any of the children that we think won't betray us. He glanced at Inoichi, with Inoichi's help of course. Those that don't pass his screening can be exiled. The council reactions were mixed. Naruto's brow furrowed. Sasuke, Shino, and Nara were impassive. Danzo hid a smile and Choza looked unsettled. Yakumo and Tsunade looked appalled. Hana's face flickered through a mix of emotions while Inoichi pursed his lips. Tsunade rose up angrily. You bloody butcher! Attacking their village is part of war, but to execute every adult shinobi? That goes too far. My goal is to save lives at minimal cost to Konoha. Consider the ramifications of what this would do. Shikaku made a humming sound and nodded. Yes, I see. After we annihilate Moegakure, we can threaten Shimagakure. Since Shimagakure is between Konoha and Kumo, our enemy would have to move shinobi out of their lands to protect their ally. If Kumo does this, we can attack without having to enter Kaminari no Kuni. Likely they won't even bother, which will force Shimagakure to capitulate. Exactly, and we send a powerful message to all the other villages. Konoha stood by its friends when it defended Takigakure and will annihilate her enemies. I wager the other small villages will flock to our banner. Kusagakure, village hidden in the grass, has had good relations with us for some time now. They will probably be the first, Shino remarked. Kurenai had sacrificed her life to save her students and complete the mission on behalf of Kusagakure. Kusagakure had paid Team 8 Mini a compliment for their unflinching devotion to duty. Tsunade shook her head in disgust. You'll still be executing people who have surrendered. Or shinobi too old to still fight. It is murder, not war. She looked to her former teammate. You can't seriously be thinking about doing this. Jiraiya let out a sigh. Tsunade-heim, the haze and frost have killed more civilians than they have shinobi. This is a form of justice. If the war is prolonged, more will die. The leader of Root cut in. Hokage-sama, why are we even debating this? We are shinobi. The village matters before all. If every single living creature had to die in their pathetic village to make one Konoha shinobi safer, it would be well worth the cost. Ma, let's not get carried away. This isn't the time or the place to discuss your stark view of the world. I've put forth my proposal on the table, as has Danzo. Any other ideas? A few more ideas were tossed out. Choza had thoughts about joining forces with Suna to defeat Iwagakure while Kumo was selecting a new Kage. Asuma suggested going after the Lightning Daimyo personally, and Koharu presented a counter-suggestion of targeting Shimagakure instead of Moegakure. The council debated the merits of the plan, however when it came down to it Kakashi held the most influence. Naruto and Sasuke backed his plan, even if Naruto had some personal qualms about the wholesale annihilation of an entire village. Shino had a great deal of personal respect for Kakashi, and the Inoshikacho trio saw the wisdom in his plan. Tsunade wasn't happy at all. I will have no part in this, Jiraiya. If you ask me to go on this mission, I'm done with the leaf. Jiraiya shook his head. No, the task will be given to others. With the hospital destroyed, we need you to ramp up training of medical techniques and oversee some difficult cases. Danzo wasn't thrilled with again not getting his way, but he respected Kakashi's plan. Hatake had proven himself to be an able tactician who knew how to make hard choices. It might have sent a stronger message to kill all the non-combatants in Moegakure, but even Danzo understood reputation mattered in some arenas. The War Council had been convened and action would be taking place. Now all that remained was determining who would go. Asuma, you will have command. Take Shikamaru's team, Niji, Anko, and 100 Chunin. Leave tomorrow at dawn. Asuma wasn't thrilled with the job, but it had to be done. And it would be good to work with Shikamaru again. Jiraiya continued with the agenda, moving on to some internal issues. We'll be having a ceremony for those lost tonight. We will grieve, but 2 days from now we will celebrate our victory that the sacrifice of so many has gained us. They discussed some of the logistics of this before moving on. The last item for today has to do with Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke was embarrassed, but like a true shinobi that was trained underneath Kakashi's wing, he showed none of it to the assembled clan leaders. My clan must grow. I am the last Uchiha and one wife will not be enough to ensure the Sharingan remains a source of strength for Konoha. If any of you and your clans have daughters who wish to bear my children, I will entertain proposals. The return of the Sharingan would mean a great deal to the power of the village, and many of the clan heads considered the matter. While most didn't have daughters of their own, they had cousins and nieces who would be good matches, and with the Uchiha's reputation there would be several volunteers. Jiraiya concluded the meeting. That's it for today. Team Kakashi and Tsunade, please stay. The rest of the clan heads filed out while Naruto, Tsunade, and Sasuke remained seated. Jiraiya noticed the young Aburame heir had left one of his bugs, but he didn't mind him learning what he said next. Part of the reason I wanted you all to stay in the village is to figure out what you are going to do with Itachi's eyes. What do you mean, what are we going to do with Itachi's eyes? Tsunade asked, slightly confused. The last Uchiha replied, Itachi didn't kill me when I was younger so I could advance my eyes. Once my eyes were sufficiently advanced, he believed taking them from me would increase his power. Tsunade grimaced in disgust. If my brother thought it would gain him more power, he was probably right. Jiraiya added, there are a number of abilities Itachi possessed that if Sasuke could replicate them by taking his eyes, he would be a much stronger shinobi. And you want me as the village's chief medical need to oversee the operation and ensure there are no side effects? Kakashi nodded, precisely. We know Sharingan transplants can work since I have Obito's eye. A true Uchiha should have no problems accepting the eye. Since they are brothers, it should be even easier. And what do we do with Sasuke's eyes? Sasuke shrugged, for now keep them sealed in a high-level stasis seal. If by using Itachi's powers my eyes also begin to weaken like Kakashi's eye, then I have backups. When do you want to start? Tsunade asked. Kakashi answered, as soon as possible. My team will need to be at its peak to end this war. We can complete the transplant as early as today then. Tsunade was grateful to have another project to work on to take her mind off of Shizune. Jiraiya ended the meeting by saying, 2 days from now I am going to seat Hinata as head of her clan against the wishes of the elders. I want a strong show of support to cow the Hyuga main branch. Tsunade smiled, finally something I can agree with. Those hidebound bastards are little better than slavers. Hinata will do some real good as their head of clan. The lengthy meeting was over and Jiraiya needed to talk to Sakura about the new project he was going to be giving her. He hoped she would be up to the task because Kami knew he didn't have the time for it. Chapter 52, Life Goes On. Sakura was thrilled with her new project. Not only did the Hokage trust her with an important undertaking, but it was also one that could help dozens of Konoha shinobi who had been marred with the seal of slavery simply due to who their parents were. Ko Hyuga was a member of the branch family who had been asked by Hinata personally to help Sakura experiment on the seal. Ko realized what Hinata was trying to do and had thanked her profusely, but had warned her about the ramifications of her actions. Ko had done his duty with the advice but would be glad to see the hated seal disappear. He knew there would be dangers. The caged bird seal had never been broken. Fascinating, Sakura said. Ko couldn't help but be curious. What do you mean? The seal is not just on the surface of the skin or attached to the eyes themselves. It is actually embedded deeply in your chakra network. That's a bad thing, right? Oh yes. It will make things very difficult. There are multiple fail-safes on the seal itself that make tampering with it unadvisable. Ko's expression fell. It had been too much to hope for anyway. If the seal could be easily defeated, it would have served no purpose in protecting the Byakugan. Sakura clicked her tongue when she saw his expression. None of that now, it's our very first day and whatever I think of I'll run by the Hokage himself. He's probably the top Fuinjutsu expert in the world at this point. Ko lay there silently as the pink-haired teenager made several notes. That might work. Nope, they thought of that too. After a while Sakura said, all right Ko, you can go now. I've copied the formula on the seal. This is going to take some time, but I promise you I'll do my best to get this off of you and the rest of the branch family. As Hinata's bodyguard left, Sakura studied the seal. Kami, whoever designed this, was a paranoid genius. The slightest change to the formula holding up any of the keystone matrices will instantly cause the seal to take full effect and kill the host. Sakura had some vague theories about how she could get around it, but the level of complexity and preciseness made it nearly impossible. She rubbed her eyes and then saw the time. Crap, I'm going to be late. And she really didn't want to be late for her first date with Naruto. For now the Hyuga Soak no Juinjutsu, caged bird seal, would have to wait. Tsunade finished washing her hands and turned to Kakashi. The surgery is complete and Sasuke's original eyes have been sealed in a stasis scroll. The eyes immediately bonded with his chakra network. There should be no optical challenges. Thank you for your help, Tsunade. Can Sasuke test their abilities right away, or do you recommend waiting? Tsunade crossed her arms. He just had surgery, and before that he just got over a bout of chakra exhaustion. Yes, as a medical nin I recommend him waiting. Hi, I'll make sure he behaves for at least a day or so. That wasn't exactly what Tsunade had in mind, but she doubted the masked shinobi would listen. Tsunade was used to being the most powerful shinobi in the room, but she had to wonder just how strong Kakashi was. The elite Jonin had been an amazing child prodigy. Everyone talked about Itachi's rise through the ranks, but often forgot that it was Kakashi who made Chunin at age 6 compared to Itachi's 10. And that was before he had the Sharingan. No, Tsunade decided she wouldn't want to tangle with Kakashi. She may have more stamina and chakra, but his brand of lethality made that count for little. See that you do. There really is no telling how taxing these new Sharingan abilities might be on his chakra network. Try doing something in moderation for once. Kakashi merely nodded and Tsunade walked away. She needed a drink. With the eye transplant complete, she was short on projects to busy herself with. Choza's arms were healing nicely. Those that could be saved had been, and those with longer-lasting injuries like Ebisu were on a firm rehabilitation plan. Now that work had given her a reprieve, the memories of Shizen intermingled with the others that she had lost circled around her. And she couldn't have that. It was time to make her head delightfully fuzzy so that the reality could be pushed aside for another night. So kid, how was your date? Jiraiya asked with a lecherous grin. It was fine, you pervert, Naruto responded. Just fine? I may need to give you some personal tutoring. Naruto was quite embarrassed, but he refused to give the Hokage any satisfaction. He simply would not allow a blush to appear in his face or a more agitation to change his demeanor. Being a skilled shinobi meant he had full control over his body's reactions to embarrassment or any other emotion. Jiraiya sighed theatrically. Kakashi is a real killjoy. Naruto gave the Toad Sage a grin. If you must know, it went great. We talked quite a bit and it ended with a hug. Sakura-chan isn't a Namikaze fangirl. She wants to know if we can build a true relationship. Jiraiya let his forehead drop onto his desk. What? Naruto asked in confusion. You are way too logical and analytical about it. Kakashi has corrupted all of you. Love is supposed to be about emotion. You are almost 16, you should be spreading your wild oats, not talking about settling down. Jiraiya moaned, I really have failed you as a godfather. Naruto shrugged and finally said, so other than critiquing my personal relationships, why did you call me here? Jiraiya looked up at his best student's only child. While he might bemoan Naruto's attitude, he knew that Naruto was still impulsive and still prone to endearing moments of childlike wonder. Underneath Kakashi's shinobi training there was still a Naruto. He couldn't even fault Kakashi. He trained 3 genin to become elite shinobi. A shinobi was a trained killer who served as mercenary. It was part of why Jiraiya wanted to bring lasting peace to the elemental nations. Kids shouldn't have to grow up to be like Kakashi. Your dream is to be Hokage, and I want to start including you in my decision-making. You have the acknowledgement of the village now. Your skills rank you as one of the most powerful shinobi in the village. Before I make you my official heir, I want to see how you make Hokage-level decisions. Naruto had long dreamed of becoming Hokage. That dream had not changed much, though he slowly was becoming less excited about it. The Hokage had to make the hard calls, like who to send on missions that would likely lead to death. Or what to do with enemy villages like Moegakure, village hidden in the haze. He still desired to follow in the footsteps of his father. He still wanted to take on the heavy burden himself so he could protect his precious people. But he was going into it clear-eyed. "Thank you, Jiraiya. I know you have started to groom me for the position, but I didn't think something like this would happen for years." Jiraiya stood up and walked out from behind his desk and clapped Naruto on the shoulder. "Naruto, I don't plan on wearing this hat a long time. And this invasion has taught us that life can be fleeting. A slight misstep and I could have been dead." The blonde grinned, and all of the poor perverts would have been lost in a world with no new Ika. He let out a guffaw. "Read them already. They'll give you and your lady friend some wonderful ideas." Naruto chose to ignore the comment, leading to another sigh from Jiraiya. They then buckled down and started tackling the stack of paperwork that the Hokage had to complete in order to keep the village running. The celebration would be one of Konoha's largest despite the short time to prepare and the damage done to the village. While the losses to their shinobi had been large, they were far smaller than when the Kyuubi had attacked. Their Hokage was still alive and the future looked bright. Everyone who mattered in the village would gather for the Godame's speech prior to the kickoff of the festivities. The Hyuga clan elders were no different. Wealthy merchants, retired shinobi, skilled tradesmen, and shinobi of all stripes were out and ready to celebrate. Hundreds of what looked like ANBU lined the rooftops and streets, providing security in case of drunken violence or infiltrating enemies. While the true ANBU were out and about, the majority of the masked ANBU were actually clones Naruto had created. It was a show of force to the people of Konoha that their shinobi ranks were more than adequate to continue protecting them. A hush fell over the crowd as Jiraiya summoned a moderate-sized toad and stood atop it. "People of Konoha, today we celebrate a great victory over Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Their kages lie dead and we stand triumphant." The crowd cheered and clapped at their victory. Jiraiya scanned the crowd, looking every inch a Hokage. "Before the celebration commences, I have a few announcements to make." The crowd looked on with bated breath as their leader began to speak. "Due to our losses, the council and I have decided to open the doors of the academy to anyone who has ever been in the academy and either failed their exams or voluntarily left. If you can mold chakra, you can be of use to your village in the coming battles ahead. A new training curriculum has been created that will turn you into powerful shinobi." The crowd, many of whom had at one point or another gone to the academy, let out a roar of approval. The standards for becoming a genin could be harsh. Most didn't make it to the graduation exam and more than half failed. And then a further 2 out of 3 RDS failed to be taken on by a jonin instructor. Oftentimes they would be absorbed into administrative shinobi duties, but several would drop out of the career altogether. This was another opportunity for them to rekindle dreams of being a ninja in service to the village. Jiraiya raised his hands for the crowd to quiet down. "I also want everyone to join with me in celebrating the ascension of a new clan head. I present you Hinata Hyuga, the head of Konoha's most noble clan." The cheers drowned out the shocked exclamations of the Hyuga elders. Above the roar of the crowd, the Hokage continued on. "I also present to you Shino Aburame, the new head of Clan Aburame." While the cheers weren't quite as loud, there was a lot of overlap. As the cheering and yelling died down, the Hokage continued. "Hinata and Shino, along with their fellow teammate Kiba Inuzuka, were instrumental in killing a number of jonin from Moegakure and Shimogakure. This team nearly single-handedly saved the villages and towns of northern Hai no Kuni." Again the mass of people cheered for their Hokage. The Hyuga clan elders weren't sure what to do about this shocking turn of events. Some wanted to speak out and interrupt the Hokage, but the crowd would probably have none of it. Hinata was a hero in their eyes, one of the valiant defenders of the Land of Fire, and had the backing of the Hokage. But still they muttered among themselves. Naruto Namikaze walked by them and whispered, "Hinata is my trusted comrade." Sasuke Uchiha caught the eye of several with his Sharingan whirling. Kakashi gave his best eye smile and spoke directly to them. "Ah, the passions of youth," a little bird whispered in my team's ears that Hinata had enemies within her clan. "I suspect if anything happened to their dear friend or her joyous ascension, they might do something rash." The elders were not stupid. They were outraged that their decision was being overturned, but they were not fools. The Hokage had the backing of Sharingan no Kakashi, the last Uchiha and the Yandame's son. The will of the people was behind him. Hinata would be the clan head and there was nothing that could be done about it. Tsunade grinned at the sight of the stiff-backed Hyuga leading the celebration to return to their clan compound. Things were changing in Konoha. Not all of them for the better, but the elevation of a girl like Hinata to the head of the Hyuga was one of the bright spots. Danzo also saw what had taken place and he had mixed thoughts. In general, he supported the idea of a Hokage who ruled the village firmly. He also knew that clan elders had a significant amount of pull. Depending on how spiteful they were, it could cause a number of problems for the village. I'll have to have a chat with them shortly. Perhaps their anger can be directed appropriately. As schemers schemed and the village celebrated, Naruto and Sakura shared their first kiss under the exploding fireworks. Asuma finished his cigarette and flicked it away. The battle had been a brief but bloody affair. The Haze shinobi had not expected such a powerful attack. After the disastrous invasion of Hai no Kuni that left several of their jonin dead, they didn't have anyone who could stand up to the likes of Asuma, Niji, or Anko. Even their prized poisonous gases were at a disadvantage with a futon specialist leading the attack. Shikamaru had helped lay the planning, but if Asuma was honest, he knew that hadn't even been necessary. Raw skill and talent were hard to overcome even if they had planned poorly. After the initial slaughter, the village had quickly surrendered. It was then that Asuma had to do the hard part. The shinobi and all those above the age of 12 that could wield chakra were gathered and were bound and had a chakra-draining seal attached to them. They were marched to the center of the village. Asuma would not let anyone else bloody their hands with the task. He called out to the village as his Hokage had instructed. The price of waging war on Konoha is death. His chakra flared and he quickly used his chakra blades to cut down the hundreds of helpless prisoners. He made the deaths quick and as painless as he could, but even moving at jonin level speeds, there were a lot of bodies to kill off. The crowd of civilians who had come to watch were screaming for their loved ones, but the Chunin kept them back. When it was done, Asuma ordered the seizure of anything of value. The younger genin were carted off back to Konoha. Those that could be salvaged and made to change their loyalties could become leaf shinobi. Those that couldn't would be exiled on the other side of Hai no Kuni away from their home. Being shinobi trained, they should be able to survive. What Konoha had done here was not unknown to the shinobi world. Before the foundation of the village system, clans were frequently exterminated. That had only been a few generations ago, and even after the hidden village system grew to prominence, whole towns were still destroyed outright along with their inhabitants. Still, for Konoha to do this was a shock. It didn't sit well with Ino and Choji. They were quite disgusted with the entire affair. Shikamaru slouched a bit and said, "Troublesome. I know it feels wrong, you too, but this wasn't done just out of vengeance. The goal was to save our comrades' lives as well as civilians on all sides." "It's still wrong," Choji stubbornly insisted. "If you had the choice between killing a captive enemy or letting him go, with the full knowledge that they would go and kill your father in the next conflict, what would you do?" His large friend thought for a bit. "I'd find another way." "And if there isn't one?" "I'd find another way." Troublesome. Asuma knew based on the young Nara's posture he didn't really put his all into making his teammates see the reason for their actions. The kid understood intellectually why Konoha was pursuing this strategy, but in the face of people crying out for their loved ones, even logic could be trumped. "My duty is done. I have given the Hokage and the village my loyalty. All I ask is the opportunity to fight the Akatsuki when the time comes. After this he will not refuse me." Iwagakure was in mourning. The hated Leaf Village had once again crippled them. Their Tsuchikage was dead. His presumptive heir was dead. Both of their Jinchuriki were gone. A very vulnerable and sorrowful heir had taken hold in Iwa. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi had returned to Iwagakure and learned of her grandfather's passing. Her father and grandfather had died facing Konoha, and the bitter seed of hatred was planted deep in her spirit. "I swear, Akatsuchi, I will pay them back." The genial bodyguard didn't like the change that was overtaking Kuratsuchi, but with the grief so fresh it was not time to voice his concern. Decisions needed to be made. A new Tsuchikage would have to be selected, and there were no clear front-runners. Kitsuchi would have been the ideal choice after his father's passing, but Kakashi had ended that idea. And while Kuratsuchi had the lineage and was skilled for her age, she was quite young to be ruling over IWA. But there were not many other choices either. Jiro Suzumori had the strength and clout to be the next Tsuchikage, but his recent failures would weigh against him. IWA had to make some difficult decisions, and they had to make them soon. The rain continued its incessant downpour as the powerful figures gathered together. The Akatsuki had convened in Amagakure, village hidden in the rain, the base of operations for Pain. They had successfully captured all of the tailed beasts save 2. With Han's death, they would not have access to the Gobi for at least another 2 years. And the Kyubi was still out of their grasp. However, the first through fourth tails had been successfully extracted and placed within the statue. The Rokubi, Nanabi, and Hachibi had been captured but could not be added out of order. Instead, Sasori had overseen the reinforcement of the seals that kept the Biju contained. He had then destroyed parts of the cerebral cortex responsible for consciousness. With those parts gone, the Jinchuriki were essentially in a coma that not even the slug Sannin could revive them from. Perfectly docile and unable to communicate with the trapped demons, their bodies wound languish in stasis until the Gobi could be captured. "I have a new task for you 4, Pain intoned as he spoke to Kisame, Deidara, Zetsu, and Sasori. Konan was also present, but as always she would be by his side. "While we wait for the appropriate timing, you will bolster our numbers with shinobi. They need not be S-ranked missing nin like you were." Kisame snorted. "Then what's the point?" Pain fixed him with a harsh stare. Kisame remained quiet under the force of the Rinnegan. "Any shinobi ranked at least A or higher in the bingo books can serve a purpose. Go and bring new recruits to our organization. We must wait for the Gobi to return, but we will take the Kyubi much sooner. I will not allow another Jinchuriki's death to delay our plan any further." The 4 would use Sasori's spy network to contact shinobi who were already missing nin or who were open to the idea of abandoning their village. With their recruitment not being restricted to S-ranked shinobi, there were far more potential candidates. Yakata had met the Konoha team that had gone to Kumo for their Chunin exams. She had personally seen how they had demolished the competition with incredible ease. Even the clanless girl had triumphed over older genin. It was one of the main reasons she had argued against Shimagakure, village hidden in frost, siding with Kumo in the war. "I bet they wish they had heeded my advice now." Word had reached the village that Moegakure had been annihilated. Every single shinobi executed. And logic dictated they would be next as they were on the path to Kumo. And while it was vindicating that she had been proven right, she wished it hadn't been for these stakes. Her village was small, but it had been founded only 10 years after Konoha, and it was very likely it could be utterly obliterated by a vengeful Konoha. And then terms had been delivered via messenger bird. Surrender unconditionally or face utter destruction. Along with the surrender were terms: free passage for shinobi across Shimo no Kuni, Land of Frost, a massive amount of money to be repaid over 10 years, all of their jutsu scrolls copied, and use of their shinobi to rebuild Hai no Kuni. Yakata watched the various trusted advisors argue amongst themselves. Should they negotiate for better terms? Should they ask Kumo to help defend them? What would they do? She finally had enough. "You are fools. You didn't listen to me before, listen to me now. Konoha would have no difficulty wiping us off the map. Kumo is in disarray after suffering a heavy defeat, and the haze is no more. The terms are galling and we will be crippled for a generation, but at least we will be alive." It was a bitter pill to swallow, but they had no choice. More arguing ensued, but eventually her view won out and the village hidden in frost agreed to all of the conditions. In the light of day, the academy instructors were a bit concerned about opening the doors to all the failed would-be shinobi of the past. Luckily for them, that had also been planned for. They wouldn't have to do a thing. All of the assessments and additional training would be completed by Naruto personally. The instructors were doubtful he could handle that many, but they should have realized that underestimating Kakashi's student wasn't too bright. Over 300 academy and genin dropouts arrived for processing. And they were met by 300 clones of Naruto Namikes. Every single one of them would receive an individual assessment and training from one of the Kage Bunshin. The villagers had long since stopped hating Naruto for being the container of the Kyuubi. He was a Namikaze after all and had protected the village from 2 separate invasions. And what was more, Naruto was actually quite good at training. He was taught by the best after all, and many of the candidates blossomed under Naruto's tutelage. Kakashi had suggested the very idea to Jiraiya. Like most of Kakashi's ideas, it served multiple purposes. The first and obvious result was more trained shinobi. While it would take time to get them up to speed, and even then not all of them would qualify for even being a genin, it would start to replenish Konoha's ranks. An unacceptable number had been lost in the invasion of High no Kuni. The second benefit would be to round out Naruto's training. The first step to mastery of something was learning it. The next was using it in live combat situations. The final step was to teach it to someone else. The third benefit was having a solid base of support from within the village when it came time for the selection of a new hokage. While technically Jiraiya could appoint whoever he wanted as his successor, it was always a good idea to make sure that successor had the backing of the majority of the shinobi and the civilians. And while the Kage Bunshin evaluated and trained the real Naruto was with Kakashi and Sasuke as they tried out Sasuke's new eyes. The first ability he tried out was Susanoo. Unlike Itachi's, his version was a purplish color. It began with a skeletal frame but quickly grew more complete with use. "Any pain in the eyes, Sasuke?" Kakashi asked his pupil. Sasuke shook his head and the Susanoo moved as he did. Naruto cheered, "That looks so cool." Sasuke couldn't help but grin as well as he formed a blade in the chakra construct's hand and gave a few swishes in the air with it. Kakashi had his Sharingan out and he could see that the amount of chakra used with this technique was considerable. He put his Sharingan away and then indicated they begin the first set of tests. Naruto fired several normal kunai straight at the Susanoo. As predicted, they bounced off. Next he channeled Futon energy into one of his chakra kunai and threw it. This time it pierced the outer layer of the Susanoo but ricocheted away once it struck bone. Now it was time for ninjutsu. Naruto had a number of ninjutsu under his belt and he was going to try them all out on Sasuke and see how tough Sasuke's new eyes really were. Chapter 53, Caged Bird. The Mizukage was idly tapping her foot as she considered the latest news from the war. Konoha had shattered the invasion. It was a shock to learn that 2 Kage had been involved in the attack on the Leaf Village, 2 now dead Kage. It really was a frightening prospect to see the full strength of Konoha. It had cost them their taijutsu master, but in return they had annihilated the elite of the elite in Kumo. The Raikage, Darui, and Samui were dead and both Jinchuriki were now missing. At the same time Iwa had also suffered greatly. Their Kage was dead, as was his presumptive heir. One Jinchuriki was dead and the other taken from within the heart of their village itself. How is this possible? Could Konoha really have taken Iwa and Kumo's Jinchuriki while simultaneously defending Takigakure, the fire daimyo, and Konoha? No, it isn't possible. Either there was a third party or Konoha had powerful allies that have yet to make themselves known. She suppressed a sigh as she listened to the various advisors prattle on about what action should be taken. With 4 of the major villages embroiled in a war, many in Kiri were anxious to play a role. The war was shaping up to be a brutal affair and the winning side would stand to reap significant awards. Some argued in favor of siding with what seemed to be the winning side. Konoha had won stunning early victories and their enemies were in disarray. Her bodyguard Talia spoke against this. The Suetun user kept her remarks brief. Jiraiya is a heavy-handed tyrant. Kumo felt compelled to go to war due to attacks within their own border. He lures them in and then crushes his enemies. He's destroyed Otogakure and Moegakure utterly. Will such a man ever be content sharing power with anyone? Ao snorted, there's no proof that he started the war. It was High no Kuni that was invaded after all. The Leaf spared Suna after their betrayal. Our trade agreement brokered by him has helped us get back on our feet. I say we stand by Konoha and help put an end to the war quickly. An elder by the name of Genji raised his own voice. It was gnarled with age and he spoke slowly, why go to war at all? Let the other villages fight it out. Our shinobi can earn more coin for the village while their shinobi batter each other back and forth. Dai Munashi was the only surviving relation of Jinpachi Munashi, once one of the legendary swordsmen of the mist. He scoffed at the elder. You've had your glory days in a bygone era. Our village has known little glory recently. Our swordsmen were scattered, our village name mocked, and our people have been mired in civil war. Now is the time to do something, to reclaim our good name. Mei stood up suddenly. We will do nothing for now. However, I want twice as many shinobi scouting and spying on the other powers. Someone took those Jinchuriki. If it is the leaf, we can't afford to upset them. If it isn't, we need to find out who has them. Both of our Biju have been taken and they are ours. Some voices rose to contradict her, but they were silenced with a blast of killing intent and a sweet smile. Our honored elder is correct. We could use the boon to our economy this war gives. Many rich merchants, civilians, and minor powers will have contracts that we can fill. If war comes at our doorstep, it will find us well provisioned and ready. Our jutsu works best in our lands. We will not bleed out our power in a war outside of it. The Mizukage had spoken, and Kirigakure would stay out of the war, for now. Naruto, you know the problem with being this strong? Naruto looked him oddly and shrugged. No clue, being strong is great. We can't really spar at full strength anymore. Kakashi smiled wryly underneath his mask. Sasuke was right. A battle between the two of them would tear apart the countryside for miles. Furthermore, there existed too great of a chance for one of them to die. When dealing with jutsu that could level mountains and fires that couldn't be quenched outside of complicated seals, there wasn't a real good way to not deal lethal damage to the sparring partner. Naruto laughed. Yeah, but why would we need to spar? Everyone knows I'd win, believe it. Sasuke snorted but didn't necessarily disagree. Kakashi had taught him to view things through the lens of reality, not through pride. Naruto's Kage Bunshin and Sage Mode were difficult things to counteract. While they both held powerful contracts, it was Naruto who could better utilize his. He had the chakra to summon multiple powerful toads, and Sasuke couldn't do that and still maintain Susanoo. Kakashi interjected, "Where is Sakura anyway?" Naruto sighed, "Still working on that sealing array. It would be a lot more fun dating her if I didn't have to drag her away from her fuinjutsu formulas." "They probably interest her more than you do," Sasuke mocked. Naruto glared at his teammate and said, "Speaking of dating, how are your marriage prospects going?" Sasuke didn't like talking about it, and Naruto knew it. He had received several offers. Few of them were kunoichi, however. He had wanted kunoichi in order to have strong children to lead the Uchiha clan back into greatness. He instead got dozens of civilian girls. While it had never been proven by medical nin that when civilians and shinobi procreate that it produced less powerful shinobi than if two shinobi did so, it was a generally accepted fact. Why else would the civilian population have such a high failure rate in the academy? Well, lots of reasons. Sasuke conceded to himself. Not having early childhood chakra training could play a factor, as could the harsh realities of the shinobi lifestyle. Not as well as I'd hoped. One of the frontrunners for the first one is probably Ami Kogure. The young woman was Sasuke's age and had gone to the academy but had failed the graduation test. She was in good health, did have some innate ability to mold chakra, and her family were respected craftsmen. It was a good match. Naruto chuckled. I remember her being quite the bitch in the academy. Sasuke shrugged. I remember you being quite the dope in the academy. People do change. The waitress came by and took their order. It was a nice restaurant that served a variety of food. It was a little pricey, but Team 7 could afford it. And it had the added benefit of not being too fancy. Kakashi changed the subject over to how Naruto's training was going with the new recruits. It's going great, Kakashi-sensei. I've only had about a dozen drop out. Some of them aren't going to make it to genin status, but Jiraiya and I talked about creating a home guard group of civilians who would be in charge of protecting other civilians if the worst should happen. It would put them on a higher footing than most soldiers that serve the daimyo. And with the kunai scrolls they could probably take enemy genin and weak chunin. Any promising gems? Kakashi asked. Naruto furrowed his brow. I guess that depends on how you define gems. There are several that will be great as part of Konoha's medical program. They won't ever be frontline fighters, but they have a gift for chakra control and will be able to save a lot of lives. Kakashi knew that was useful, but all three of them knew what he was really asking. Naruto continued speaking after thinking a few more moments. There are two who never gave up their dream and kept themselves in good physical condition. Give them 6 months and I'm sure they will be solid Chunin. After that, who knows how far they can go. As they were discussing the two in more detail, Sakura approached the table. Sorry everyone, but I was close to a breakthrough and wanted to finish my thoughts. Naruto rose and planted a soft kiss on her lips. No problem, Sakura-chan. Kakashi had dabbled in Fuinjutsu, though he had never mastered it. He asked, how is your research and experimentation going? Sakura's green eyes showcased her frustration. That seal is very effective. No wonder the Byakugan has been so secure for so long. The key sealing matrix is deliberately unstable and will prevent other Fuinjutsu from interacting with it without triggering a fatal reaction. Any way to stabilize it? Kakashi asked. Sakura let a bit more of her frustration show. None that I can see. Anything that interacts with it would trigger the reaction. Anything. I thought maybe I could isolate one of the supporting components, but it's locked up tighter than any vault. Naruto knew how important it was to Sakura. He rubbed her back lightly and said, you'll get it. It's only been a couple of weeks. Kakashi sat there mulling over an idea. The Byakugan becomes sealed upon the host's death as well, correct? Sakura nodded. How long does it take? Sakura wasn't sure, but it had to happen within the first minute of death, otherwise there would be no chakra left to do anything. You should ask Tsunade-sama for help, Sakura. There are ways to induce a death-like state that could trick the caged bird seal into thinking the host is dead. At that point the Byakugan seals itself. From there the seal's booby traps are gone and you just need to figure out how to unseal the eyes. Sakura blinked at Kakashi. She had been so focused on finding a pure Fuinjutsu solution that she never even considered seeking out the assistance of a medical nin. There would still be some problems and she would need volunteers, but the theory was sound. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I'll go find Tsunade right now. Naruto said. Wait, but what about? But Sakura had already disappeared. Kakashi and Sasuke traded a look and then the two normally stoic shinobi burst out into a belly laugh. Naruto simply glared at them and muttered darkly. The shinobi of Kumogakure were devastated. All of their powerful leaders had been killed. Their Raikage and his strong right arm were gone, as was his brother. Others of his inner circle were killed, like Samui and her team. Kumo had a great deal of pride and it was sorely shaken after the disasters. Now a new leader had to rebuild from the ashes. There were only a handful of potential candidates that had the power and the ability to lead Kumogakure. Atsui had the strength, though that too was questionable with a missing arm, but not the temperance. Fuyu was a solid kunoichi, but she lacked the raw power one expected in a Kage. Moreover, she had few allies and her family name had been marred due to her brother's failure. Not only had he failed to gather the information he had needed, but he had broken under the care of Konoha's TNI division. The Lightning Daimyo had also arrived in Kumo to personally help make the selection of the Godame Raikage. After much deliberation, the daimyo backed Tezuka Yatsuki. Tezuka was the head of the powerful Yatsuki clan. He was in his 50s, which was normally considered too old to be selected for a Kage. However, Hiruzen coming out of retirement had set a precedent for it. Like all of the major clans of Kumo, he was skilled with Kenjutsu, though he had not been on the battlefield for over 16 years. He was also a Jinjutsu aficionado. When he had been on the battlefield, he combined blade and illusion to devastating effect. He was known for his caution, and that was a plus since the daimyo had wanted someone unlike the unruly Yondaime Raikage. While he was there, he also participated in the War Council. There at the table were a number of critical leaders of Kumo. Mabui would continue to act as an assistant to the Raikage office and ensure a smooth transition. Fuyu and Atsui were also in attendance. The Lightning Daimyo was blunt. How can we recover from this disaster? Tezuka stroked his thin beard. Currently we still outnumber the Konoha shinobi, though we have little hope of countering their monstrous S-class individuals. The Namikaze has shown his ability to unleash devastating widespread jutsu, so our numbers won't count for much in a direct conflict. Atsui made a sound from the back of his throat. Namikaze? That's who you are worried about. I know that he butchered the IWA army, but it was the likes of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Guy that defeated us at the walls of Konoha. Tezuka's dark eyes bored into the ill-tempered hothead. Since you cannot control your tongue, leave this gathering, the new Raikage ordered. Atsui stalked out, angry at the dismissal. Yatsuki continued, I propose 2 solutions. First, I am tasking Fuyu to recreate the Kinkaku force. Before it was disbanded, it had slain powerful shinobi all over the world, including the Nidaime Hokage. Gather 20 of the best jonin you can find. Outside of the defense of the village, their sole role will be the assassination of S-class opponents like the Hokage, Tsunade, Kakashi, and his team. Fuyu was ecstatic with the news. With a team of assassins, it would not be difficult to get her vengeance on Anko Mitarashi. I will begin immediately, Raikage-sama. Mabui prompted, and the second solution? We should attempt to gather additional allies. The haze and frost are lost to us now, but they were not all that important. IWA has lost their leader and is in a similar situation as us. With Suna already pressuring them, we can expect little assistance on that front. The daimyo asked, then where will get additional help from? Kiri? Tezuka smiled, if they are open to it, absolutely, but I am also going to begin negotiating with Tetsu no Kuni, Land of Iron. Fuyu cocked her head to the side, but haven't they always been neutral? Traditionally they have, however my clan has many contacts within their country. I believe I can gain an audience with Mifune. Once he learns how close Konoha is to complete domination of the elemental nations, he may see the need to intervene. And if not, at the very least I am confident I can convince some of the samurai clans to lend their services as mercenaries. The daimyo wasn't as confident as the new Raikage, but he could see his words had already caused spirits to be raised among the downcast shinobi attending. Even if his efforts proved futile, at least their morale would be raised. The Raikage had been well loved by the shinobi of the village, and it would take quite a bit to get the village out of their depression. Still, he had some concerns. My advisors tell me that it is likely Konoha who has taken the tailed beasts from us and from IWA. Training a Jinchuriki can take time, but depending on whom they find as compatible hosts, we could be looking at an overwhelming force in the next few years. Even with the Land of Iron's help, I don't see how we would be able to stop them. The Raikage countered, as you say, it will be years before the new Jinchuriki will be battle-ready. In the meantime, trade has been disrupted in Hai no Kuni. Many of the citizens in the capital are dead and half the city went up in flames. Our land is still untouched. Fighting on favorable terrain while we enlist the aid of other potential allies is the best course of action. Yes, I did pick the next Raikage well. The daimyo was relatively pleased with himself. I'll defer to your strategic expertise, Tezuka. Let me know if there is anything you need. Nothing more was needed from the feudal lord, and he dismissed himself while the Kumo shinobi talked about how they would handle an attack if Hai no Kuni retaliated sooner rather than later. Shikaku looked over the new information that had come in. Much of it was good news. Takigakure would of course honor their alliance since they had just been saved by Konoha, but it was other villages that were sending their promises of support, supplies, and shinobi that pleased him. Kusagakure, village hidden in the grass, Hashigakure, village hidden among stars, Tanagakure, village hidden in valleys, Getsugakure, village hidden under the moon, and even Ishigakure, village hidden in stones, a historical ally of Iwagakure, had sided with Konoha. Of the major minor villages, only Amigakure, village hidden by rain, had not provided a positive response. They hadn't provided a negative response, they had simply provided no response. What concerned him was that the Akatsuki likely had control over most of the tailed beasts. Both Iwagakure and Kumogakure had been attacked while their elite forces were away. That spoke highly of their ability to either move around the nations quickly or their intelligence apparatus. Either way, it meant bad news for Konoha. His spies had provided sketches of what the attackers looked like. The one that had hit Iwagakure was masked, and so no help was to be found there. It had been multiple shinobi who had struck at Kumogakure, and their abilities were quite unique. The Akatsuki had some interesting powers, not the least of which was the ability to summon impressive if strange animals. He had made copies of the sketches, and he showed them to Jiraiya and Naruto. Naruto or one of his clones could always be found with the Hokage now. Shikaku saw the young man who had once been thought of as an idiot began to show intelligence and knowledge of situations that would stump shinobi twice his age. Kagebunshin means he probably has more knowledge than I do. Shikaku's musings about Naruto were interrupted as Jiraiya dropped the sketches. Impossible. What is it, pervy sage? Jiraiya pointed at the picture of one of the Akatsuki shinobi. That man is supposed to be dead. I trained him personally years ago. His name is Yahiko, and he was a war orphan from the Second Shinobi World War. He eventually became a shinobi from Amagakure, but word reached me that he and his 2 friends had been killed. Jiraiya flipped through the other sketches, and she looks like an older Conan. The Hokage's emotions were scattered. Joyous at the prospect that his first students were alive and saddened that they had joined an organization like the Akatsuki. And then doubt also filtered in. What if this was simply a hinge? What if the sketches were completely wrong and he was seeing what he wanted to see? Shikaku began thinking through some of the implications. AIM was the only minor village of any importance that hasn't come out in support of us. The village has been virtually sealed off for years now. Shinobi come out to do missions and participate in Chunin exams, but no one goes in. Jiraiya looked up. AIM could be the Akatsuki base of operations. It is a centrally located village that is shrouded in secrecy. It makes perfect sense. Naruto looked troubled. If you train them, why are they working for the Akatsuki? The Hokage looked uncomfortable. I don't know. Also, one of them is missing. Nagato was the 3rd student and the most powerful. He had the Rinnegan. Naruto, due to his extensive reading, knew legends of it. The eyes that the Sage of 6 Paths had? The dojutsu that is stronger than the Sharingan? Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, he was something else. For a long time I thought he was going to change this world. Shikaku looked pensive. Maybe he has. You never learned who ran the Akatsuki organization. What other power could hold shinobi like Itachi, Kisame, and Kakuzu together? Their leader may very well be Nagato. The Toad Sage didn't look happy about that at all. The actions of the Akatsuki were so completely opposite to the way the gentle boy he taught had thought about things. It couldn't be true. It just couldn't be. Shikaku continued, we'll need to get more information. No, Jiraiya replied. If we are correct, then anyone who tries to scout out that place will die. The Akatsuki have taken down multiple tailed beasts. They have walked into 2 of the greater powers and taken what they wanted with ease. Sending anyone there will be suicide. Naruto jumped up. Then what are we going to do about it? Not a whole lot. I'm going to send another missive to AIM and ask after Yahiko. I saved their lives and trained them. Hopefully they will still have some residual good thoughts about me. However, right now we are still in a war with IWA and Kumo, and I don't like the idea of creating a new front in the conflict until it's necessary. Naruto asked, what is our next step in the war? Jiraiya smiled grimly. We are going to keep things a bit low-key, but we'll be bleeding our enemies. Kumo is going to reinforce their border, and that will make them sitting ducks for a small squad of highly trained shinobi to wipe those border fortifications out. We'll be sending the minor villages shinobi to help Suna put more pressure on IWA. Naruto knew exactly who Jiraiya meant when he said a small squad of highly trained shinobi. It would be Team 7 who harassed the border. Unless Kumo could bring overwhelming force down on their heads, it would be nearly impossible to stop them. And if they did bring overwhelming force, they could always turn tail and run. Not many shinobi could keep up with Team 7, and that was before you considered the clones that would be delaying pursuit. When do we leave? Shikaku waved off the request. Don't be so eager. Sakura is still working on her project, and you are still training the second chance groups. Sasuke's eyes are showing no signs of strain, but Tsunade still doesn't like the complete lack of knowledge we have on the Mangekyo Sharingan. We are still rebuilding. Naruto saw the wisdom in all of that. While he was a good deal more calm than he was a few years ago, he still burned with excess energy. He didn't particularly like killing people, but he did enjoy fighting for something he believed in. Jiraiya interjected, "Shikaku, you and Naruto handle anything while I'm gone. I need to go to Mount Myaboku." They were surprised but agreed. Soon Jiraiya had a toad summoned who would be passing along the message to reverse summon him. And within the hour Jiraiya was with the toads. Anko considered herself terribly unfit to be a mother. Hell, before now she didn't even want to be a mother. But even with jutsu accidents happened, and this one had been met with unadulterated joy from her husband. Iruka was so beside himself with happiness that Anko couldn't help but be infected of it. Terrible timing in the middle of a war though. Yes, Anko was pregnant and Iruka was thrilled. They decided not to make an announcement, but Anko would remove herself as an active shinobi to ensure the safety of the baby. "Don't think I'm going to play homemaker, Iruka-kun. When the baby comes I'll be caring for it, but I plan on being back out of the field watching your back." Iruka knew better than to argue. Though he did secretly hope the little bundle of joy to be would be more persuasive than he ever could. Girin of the Shoton, Crystal Release, had been a loner since the death of Orochimaru. He had been the charismatic light that had given her life meaning and purpose. Since then she had lived a life of isolation and wondered if she should bother continuing on at all. She was still a highly skilled shinobi even if some of her skills had atrophied. And so when she felt the massive chakra presence she instantly prepared herself for a fight. Kisame shouted, "Girin, come on out, I'm not here to kill you." Girin knew of Kisame Hashigaki. He was the most feared S-class criminal Kiri had ever produced. "What on earth does he want with me?" She was confident in her abilities, but Kisame was on another level entirely. If he had come for violence, there was little she could do to stop him. That didn't mean she would go down easily, but the man's reputation put him in the same league as Orochimaru-sama himself. Girin decided to show herself. "That's close enough, why are you here?" Kisame laughed, "Don't be scared now. You should know by now I prefer the direct approach. If I wanted to kill you I'd already be breathing down your neck." "Why are you here?" she asked again more strongly. "My organization is recruiting. We lost a few folks recently and we thought you might be interested." Girin laughed, "And why do you think I'd be interested? Orochimaru-sama was your enemy. Why would I help you?" Kisame gave her a grin revealing his shark-like teeth. "Because we are going to be going after the ones that killed Orochimaru and you seem like a vindictive person to me. Help us and we'll give you a crack at Team 7 and the Hokage." Girin thought about it and then a slow smile crept onto her lips. "Absolutely not," the head of the Hyuga clan declared. Sakura groaned, "Come on Hinata, you are the one who wanted this done. We've got a working plan now and Tsunade has a number of death-like states she can put someone in. This was always going to be risky." Hinata narrowed her eyes. What they were talking about was insane. They wanted to essentially kill one of her clan members, hopefully be able to revive him and then see if they can adjust the sealed cage bird seal. There are too many risks. I refuse to experiment with the lives of my family. Then the caged bird seal isn't coming off. I'm sorry Hinata, this isn't a matter of wanting something bad enough or trying hard enough. Some things are simply impossible. I won't bore you with the explanation, but any kind of traditional Fuinjutsu solution simply will not work. The seal designer was too thorough. Hinata looked every inch the Hyuga. Perfectly poised on the outside, but inside she was frantically thinking about what she should do. Finally, after a long tense moment, she said, "I am not caged myself, so I cannot make the decision for them. If you can find a volunteer to go through with this, it will be up to them. Start with Ko and find out who can be trusted. We cannot let the clan elders know yet." Sakura grinned, "You won't be sorry Hinata. We have Tsunade-sama herself on hand to make sure everything goes well." "Kami, I hope so Sakura. These are people's lives. The entire idea of what you are doing reminds me too much of Orochimaru and his experiments." Sakura looked taken aback. "Hinata, do not compare me to that snake. Nothing we are doing is wrong. We aren't using Edo Tensei or some Kenjutsu. We're using sound medical ninjutsu to trick an evil cursed seal. I said it reminds me of it, not that it was it. Sakura was a big miffed, but she understood the stress Hinata was under. She was responsible for an entire clan and she took that burden seriously. In the long run it was a good thing, but right now it frustrated her. Alright, let's not argue. Thank you for your cooperation and I'll do everything in my power to make sure this works without any lives lost. Chapter 54, Preparations. Kidamaru had been gravely injured after the battle with Konoha, where he had served as a mercenary with the IWA forces. Over the course of a month he had managed to regain full use of his limbs. It had been galling to have him and his men so easily defeated by a single jutsu. How he hated Konoha for destroying his home. He used to be someone, he used to be powerful and important. And while his abilities and strength as a shinobi had grown, he was now a nobody. And so when he encountered the man flying on a strange white bird that looked like clay, he readied himself for a fight. He was mad at the world and he wanted to take it out on someone. Anyone would do, really. He activated his cursed seal, but before he could do anything the man called out, "Oi, I didn't come here to fight, but if you insist I'll blow you apart with my art and you'll never avenge your master." Kidamaru paused. Avenge Orochimaru? He had desired that, but mostly he had desired power and prestige. It looked like someone else wanted to hire him. He would hear what the strange man had to say. If he didn't like it he could always kill him later anyway. Deidara grinned. His man Sasori's information had been golden as always. Soon they would have another recruit. It turned out Ko was very willing to volunteer. The idea that the hated cage bird seal could be finally done away with was worth the risk, and Hinata had spent some time ensuring he understood the risks. He could die, which was probably unlikely due to having a medical nin of Tsunade's caliber on hand, but the risk did exist. More likely was that his Byakugan would be sealed forever. The entire point of this process was to cause the Byakugan to be sealed under a death-like state, then apply a counteracting Fuinjutsu formula and then bring him out of the death-like state. Ko had proudly told Hinata that he didn't care, this was more important than any one shinobi. Hinata was grateful and wished him luck. Tsunade, Hana, Sasuke, Sakura and a half-dozen Naruto clones were there waiting with the medical equipment. Tsunade would be handling the process of putting their volunteer under. Hana would be her chief assistant. Sasuke would use his Sharingan to watch how the seal reacted to different stimuli, and Sakura would handle the Fuinjutsu portion. Sakura didn't allow a hint of nervousness to show. She had hoped Jiraiya would take charge, but he had said that she knew more about the seal than even he did at this point thanks to her weeks of study. This was her project, and if it failed there would be no one to blame but herself. Tsunade began the show by slowing Ko's heartbeat. Soon he was sound asleep in a medically induced coma. Any change with the Hyuga Soak no Juinjutsu, caged bird seal? Tsunade asked Sasuke, who looked closely with his Sharingan. Hnin, no change. We'll lower his heartbeat further and put him in a death-like state. Tsunade carefully took a senbon and pierced her patient's neck, shutting his body down. To a casual observer Ko would seem dead, even his heart wasn't beating now. It did still beat, but at such a slow pace one would have to keep their ear listening for over a minute. No change, Sasuke advised. Sakura frowned. She had hoped to get more immediate results. She raised her voice, let's move on to the second experiment. Tsunade shook her head, no Sakura. Moving too fast could make us lose him. Let Sasuke continue watching. I'll be here for the next 12 hours and if nothing changes I'll revive him. I'm skilled enough to bring him around and reverse the temporary death-like state. Give him 24 hours for recovery and we'll start our other planned methods. Sakura was impatient, but she saw wisdom in the Sanin's words. So much for getting quick results. Sasuke also wasn't particularly pleased. He took pride in his Sharingan, but staring at a body, a cursed seal and the chakra network was pretty boring. The Uchiha clan head would much rather be training. Or even making progress on selecting his potential mates. Konohamaru was on the fast track to making Chunin. As the holder of the monkey contract, his ability to summon Enma gave him more power than a Jonin. Unfortunately his chakra reserves, which were well above average for his age, weren't quite sufficient to summon him. This meant that he was spending long hours mastering his chakra control to make the summon more efficient and building his chakra reserves by doing the tree walking exercises as long as he could. In addition to that, he trained with his team. He vowed never again to be helpless in the face of an enemy. Deep down he felt personally responsible for Kotetsu and Izumo's deaths. If he had been stronger, he wouldn't have needed to be saved. If he had been stronger, Udon wouldn't have gotten hurt. Asuma saw his nephew training hard and approached him. "Konohamaru, how are you and your team doing?" "Getting stronger. Next time those bastards come here, I'll tear them apart." Asuma chuckled. "Well, if all goes well, they won't be coming here again. It won't be long before we hit them back." The Sandame's grandson of course hoped that Konoha wouldn't get invaded again, but on the other hand he wanted to pay them back. And it was doubtful they would let him be part of the attack. As heir to the Sarutobi clan and still a genin, the odds of him being part of a retaliatory strike were slim. In frustration he slammed his fist into the bark of the tree, shattering a good chunk of it. The elder Sarutobi saw the boy's anger, the boy's hate, and gave him a grim nod. "I know exactly how you feel, but Kumo isn't going anywhere and there will be plenty of time in your life to get revenge. Right now focus on getting stronger, and not just yourself but your team as well. We've always been known for the strength of our teamwork, but Kakashi and Team 7 have taken that to a whole new level. Learn from their success." The genin gave his uncle a smile. "Yeah, you're right. They need to get their lazy butts to work too." They weren't really lazy, but they didn't have the same level of dedication as he did. As the young genin turned to go check on his teammates, he gave another look at his uncle. "I know Kumo isn't going anywhere right now, but one day we are going to wipe them off the map, and I'll be damn sure I'm a part of that." Kankuro was pleased with his newest puppet. All on its own, it had wiped out 2 teams of older genin and their Chunin commanders. If his sister were here, she would be sure to mock the accomplishment, since killing genin, regardless of their age, was pathetically easy. "I'd give up being a ninja if I was in my 20s and still a genin. Some people have no self-respect. I was doing those IWA dogs a favor by taking out their trash." He idly brought Surazurinku out of the earth. From the front the puppet looked like a giant mole. Assuming moles had serrated teeth dripping with poison. That was just the head of the puppet, however. The rest of it was the body of a snake and was 30 feet long. This creation was his very first original construct. It had a number of defensive abilities, and it had been specifically designed to fight IWA shinobi. Surazurinku could burrow through sand, rock, or earth easily enough. It could fight with half of its body buried directly underneath Kankuro, which would effectively shield him from nasty jutsu like Doton, Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. One of the shinobi under his command reported in, "Kankuro-sama, we were able to capture the supplies intact. Should we bring them back to Suna?" He shook his head. "No, take anything immediately useful you can carry. Burn the rest." The purpose of the attack here and elsewhere through Tsuchi no Kuni, Land of Earth, was to slowly strangle their enemy. Travel would be crippled, and towns that needed to import food would soon begin to grow desperate. The Earth Daimyo was learning that soldiers made poor opponents for the terrifyingly effective guerrilla strikes that shinobi like Kankuro and his team were capable of. It would take shinobi or a massive amount of soldiers to deal with something like Surazurinku. And so far the shinobi of Iwagakure were demoralized and still in a state of shock at the deaths of their leaders and the destruction of their Jinchuriki. Only their ally Kumo had also been able to wield 2 of the living weapons in battle, and now they had both been stripped away as well. Shock and panic reigned supreme, and IWA had yet to announce a new Tsuchikage. It was the type of war that Kankuro favored. A massive battle like what had taken place in Kanahagakure would be frustrating. As a puppet master, he already had to split his attention in dozens of directions. Add in massive ninjutsu flying back and forth, projectiles, and the need to avoid doing damage to his own allies, and such a battle would be terribly taxing. "Hi Kankuro-sama," the sandy-haired Chunin replied. "Things are going well, but what I really want to do is give Surazurinku a real test." Mui was frustrated. The Jonin had not been in favor of allying so closely with Konoha. He had another plan, a plan that involved Kenjutsu that the council in their short-sightedness had forbidden. They could not see the greatness that Kyuzugaku could become. Instead, they would go on as they have, being a minor power at the beck and call of the truly great villages of the elemental nations. Even that name gnawed at his psyche. The elemental nations were named for fire, earth, water, wind and lightning countries as if they were the only nations to matter. Those short-sighted fools! Mui's senses suddenly prickled and he instantly was on guard, ready to ignite a firestorm with his personal Kapton Jutsu should it prove necessary. However, instead of an attack, a strange creature emerged from the ground. Part white and part black. The Jonin wasn't sure what exactly it was and kept a wary eye on it. Zetsu spoke, "Mui, we have been watching you." "Who are you?" "We are the Akatsuki. We will tear down the 5 great villages and recreate this world." Mui wasn't so easily convinced, but he had been intrigued. And then he went from intrigued to being hooked. Their plan seemed odd, but for too long Kyuzugaku had played second fiddle. While what they planned would not cause the ascension of his village, it would bring the major powers down. The Akatsuki was pleased with the acquisition of another elite shinobi. After Ko had sufficiently recovered, it was back to the drawing board. Tsunade stopped his heart. No change. Tsunade restricted blood flow to the brain. No change. Tsunade even paralyzed his nervous system and still no change. Sakura wasn't happy. While Kakashi's idea had been interesting, it appeared that it wasn't going to work. The only bright side was that Ko hadn't suffered any lasting harm from their experimentation. As they were wrapping up their final tests, Sasuke frowned and studied the situation. "Sakura, why are we focusing on making the body appear dead when the caged bird seal is tied to the chakra network?" Sakura's mind raced. The seal was affixed to the body. It was on the skin plain as day. But the reason why it couldn't be removed was because it was imprinted on the chakra network. If the chakra network could be shut down, then the seal's failsafe would be disabled. The problem with this was that shutting down the chakra network could destroy a shinobi's ability to use jutsu. However, if it could be done temporarily and only to the area where the seal was located. Sakura's face lit up. "Sasuke, you're a genius." "I am an Uchiha." Sakura punched his arm. "Stop it." "No, I've found the solution, and if this works, the irony is too perfect." Sasuke looked at her quizzically and Sakura explained. The gentle fist style closed Tenketsu points. If all of the Tenketsu points were closed in the head region, it would rob the caged bird seal of the power to function, and then it could be manipulated through Fuinjutsu. It still needed to be tested, but the theory was sound. The only complication was that closing Tenketsu points near the brain wasn't exactly the safest thing to do, but with a world-class medical nin on hand it could work. The irony was that the Hyuga themselves had the ability to free themselves from their seal by using their Tenketsu closing combat style. Was this planned? Did the creator of this seal want it to be reversible, but only at the hands of their family? With a new plan in mind, Sakura's inner fire burned brightly. More work had to be done. However, with the breakthrough discovered, it soon became possible to manipulate the caged bird seal Fuinjutsu formula, and Ko became the first branch member to be unsealed. Tsunade had overseen the process and had estimated the chance of serious injury or death to be less than 1% if she personally oversaw the procedure, and up to 5% if it was done by another medical nin. Those odds were acceptable to Hinata, the new head of the clan. Now she would begin sending branch members to get their seal undone. Openly flaunting the fact their Byakugan was unsealed wasn't a wise decision. The obvious problem, of course, was it would be open season on the Hyuga for those that hungered for their eyes. The second issue was the Hyuga elders. Hinata wouldn't put anything past them and wouldn't be surprised if they held the ones still afflicted with the caged bird seal hostage. It was best to go slow, and already Niji and others had been released. Hinata felt pride well in her chest. She hadn't been the heir for even 2 months, and already she was changing the clan for the better. The removal of what was essentially a slavery seal was the pinnacle of her achievements, but it wasn't the only one. The branch members were treated with kindness, and they were asked what they wanted to do. Some who had been declared unfit for shinobi duty had second chances. Some who didn't want to be shinobi were allowed to retire. Eventually word would get out to the elders, and when it did she would be ready for them. If they tried to stop her she would break them. Unlike the elders, she was not blinded by pride. She had the blessings of the Hokage and Kakashi's team. If they tried anything she would have no qualms with asking for Team 7 to clean house. That was a last resort, however. Her thoughts drifted to Kiba. They had become close after his mother's death. Kiba wanted to formalize their relationship with a marriage. Traditionally, the idea of a Hyuga heiress or a clan head marrying an Inuzuka would be unheard of, but now, anything was possible. Hinata had seen how short life's thread was and how easily it could be severed. Her mother. Her sensei. Her father. The timing is wrong, but one day soon I will accept. Jiraiya had returned from Mount Maiboku and met with Shikaku, Kakashi, and Naruto. Nara asked, "Well?" Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. "Prophecies are vague. One of my students would change the world." "Does that mean Minato? Nagato? Naruto?" Naruto held little stock in prophecies, which didn't surprise the Hokage considering who his sensei was. Shikaku didn't venture an opinion either way other than to say, "Troublesome." No new information from the Toads. No confirmation yet that it is Nagato. Until we learn more we should focus on Kumo. That sounded reasonable to Kakashi. My team will head out in a week and start destroying the outposts and border fortifications of Kaminari no Kuni, Land of Lightning. Jiraiya knew Kakashi's team was best suited for the task. They could travel swiftly and had 3 S-class shinobi. Sakura was by no means a slouch either. Her Jinjutsu and Fuinjutsu support might as well have given the team the strength of 4 S-class shinobi all on their own. Remember, Kakashi, you're there to bloody their nose. If a target of opportunity arises, I don't want you going off on your own. Hit your targets and get back to Konoha. Ma, don't be so worried. Kakashi waved off the Hokage's concern. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. I mean it, Kakashi. The Jinchuriki are being hunted. They will be targeting Naruto. I'll be taking steps to ensure that no one realizes Naruto is gone, but I don't want you to take any chances. Hi Hokage-sama, Kakashi intoned. Naruto added, "Don't worry, Purdy Sage, we got this. You just make sure nobody invades while we're gone." Shikaku just shook his head, troublesome. The discussion shifted to other issues in the village. The rebuilding was going well. The first crop of graduates of Naruto's basic shinobi reassessment were ready to go. The added genin would help backfill the genin they would be providing promotions for. Given the war, there would be no Chunin exams and the standards would be made laxer. They needed to rebuild their combat squads and be ready for the next phase in the war. Jiraiya wasn't a fan of putting shinobi who weren't 100% ready into the fray, but sometimes training in the field had to occur. The rest of Fire Country was struggling. The northern parts needed supplies and craftsmen, but with that part of the country most likely to have enemy shinobi potentially arriving, there was little incentive for anyone to travel there. The economies of all of the nations except for the Land of Water had suffered a blow as goods were no longer traveling back and forth. Banditry was on the rise, and despite the heavy losses, Jiraiya had no choice but to send out shinobi to deal with it lest anarchy reign. The good news was that IWA was still reeling from events and Suna had honored their alliance in spades. The Land of Earth hadn't been able to put up much of defense. Eventually they would get their act together, but for now their contribution to the war would be minimal outside of their own borders. Shikaku's spy network did have one piece of alarming news. Kumo was actively courting the normally neutral samurai. If they entered the war, it could make things very difficult. From his travels, Jiraiya knew that samurai were not to be trifled with. Their rigid focus on kenjutsu made them predictable but quite deadly in close quarters. Of all the hidden villages, Kumo had the most in common with them. Jiraiya thought about it and then stated, "We'll want to have a team go in person and present our case." He looked at Naruto. "Who would you recommend?" Naruto felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He glanced at Kakashi and then back at the Hokage. "We should send Neji, Tenten, and Lee. Neji and Lee are a fantastic combination. Lee's great weakness is his susceptibility to Jinjutsu, which is countered nicely by Niji's ability to see through visual Jinjutsu, which is the most commonly used. Both of them are formidable fighters, and Niji has the bearing of a noble. Naruto continued, Tintin is a weapons expert and will get along well with a land full of people who like to carry swords. Since they were already on a genin team together, they will have great teamwork. We have a strong team that can act in diplomatic situations and is almost impossible to ambush. Kakashi gave him an eye smile that signaled his agreement. Shikaku couldn't find any fault with the analysis either. While teams were frequently set up in 4-man blocks, it wasn't a requirement. The fewer that went, the more easily their presence could be masked from Kumo's agents. Jiraiya smiled, good choices Naruto, we'll give them a day to get ready and then they will be off. I'll let you handle the mission briefing. Naruto felt a bit awkward giving orders to 3 shinobi from a class that graduated before him. It wouldn't be difficult since the control Kakashi had taught him would ensure no tremor entered his voice when he spoke with them. Likewise, there would be no nervous eye movement or gestures. He would radiate an air of jovial authority that fit his reputation but also called for respect. It would be the first time he ordered shinobi on a mission. If they were killed on the mission, it would be because he had selected them for it. That worry gnawed at his gut. His thoughts were with the 3 who would be sent out. The final thought was the one that would keep him up at night. Sending shinobi out on life and death missions. This is what it means to be Hokage. Do I really want this? The wedding between Sasuke and Ami was a rushed affair. Sasuke was impatient to begin rebuilding his clan, and Ami was thrilled at being the first Mrs. Uchiha. Despite the hasty arrangements, there were an absurd number of guests. The last Uchiha was getting married. It represented many things, not the least of which was hope in a troubled wartime. The village knew that Sasuke would likely be on the front lines of any conflict, and each time he went out to fight for the glory of Konoha, a single misstep could cost him his life and the village their most powerful dojutsu. Sasuke didn't care too much about the masses. He did care quite a bit about his teammates and his sensei. They were all in attendance, and he cherished the thought that one day his children would look up to Naruto and Sakura as an uncle and an aunt. The ceremony was mercifully swift, and the village was happy for Ami. It was clear to all that she was on cloud 9 at being able to marry Sasuke. Even the other girls who wanted Sasuke's hand weren't too bent out of shape, since she would not be the last woman he married. The celebration kicked off, and there was dancing and drinking. Much merriment was to be had, however, that led to one happy bride drinking a bit too much. Ami wasn't an overtly cruel young woman despite her early years. However, with drink she grew more bold and more self-satisfied in her lot in life. She could be heard several times saying that clearly she was the most beautiful and perfect woman in the village for her to be selected first by Sasuke-kun. While Sasuke found that behavior annoying, it wasn't enough to truly rile him up. But then she set her sights on Sakura. You know, Sakura, I used to be so jealous that you got to be a kunoichi and be on Sasuke-kun's team. It made me so mad. But look at us now. I ended up getting Sasuke and you got stuck with the class clown. Naruto wasn't bothered by the words. He had no insecurities about his place in the village. He was Naruto Namikaze. His actions had saved thousands of lives, and one day he would be the Hokage. The words only annoyed him in the sense that they were insulting to Sakura. Sakura could also care less. The girl was drunk and high on life right now. Let her have her petty win on the day she got married. Sasuke wasn't quite so forgiving. Killing intent brought all of the revelry to a sudden halt. It wasn't directed at the crowd. It was focused on his bride, who felt sudden terror in every fiber of her body. She couldn't even move aside from trembling like a leaf in a storm. You will not insult my friends. One word from either of them and I will set you aside at a moment's notice. His icy tone sent shivers down Ami's spine. Sakura started to say it was all right, but Sasuke silenced her with a look. Now apologize. Ami's teeth were chattering and she was stuttering like Hinata had once done in the academy. But she managed to push out her apologies to both Naruto and Sakura. Only then did the oppressive killing intent lift. Ami looked around at everyone staring at her. Some with shock, others with pity, and others with scorn. What was supposed to have been her most joyous day had turned into utter humiliation. She took one last look in the crowds and burst into sobs, fleeing from the area. Jiraiya, who was in attendance, buried his head in his hands. He had hoped to get some inspiration from what should have been a romantic event, something his female readers enjoyed immensely. Instead, this happened. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You know, her words didn't bother us. That's a crazy way to start your first day of marriage. It didn't bother you, but it bothered me. Naruto, you are my brother. Sakura, you are my sister. Those who disrespect you, disrespect me. I won't stand for it. Sakura had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was glad to hear how strongly he valued them, but on the other she felt pity. Sasuke wasn't looking for love in these marriages. His words on their disastrous date were more haunting now than ever. Sakura, I have never felt what you want me to feel. I don't know if I'm capable of it. Sakura knew that Sasuke had been broken by his brother on that horrible night when his family was murdered. Not many people understood just how damaged he was. If it had not been for the strong bonds Kakashi had forged with Team 7, she wondered if Sasuke would care about a single other living soul. Kami, I hope this changes when he has children. It was a day before Kakashi's team would head out. Since Sakura was no longer needed to help with the unsealing of the caged bird seal, she was free to push her creative mind further into the applications of Fuinjutsu in combat. Today she had placed the finishing touches on the ANBU suit, as she liked to call it. Naruto, Kakashi and Sasuke watched as the Fuinjutsu prodigy went over the various seals on the dark bodysuit and mask. Naruto already knew most of it, as it was his clones that did most of the heavy lifting in terms of the workload. Sakura was the idea girl and Naruto just needed to be taught the various seals and the amount of chakra used. From their mass production was easy. We'll start with the mask. The mask has hardening seals which will prevent all but the strongest projectile from shattering it. It won't stop a futon lace kunai thrown by Naruto-kun, but anything short of that will leave nothing but a scratch. The seal design was actually fairly simple and was already in use on buildings. The only change had been to miniaturize it, which had been completed with etching as opposed to chakra ink. There are additional seals on the inside of the mask that filter air. Poisonous substances will be filtered out so clean air can be breathed. Depending on the saturation of gas, there might not be enough clean air, which is why a tiny storage seal has been added with oxygen. It requires a tiny burst of chakra to activate, but you'll be able to breathe clean air for an additional 10 minutes. Naruto knew she planned on having the masks provided to ANBU and then eventually to any shinobi who desired one. Sakura continued. The sunny day paralleled her personality that morning. Talking about Fuinjutsu was a passion of hers. Next we get to the suit itself. It isn't very bulky, far less so than a standard flak jacket. However, every inch of it has seals that strengthen it from strikes. It isn't as strong as the mask, but it should stop all projectiles and anything a Chunin could throw at it. Flame retardant seals are standard. Sakura was wearing one of the suits and she asked Sasuke to demonstrate by unleashing a katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke gave her look, but when she nodded he blurred through the hand seals and sent a massive fireball her way. Sakura had hastily placed her mask on and the fireball exploded and covered her with flames. When the smoke cleared, Sakura gave the victory symbol as her team inspected her for any damage. But that isn't all this suit can do. I'll need some clones to demonstrate some of the offensive capabilities. Naruto created a few of his Kage Bunshin. Now block my downward strike, she ordered. The clone blocked her descending knife hand. As soon as it made contact with the suit, a flurry of razor-sharp metal exploded from the edge of Sakura's covered hand. It instantly ventilated the clone, who dissipated. Pressure-based storage seals are located on the palms, the edge of the hand, the foot, the knee, and on the back. When you push chakra into the seal, it unleashes what is basically one of my kunai scrolls. However, instead of kunai, it is shredded metal. With the air pressure built into the seal, it will make mincemeat of all but the fastest Jonin-level opponents. Kakashi was impressed. It did not pay to be a taijutsu specialist in the brave new world Sakura was taking them into. With time we can modify the suits to each shinobi's unique needs. The possibilities are endless. A tiny trickle of chakra and sulfuric acid could spray from your palms. Or one of my special kunai surprises that worked so well against IWA. She held up a finger. There is one drawback, however. The seals do require chakra to operate, and in order to fit them all in, it takes a significant amount of chakra to keep it running for 3 days. However, I'm getting around that by using our little chakra battery here. Gee, thanks Sakura-chan. But that isn't going to work for ANBU teams, Kakashi admonished. True, but if we put the entire suit in a stasis scroll, the chakra bleed would be minimal, allowing us to mass product these and only bring them out right before a fight. Kakashi saw weaknesses in the idea, since you didn't always know when you would be getting into a fight. However, having those available when you would know, like when a massive shinobi army attacked the walls of Konoha, they would be another formidable weapon in Konoha's arsenal. Sakura finished her demonstration, so who is ready to field test these against Kumo? Chapter 55, This is War. Team 7 moved out for Kumo. They were clad head to toe in the black Fuinjutsu suit Sakura had supplied. Kakashi already had some specific modifications he would like for his suit that he would talk to Sakura about when they returned. The countryside of Hai no Kuni blurred past them. They would be crossing a couple of countries before they reached Kumo, but it wouldn't take them long moving at the speed they were going. The plan was simple: reach the borders of the Land of Lightning and destroy any defensive bastions and shinobi patrols they encountered. After shattering their outer defenses, they would retreat back toward Konoha. Kumo wouldn't know for sure if this was a prelude to a larger invasion or just an attack of opportunity. They would waste time and manpower, and before they could get their act together, Team 7 would be back in Konoha. It was only the first phase in a multi-step plan that Shikaku and Kakashi had hashed out. Sasuke was eager to try his new Sharingan abilities out. So far his eyes had not weakened like Kakashi's eye had with repeated use. Likely Susanoo would be overkill for whatever they faced, but even weak opponents could still allow him to test the chakra construct and his other new abilities. Sakura was less eager. While this was war and not murder, she knew that this was basically an execution. The defending Kumo shinobi didn't stand a chance. Field experimentation was well and good, but if the caliber of their opponents wasn't challenging enough, it would mean little. Besides, she would much rather be working on refining some of her ideas for her next project. Naruto's mind wasn't in the game. Oh, he kept his senses sharp and ensured he wouldn't be caught off guard in an ambush, but his thoughts were not on the mission. Instead, they were focused on Niji, Lee, and Tintin. Sending out shinobi on a mission was nerve-wracking to him, and his thoughts constantly flittered back to their safety. Kakashi approached the mission the same way he did all missions. It was another job, and he would do it the best of his ability. The four had very different thoughts going through their heads, but when the time came for jutsu and kunai, they would act as one. Daimyonashi had not been happy since the council meeting where the Mizukage had declared their village would be neutral in the coming conflict. He knew he was one of the best kinjutsu specialists in the village, but outside of Kiri no one knew his strength. The thought of being an old man before being acknowledged by the wider world was simply unacceptable. In a clearing on his family property, he worked out his frustrations by doing a set of blistering fast blade strikes. He lost himself in the steady rhythm of his blade work. Outside of true battle, this was what he reveled in. The blade he used was a simple katana. What he did with it was where the magic happened. Kisame let some of his chakra loose that he had been tightly coiling as he watched the young Minashi go through his blade routines. Dai's eyes instantly went to him as he walked out of the mist. Not bad at all, Kisame complimented. Dai had the confidence and brashness of youth, but even with it he knew he was outmatched. This was the mist's greatest swordsman and one of its greatest traitors. What do you want? His voice was tight and harsh. Kisame revealed his sharp teeth. You. It's obvious you're not pleased with Little Mei's refusal to join the war. What if I gave you a way to fight? To test your mettle against my enemies? The ice had been broken and soon Dai had agreed. Kisame was a bit disappointed that Sasare's intel was again accurate. Just once he'd like to see the creepy puppet master be wrong about these things. Ah well, it will be good to have another swordsman with us. It was good to be back with her old teammates. Tintin had missed the two of them even though they had driven her crazy when she was a genin. Age had mellowed out some of their more annoying traits. Niji was not longer so fatalistic about, well, everything. Guy had taught him a final lesson with his death, and now the young man had abandoned his talk of fate. In fact, lately Niji was smiling far more often. Tintin wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Maybe he was happy that Hinata was now in charge of the clan? Rock Lee had also changed. The death of his sensei had been a colossal blow, and he had been depressed for over a month. He finally found a way to deal with his grief and respect what Guy had taught him. While he was still prone to challenging himself to difficult tasks, he didn't do it nearly as often. And he was a bit easier on the ears too. What do you expect we'll find when we get there? Tintin asked her two companions. Niji, who had the most knowledge of the Land of Iron, shrugged. The samurai tend to keep to themselves. They are very traditional and generally look down on shinobi. If that's the case, why is the Hokage worried they might side with Kumo? Mifune is different. He has fought with shinobi in the past and has even visited the elemental nations on numerous occasions. Unlike his predecessors, he keeps watch on the shinobi world. The samurai cherish their way of the sword, and Kumo Nin are respectful of this. Several Kumo shinobi have actually apprenticed themselves to the samurai for a while. Lee pumped his fist into the air. If it were easy, the Hokage would not have brought our team back together. We must show them that we have honor as well, and that Kumogakure is the one who started this conflict. Tintin questioned Niji about what else he knew about the potential players in Tetsu no Kuni, Land of Iron. Mifune's right-hand man and the samurai in charge of security is Okisuke. He doesn't like shinobi at all, which is good since we know he'll recommend not aiding Kumo. Niji continued, the one in charge of trade with the elemental nations is Urakaku. He's hard to read, but the Hyuga have a cordial relationship with the man. That is who we will meet with first to see if we can get an audience with Mifune himself. With the plan in place, they continued their journey. They were on guard. With Kumo Nin also being in the area, they needed to be prepared for anything. Konohamaru had received the promotion to Chunin. With his sensei Ebisu still going through extensive physical rehabilitation after his encounter with the Tsuchikage, it made sense to keep the team intact and simply add another. It would allow Konohamaru to gain experience leading teams, though all of the missions would be within Hai no Kuni. Hanabi Hyuga was the fourth member of the team. She was younger than Udon, Moegi, and Konohamaru, but she had been trained by her house from a very young age. Konohamaru had been embarrassed after he actually lost a taijutsu spar with her. He was confident he could beat the young Hyuga in a full-out fight, but when it came to taijutsu, she had his number. It was quite annoying considering Hanabi had graduated the academy early and was 2 years younger than he was. For her part, Hanabi was glad to finally be a shinobi. Beating her new team commander gave her a boost in pride, but Hinata's orders to have Ko act as her escort even after becoming a genin had knocked the wind out of her sails. Ko did not mind watching over Hanabi, just as he had not minded watching over Hinata. It was an honor, and one that showed Hinata-sama trusted him implicitly. Having the seal removed had made him more, not less, loyal to the main branch line. Ko's thoughts were interrupted when he saw 4 of the clan elders arrive at the training grounds. He immediately approached them as Konohamaru called a halt to their training. We have come to take Hanabi to her sister. Your presence is no longer required, Ko. The elder spoke in a low, confident tone. He expected obedience. Ko bowed his head. Forgive me, but I have received orders from Hinata-sama herself to be by Lady Hanabi's side at all times. The female elder frowned. Remember your place. You have your orders, but surely they do not entail refusing a command from one of us. Ko remained steadfast. Honored elder, I mean no disrespect, but I do not interpret Hinata-sama's orders. I follow them to the letter. If you find me at fault, please report it to Hinata-sama. The lead speaker stepped forward and loomed a bit. Ko Hyuga, I am an elder of the family, and I order you to relinquish Hanabi into our care. Do not try my patience. Konohamaru was well aware of the caged bird seal and the effects it could have on the branch family. He did not want to see the torture seal used. He stepped forward between them. Regardless of Lady Hyuga's orders, I am the commander of this genin cell, and I say that training is not done. The elders glanced at each other nervously. Dealing with the Sarutobi clan wasn't what they had bargained for. Konohamaru, this is a private affair of the Hyuga clan. I am sure training can wait for another day. Konohamaru folded his arms across his chest and simply replied, no. The elders were at a crossroads. One of the ones who had not yet spoken retorted angrily. Regardless of what you say, boy, you will not interfere in a private clan matter. After saying these words, he formed the seal that would leave Ko in agony on the ground. Only much to everyone but Ko's surprise, nothing happened. The lead elder stared at Ko as if he had grown horns and transformed into a biju. He attempted to activate the seal again. There was no effect. What have you done? The female elder dashed forward and chakra crackled at her fingertips as she leaped at the branch member. At the same time she shouted at the rest, take them, none can know of this. Ko was no Niji, however he was probably the second strongest branch member in the Hyuga clan and he was in his prime. He deflected the older Kunoichi's attacks and shouted, Hanabi, run! He didn't know why the 4 clan elders wanted Hanabi, but it couldn't have been for anything good. Hinata would never have sent them like this for her sister. Hanabi had been given an order but was torn on what to do. Udon and Moegi tossed a barrage of kunai at one of the elders. While their accuracy was on point, for a Hyuga it was easy to deflect projectiles and they did little but slow down the advance of the other main house elders. But even that short period of time was vital as Konohamaru swiftly bit his thumb and gave a tremendous shout. Kuchios no Jutsu! Summoning technique, Lichio was something of a taijutsu prodigy in Kumo. While only 13 years old she had already reached the rank of Chunin. Considering the inherent weakness taijutsu users faced against Kinjutsu, this meant her taijutsu was actually at the level of a jonin. Her short-cropped light blue hair was kept short so it wouldn't interfere with her complicated acrobatic attacks. She, like the other members of the 5 different teams manning the outpost on this section of the border of their country, was tense. If the enemy marched here, they were the first line of defense. Many thought it was only a matter of time. It comforted her that her older sister Nyo was also stationed here. How she hated Konoha and their cruel schemes. She had seen the jovial killer bee perform one of his rap sessions in front of the crowds. She had remembered thinking him a blundering fool who was utterly harmless. And she had watched as the Jinchuriki fought the strange Konoha team that had waltzed into their village. She had never imagined that the man she had considered a fool would fight with such ferocity. But in the end, no matter how many times the Konoha shinobi seemingly were defeated, they would emerge whole out of a giant mouth. In the end, they had captured the Rakich's brother while the village watched helplessly. Since then 2 months had passed as she brutally trained her body. She vowed to herself that she would never be so helpless in front of an enemy again. The afternoon brought a small cool breeze. All was clear on her end when a massive surge of chakra filled the air. It was immense. And it was coming from above. She felt an ominous foreboding as the chakra grew heavier and the breeze stopped. The Jonin commander of the outpost shouted, "Get away from the outpost. Now!" Lichio didn't have to be told twice as she jumped over the wooden railing and raced down the side of the construct. She saw others from her team do the same. She got to the ground and continued racing away from the structure when the entire fortification was smashed to pieces. A heavy force with the strength of a meteor had slammed into the fortress. It was obliterated and wooden shrapnel was blasted in all directions. Lichio was thrown off her feet and she flipped backwards, bringing her arms up to protect her vital areas. Wooden shrapnel streamed past her at speeds faster than any thrown kunai. She rolled into the ground and broke her fall adroitly. The kunoichi looked frantically for her sister and exhaled in relief when she saw she was fine, if a bit bloody from the fall. Their Jonin commander was alive as well, though he had a vicious gash in his leg. Through the haze she could see another couple of survivors, but that was it. 15 shinobi dead in an instant. She swallowed and saw the enemy. 4 Konoha nin in dark ANBU uniforms. Their faceless masks, she knew, hid faces that were probably filled with sadistic glee at the lives they had just snuffed out. Rage gripped her as her fists clenched. She advanced forward, ready and eager to avenge her comrades. The foe that broke off to fight her was slightly taller than her. Tufts of pink hair peeked out above the white mask that concealed her features. To Lichio's right she saw her commander ready his wakizashi. However, he had not gone forward 3 steps when black fire sprang around him. It burned him horribly and he let out an involuntary scream of pain. She saw her sister quickly attempt to douse the flames with her Suiton Jutsu. But the effort was futile as the water proved impotent against the black flames. The screams filled her mind as she closed on the enemy kunoichi. She put on a burst of speed and dived low, coming up with a surprise rising kick. Her opponent blocked the blow and pushed her leg away, but she was already compensating and delivered several quick strikes. Each blow was blocked skillfully. She heard her sister give out a cry of pain along with the splash of wind and water. She redoubled her efforts to take down her enemy. The enemy blocked a punch, but it left her wide open. Grinning, Lichio slammed her elbow into the hateful mask. It did no damage to her enemy and hurt her own elbow. Her opponent's head was knocked back from the blows slightly, but the mask didn't even have a dent on it. Fine, if that doesn't work, I'll strike somewhere else. Earlier her opponent had been able to block her attacks, but now she was allowing openings. Lichio was worried about a trap, but with her commander burning to death and her sister in trouble, it was no time to be cautious. Her fist slammed into the belly of her opponent only for her knuckles to be bruised. It was like punching steel. The blow caused her opponent to be pushed back a step, but other than that it hadn't even fazed her. Snarling in rage, she unleashed another taijutsu barrage. Now even more of her blows were getting through. A punch to the shoulder, a knife hand to the ribs, a kick to the leg and another kick to the chest. All succeeded in accomplishing absolutely nothing. Her hands were hurting and she had been unable to deal a single decent blow. The battlefield became silent. The screams had stopped. She looked frantically around and spotted not a living comrade in sight. Her sister's body lay on the ground in a pool of blood. Sorrow-ward with rage. Her entire team, her commander and her sister were all dead. And she couldn't do a single thing to stop them. All of her training was useless. Just like when they took Killer Bee, she was utterly helpless. A shinobi wasn't supposed to show emotion, but tears now glistened on her cheeks. A voice spoke, the only one who might have had any actionable intelligence is now a burnt corpse. This one won't know anything of use. There was no doubt what was going to happen next, but she would not die on her knees. The 13-year-old girl let out one last battle cry and charged forward. Her fist arched forward with all of the power she could muster. The pink-haired shinobi darted to the side and countered with a palm strike. Lichio brought her other arm up to block, and pain was the price. From her enemy's palm, scores of razor-sharp metal shards sped forward and ripped her arm apart. Several of the shards ripped into her shoulder, chest, and embedded themselves in her lungs. The impact and momentum of the shards drove her to the ground as she coughed up blood. She knew it was a mortal blow. She weakly tried to inhale only to aspirate her life's blood. Her last thoughts were ones of hatred and grief for the monsters of the leaf before a kunai mercifully ended her suffering. Fuyu was frustrated with her task. She was responsible for bringing in 19 other jonin together and forging them into a team that could kill opponents like the Sannin and Kakashi. As she looked over every dossier, she grew more and more frustrated. Every single S-ranked shinobi from Kumo was dead. The idea of any of these shinobi being able to stand up to someone of Jiraiya's caliber was laughable. So far she had only picked 3 of her best scouts and 1 medical nin skilled with chakra scalpels. That was it. She had spent 2 months attempting to figure out who should be in her elite assassination squad, and indecision was crippling her. She had over 50 names in the maybe pile and twice that in the definite no pile, but she was no closer to rounding out the remaining 15 than she was 2 weeks ago. And now Tezuka Yatsuki, the new Raikage, had demanded an update on the status of the Kinkaku force. She bowed low. "Raikage-sama, forgive me, but I have made little progress." The older shinobi stared at her intently, his features were expressionless. "Konoha could strike at any moment, and we need something to counter their monstrous shinobi. We cannot afford delay." "Hi, I understand, but when I look over everyone's abilities, I cannot see how we can win with any sort of consistency. If we just fought Tsunade or the Hokage by themselves 20 to 1 we could win, but when will they be alone? I fear any name that I select will be another shinobi doomed to die. Tezuka did not respond right away. Instead, he let the silence stretch between them. It was very different than how the previous Raikage behaved. He was all action and you always knew where you stood with him. Yatsuki was the opposite. She didn't know if he enjoyed watching his subordinates squirm or if that was just a vicious rumor, but she hoped he would speak soon and break the repressive silence. And if they are doomed to die, why not have them go out in a blaze of glory? I will grant you full access to all of the kenjutsu known to us. Many of the techniques are kenjutsu because they involve great sacrifice of body or sometimes even one's life to use. Fuyu didn't like the sound of that. But there was logic there. Hadn't the Raikage died at the hands of a kenjutsu? It cost his killer his life, but he was dead and the invasion halted all the same. It was unlikely they would have something like the Hashimoto in the sealed archives, but there may be other techniques that were banned that could do something similar. And all it would take was the probable cost of one shinobi's life. As members of Kumogakure, she and anyone else would be proud to die for their village while taking out such a tremendous threat. Thank you, Raikage-sama, for your wisdom. I will have my team review the kenjutsu and then make my selections within the week. Without saying another word, the Godame waved his hand and dismissed her. Fuyu left and headed down the sealed area where the kenjutsu were kept. She felt hope for the first time in a month. Somewhere in those dark and dusty archives lay something she could give her team, something that could equalize the battlefield. If it required the sacrifice of her life, she would give it, but she would look for any way to avoid that. She had a promise to fulfill and a brother to avenge before she would allow herself to die. An explosion of smoke revealed the mighty form of Enma, the Monkey King. The Hyuga elders stopped. They had not expected the personal summon of the Sandaime to appear before them. Enma took in the scene and snorted. What is going on here? Konohamaru looked angry. These idiots tried to attack me and they attacked Hanabi's bodyguard. The lead elder was quickly grasping at straws on how to proceed. Attacking the Monkey King was tantamount to suicide. This summon was able to make a difference in Kaguya-level battles. Even if they had been in their prime, it was doubtful they could win the encounter now. Enma-sama, we are here at the behest of Lady Hinata to retrieve her sister. We were stopped by this branch member and young Konohamaru was confused and thought we were in the wrong. Please take young Sarutobi in hand and we will take Hanabi and Co. with us back to the Hyuga estates. The old monkey looked at the elders with disdain. He was not impressed with the lies he was hearing. Barely restrained killing intent still radiated from the four elders. Enma spoke in a deep voice, we go to the Hokage Tower and this will be sorted out there. The elders protested, but when Enma insisted, they faced the choice of outright battle or obedience. The chief summons of the various animal clans did not care about Hyuga prestige. The four were feverishly thinking of how they could get out of the situation. Their plan was in shambles and they would soon be at the mercy of an angry Hokage. Not only was their plan ruined, but the clan as they knew it was being swept away. Hinata had always spoken out against the caged bird seal and now she had somehow freed one of the branch members. Unsealed branch members would be under no obligation to listen to the main branch. They marched to the Hokage Tower with growing trepidation. The Hyuga clan as they knew it had been stolen from them and their scheming would take them out of the game. In their minds, Hinata and her soft-hearted ways would kill the clan and their ability to take any sort of action was now marginalized. Mabui had arrived in the Land of Iron with her bodyguards. She had been instrumental in organizing a clean succession and allowing the Godame Raikage to assume control. However, Tezuka preferred his own assistant after the initial handoff had occurred. This was fine for Mabui since the man's cold demeanor was a constant reminder that the Yondaime Raikage was dead and gone. However, Mabui's knowledge of international politics would not go to waste. Tezuka's clan had paved the way for a private audience with Mifune himself to plead Kumo's case. Her arguments were lined up and in 2 days' time she would do her best to win the support of the samurai. As a jonin herself, she knew that Kumo could not win as they were now. Either Kirigakure or the Land of Iron would need to provide assistance or Konoha would destroy them. A complication had arisen, however. A team from Konoha had just arrived as well. With an opposing viewpoint, it would be much harder to make their case. Her bodyguard proposed one solution that Mabui had concerns with. Atsui had recommended they kill the trio of Konoha nin that had arrived before they could say their piece. The problem was that there was no guarantee they would be victorious, and it would cast their claims of Konoha aggression in doubt. Atsui had been angry at her denial and he had stormed off. She had him followed just in case he decided to do something rash. He was a terrible choice to accompany her, but it had been the Rakich's orders. For the life of her she couldn't begin to grasp the reasoning of sending someone who had been reprimanded for speaking out of turn on a diplomatic mission. The Rakich's nephew Hidaka Yatsuki glanced at her worriedly. You don't think he would actually try to confront the Konoha shinobi himself, do you? The Rakich's nephew was a short and slender man. He was a genjutsu specialist like his uncle. As she understood it, she had been saddled with him to show him how international diplomacy worked. Mabui found this curious because the boy was 17 and still a chunin, which was actually average, but why groom someone for leadership positions when they were mediocre? The young man's generally nervous nature also bothered her. I don't think he will, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. The loss of his arm and the death of his sister have made him bitter. Hidaka tapped his fingers nervously on the table. What are you going to do about the Konoha shinobi? Right now? Nothing. I will go forward and make my case to Mifune. I'll let him know how two-faced the Leaf Village has been and about the abduction of the Jinchuriki. I wish they weren't here, but any move we make on them has the chance of backfiring terribly. Do you think they might come after us? Mabui shook her head. We should be cautious but not paranoid. We have a dozen shinobi here and they only have 3. We don't know enough about their team to determine how dangerous they are, but attacking us creates the same risk for Konoha as attacking them would for us. That being said, Mabui returned to her thoughts on how to best present the Rakich's case to the Teisho of Tetsu no Kuni. Chapter 56, The Land of Iron. Anko finished heaving the contents of her stomach. Fuck morning sickness, she said out loud even though Onwon was around to hear her. She washed her mouth out and swore vengeance on Irika for what he had done to her. Team 7 hit several more of Kumo's border fortifications. Some of them were manned by soldiers of the daimyo while others had shinobi garrisoned. Regardless of who was defending them, the results mattered little. Sakura was able to battle test her new seals, and all 4 of them were getting comfortable with triggering the Fuinjutsu seals in taijutsu encounters. Sasuke became proficient with Amaterasu and Susanoo. Susanoo was a significant chakra drain, but it acted as a nearly impenetrable defense and at the same time gave him a multiple of offensive options. He could use a sword or actually fire arrows of pure chakra at his opponents. Needless to say, between the brutal efficacy of Kakashi, the Fuinjutsu and Jinjutsu of Sakura, the massive army of clones and powerful Futon Jutsu, and the heightened abilities of Mangekyo Sharingan, there was nothing the valiant border forces could do to stop them. This led to Sasuke growing impatient for a real fight. Kakashi-sensei, why don't we just end this war? Head to Kumogakure and destroy the village once and for all. Kakashi gave his eager pupil an eye smile. Chakra is finite even for Naruto. Dealing with thousands and thousands of shinobi will exhaust our chakra reserves and eventually we would be overrun. I also have a feeling that Kumo will have a few tricks still up their sleeves. HNN, I don't think they will be any challenge. I see your point about chakra, but this is pathetic. We've been out here for 2 days and the last fortification we arrived at had been abandoned. Naruto added his perspective. Don't forget, we don't want to get too winded in case we have to deal with more Akatsuki. I've reviewed the reports. Those bastards hit Iwagakure and Kumogakure and got their Jinchuriki while we were defending Konoha. And that was with Kisame and Itachi, 2 of what we assumed were their strongest, interfering with our battle outside of Takigakure. They still have some heavy hitters and we don't want to let our guard down. Fine, I see the point. I guess there is nothing left to do but head back. Kakashi agreed. Naruto whispered something to Sakura which made her snort with amusement. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the pair, which caused Sakura to laugh again. What? Nothing, just commenting that someone was probably looking for a reason to delay returning to Konoha, Naruto answered. Shut up. Sasuke growled. He knew they were poking fun at his less than cordial start to his first marriage. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. While they didn't have the professional decorum he was used to in AnBu, he didn't mind cutting them some slack. They had exceeded even his high expectations. What Sasuke had said wasn't far off the mark. His Susanoo was something that very few shinobi had any answer to. And even with that strength, Kakashi knew Naruto was even stronger. The boy's chakra reserves allowed him to abuse Kage Bunshin like no other shinobi. The pure speed and strength that was replicated with the shadow clones would allow a single clone to deal with any Chunin one-on-one. And if a single clone fought a Jonin, it might very well win as well, depending on the Jonin's specialty. Sakura didn't have the village-killing abilities of her two teammates, but her Fuinjutsu allowed her to be a force multiplier. Even more than just enhancing her own team's abilities, her seals were making every single Konoha shinobi more powerful once they became more widely distributed. Wherever Team 7 went, they would crush their enemy, but they couldn't be everywhere at once. Sakura's seals could be. Kakashi would never allow overconfidence to jeopardize his village. However, looking at the conflict from a logical perspective, they had this in the bag if the Akatsuki didn't step in and assist. The possibilities of the Rinnegan were disturbing, and it was one of the final worries Kakashi had for the future of his young prodigies. Kakashi signaled the team and they raced back toward Konoha. Another successful mission was complete. Atsui wasn't happy about the mission to the Land of Iron. It seemed obvious to him that this was a punishment for speaking out of turn. The new Raikage remembered even small slights, and so he was sent into a non-combat mission when all he really wanted to do was burn some Konoha shinobi. He had taken the opportunity to leave the others and enjoy the night air. To many it would seem cold, but Atsui was never touched by it. That thought reminded him of his sister, and his mood soured again. The change in emotions was fortunate, as he realized the telltale signs of a Genjutsu creeping into his chakra network. Reacted with the speed and grace elite Jonin were known for, he used Kawarimi to alter his position with a stone and then hastily flushed his chakra system with a forceful Kai. His reaction time had been fortunate, as dozens of kunai smashed the stone and the area around it a moment later. Atsui let his senses drift out and he felt a trio of chakra signatures. He spotted two of them. One was throwing the sped kunai scroll to the side and pulling out a second. The other figure was Kunoichi, who threw a brace of kunai with explosive tags trailing the end of them. Konoha dogs! Atsui used one hand to form the necessary seals and launched Katan, Goryoka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The massive dragon made of flame intercepted the two kunai and prematurely detonated the exploding tags. The dragon's fury was not yet spent as it raced toward the two shinobi. Both shinobi leaped away from the attack and the dragon detonated. The destructive attack collapsed a nearby building and seared one of the attacking shinobi. Atsui was on guard now, and so when he felt the intrusion of another Genjutsu, he swiftly negated the mentally unbalancing attack. He spotted a third figure that was likely responsible for the Genjutsu draw blade and make a beeline for him. The Kumo shinobi was tempted to test his katana skills with his left arm, but decided against it. Instead, he launched one of his signature techniques. Katan, Shirbuhari, Fire Release, Death Needles. A tiny ball of fire raced toward the charging shinobi. Once it was only several feet away, it detonated into tiny slivers of fire in all directions. The heat from the tiny bits of flame seared through the cobblestone and the walls of nearby buildings. The shinobi was perforated with dozens of the fiery needles. However, instead of dying, the charging shinobi dissipated in a puff of smoke. Fucking shadow clones, Atsui snarled. The singed shinobi turned and launched Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, at him. Atsui was insulted that the Konoha dog would attempt to use a fire jutsu on him. Using barely a trickle of his own chakra, he pushed the flames away from him. The technique didn't have a name, but what it essentially did was mix his own Katan chakra with the oncoming attack. He then had brief and tentative control of the flames, which he used to shove the attack away from him. All of this had occurred in less than 10 seconds, and the alarm bells began to ring. The samurai would soon be on the way. A swarm of kunai rushed his way from the second scroll, and he dodged to the side, preparing another Katan jutsu. Before he could accomplish that, another of the leaf nines sprang at him and led with a kick. Atsui blocked with own leg and counter-attacked with a knife hand strike. The enemy shinobi blocked the attack, but the force of the blow was enough to dispel the Kage Bunshin. He was about to return to his own jutsu when he noticed the two shinobi he initially saw were fleeing across the rooftops. He began to pursue, taking to the roofs himself. A patrol of samurai shouted, "Halt!" in the name of the Taisho. Atsui longed to pursue the fleeing shinobi, but he wasn't quite hot-headed enough to ignore the direct commands of the samurai. If he did, their diplomatic mission would end in shame. Fine, but don't lose sight of them. There is another one around here somewhere too. Atsui didn't hold out much hope the samurai would be able to catch them. Samurai weren't useless in a fight, but their strength lay in kenjutsu, not in stealth and subterfuge. Atsui was not wrong and would later learn all of the shinobi had escaped. Niji, Lee, and Tenten woke early and prepared for their meeting with Yurakaku. Niji hoped Lee would remain restrained. They both have large eyebrows, maybe they can bond over that, Niji thought sarcastically. Niji had worn formal Hyuga robes. Tenten was not wearing her normal kunoichi gear. Instead, she had opted to wear a kimono with a floral pattern that was in style within Tetsu no Kuni. And Lee, well, he had been unable to convince Lee to go shopping for another outfit. And apparently green spandex was all the taijutsu expert owned. The first concern Niji noticed when they arrived was the massive amount of security. There were far more samurai around every nook and corner than would be normal. He knew the Kumo delegation had arrived first. They may have poisoned the well, so to speak, and could have told stories about the team's true purpose here. They were soon ushered into a room with Yurakaku. The man was seated behind a desk and had a dozen samurai in the room lining the walls. Niji stepped forward and one of the armored men stepped in his path. "You go no further, shinobi." His brow furrowed and he looked at Yurakaku and inclined his head. "I had expected a warmer greeting from my clan's friends in Tetsu no Kuni." Yurakaku stood up slowly and gestured with his hand dismissively. "I have long been a friend to the Hyuga and a personal one to your father." He paused and then continued. "First and foremost, I am a servant of Mifune-sama, as you are a servant to Jiraiya. We serve Tetsu no Kuni and you serve Hai no Kuni. Our friendship cannot change those facts." Tenten looked at Niji worriedly. The Hyuga briefly considered how direct he should be. Ultimately, he determined the best course would be to find out the why behind the hostility. "Yurakaku-sama, your loyalty to your country is admirable and I would never expect that to change. I am curious why you think our respective loyalties would prevent our clan's continued friendship." The man's gaze narrowed. "Do not play us for fools. You are at war with Kumo and have attempted to assassinate one of their diplomats on our soil. Starting a conflict with someone the Taisho had granted safe passage is an attack on our honor." Niji's eyes widened slightly. "I assure you Konoha did not attack anyone within your land. Why would we risk conflict with you? Our purpose is to reaffirm your neutrality in the coming conflict." Yurakaku made a gesture and one of his guards approached and handed Niji an empty kunai scroll. This was found at the scene of the ambush. Tenten interjected, "There are thousands of those scrolls across Hai no Kuni. Anyone could have taken one and resealed the kunai after any of the battles Kumo won when they invaded. You are denying all knowledge of the attack and proclaiming your village's innocence?" Niji nodded gravely. "Hi, this is a plot to bring you into the conflict. I would not stain the honor of my clan by greeting you while sending assassins." One of the doors slid open and a bald-headed samurai walked in. Based on his appearance, Niji knew him to be Okasuke, the head of security for the Taisho. "Shinobi have no honor," the newcomer announced. Lee interrupted with a shout, "You are wrong. Yes, shinobi use subterfuge, but many abide by principles. I would never stab an ally in the back and I will always hold true to the will of fire." The sudden movement from Lee, who had gestured wildly, led to several of the samurai to draw their blades and move forward to defend Okasuke. Lee put his hands up and backed up a step. Okasuke scowled, "You are under arrest and will be judged by the general himself. There you can plead your case and you will receive his justice." Niji was at a crossroads. If he allowed the arrest to take place, they would be slapped with chakra inhibitor seals and would truly be at Mifune's mercy. All three of them were incredibly skilled, and fighting their way out wasn't impossible, but it would be difficult. It would also demolish any chance of working out a non-aggression agreement with the Land of Iron. With a sigh, he signaled Tintin and Lee to allow the arrest to happen. Niji hoped that they would get a fair hearing. By reputation, Mifune would at least listen to them before deciding their fate. Hopefully the false evidence that was being laid against them wouldn't be insurmountable. Deidara was to carry out the next part of the Akatsuki plan. Others were continuing the process of recruiting a ranked shinobi from around the elemental nations. It was his job to stir the pot a bit. He flew thousands of feet in the air as he looked down at the specks and buildings from above. He was like a kami up here. No kunai could reach him from where he stood upon his flying clay construct. But his bombs could certainly reach his victims. This particular mission was beneath him, but it was still an excuse to blow things up. The small village within Kaze no Kuni would soon learn that art was an explosion. He let the clay come out of his palms as he shaped it. For this mission nothing larger than C1 was needed, but why not have some fun? Kibaku Nendo, explosive clay, was so delightfully versatile. Manipulating his chakra, he crafted a massive dragon that soared down at the village. The dragon spat out smaller clay constructs that raced ahead and detonated on the defenseless village. The citizens of Wind Country died in droves as they fled the bombs. Deidara's initial detonations had occurred in a circular pattern around the village, which prompted the people to rush toward the center. This meant they were honored to see the massive explosion that his C2 caused as it crashed into the center. He hoped they would appreciate his artistic talents in the fraction of a second they had before becoming incinerated. The village hadn't even had any shinobi in it, and he wondered why it had been targeted. He shrugged. He followed orders and got the chance to grace the world with his art. That was all he needed. Mabui was thrilled with the recent turn of events. The Konoha shinobi had been stupid enough to assault Atsui in the middle of the town. Now they were under arrest, and Mifune was going to sit in judgment over their actions. Before that took place, she would have her formal audience with him, and Atsui would explain exactly what happened. Soon she found herself in a room with Mifune and his advisors. Mifune's voice wasn't harsh, but it echoed with authority. "Mabui-san, I welcome you to our land, and I formally apologize for the near harm to your comrade. Security has been increased while you are here." Mabui bowed. "You are too kind, Mifune-no. We regret that we have brought our conflict to your doorstep, but the fate of the elemental nations hangs in the balance. I will not deceive you, Teisho. Kumogakure is losing the war." The man didn't change his expression at all, and Mabui continued. "Our Raikage was slain along with the best of our shinobi. We still outnumber Konohagakure, but we have little that can stop their most powerful figures without horrendous casualties. You can balance the playing field and allow us the hope of success. Should Kumo and our ally IWA fall, it is only a matter of time until they conquer all of the elemental nations and come for you. Their Hokage has captured many of the Biju, and as soon as their fresh crop of Jinchuriki can be trained, they will be unstoppable." The old general responded, "It was my understanding that it was Kumo and IWA who were the aggressors. You attacked Hai no Kuni and invaded Konoha itself." "Hi, this is true, but it was only in response to the abduction of our Jinchuriki. That was not the only incident that occurred either." Mabui took a stack of papers from one of her folders and handed it to a samurai, who presented it to Mifune. "This is a list of other attacks that occurred. You'll see on page 3 is the late Darui's report. The enemies within our borders used advanced Fuinjutsu techniques and matched the descriptions of Nin that Konoha had reported missing." Mifune scanned through the papers, reading them quickly. The Kumo diplomat remained silent while he read. When he looked up, she continued. "We were manipulated into the war, and then both ourselves and IWA were attacked and lost the other Jinchuriki. Here is my analysis that shows the similarity between the plot that sparked this war and what Sharingan no Kakashi did during the Chunin exams by revealing the Namikaze. They lured IWA into a trap, and we failed to heed that lesson and rushed blindly into war, which allowed their forces to capture more of the tailed beasts. Jiraiya is shrewd and growing ever more powerful." Atsui was impressed by the Kunoichi's eloquence and logical review of Konoha's actions. He knew that Konoha were sneaky bastards, but he hadn't appreciated how sneaky they really were. Was all of it part of their larger scheme to get the tailed beasts? He knew how powerful the Hachibi was. He could only imagine the horror of it being unleashed alongside 8 other such beasts. The Leaf now had 8 of the tailed beasts. They had been successful in every major objective in the war. In a moment of clarity, the Katon specialist realized just how dire the situation now was. The leader of Tetsu no Kuni was also starting to become convinced. He controlled his features and probed further. If we did agree to aid you, what are you expecting? We would be happy with whatever you can lend us, however our hope would be full support and a military alliance. With your troops being fresh and our numerical superiority, we can turn the course of this war. Mifune looked at Atsui and asked for a detailed retelling of the ambush he survived. Atsui made sure to leave no detail out. Mabui had coached him to tell the truth but to be as specific as possible. There were 3 pieces of evidence that linked Konoha to the attack: the use of Kage Bunshin, the Kunai Scroll, and the use of Katon. While each technique or tool was replicable, the fact that all 3 were present pointed towards a Konoha kill team. Mabui watched Mifune carefully, hoping to see a hint of what he was thinking. Mifune sat back and looked deep in thought. When he finally spoke, his voice betrayed curiosity. You are persuasive, Mabui-san, however there is one question I cannot help but ponder. If Konoha is so calculating and effective with their deception, why was their attack on Atsui so inept? Surely if they displayed the ability to manipulate the former Raikage and Tsuchikage, they would realize such an attack would be counterproductive with their relations with us. Mabui stood there in stunned silence. She had been by the Raikage side for many years and understood international politics. If Konoha were the masters of deception that they seemed to be, what was the attack on Atsui all about? An epiphany struck her and she struggled to control her features. The Raikage didn't like Atsui. Atsui was a terrible choice for a diplomat. Konoha wasn't stupid. Atsui was partially crippled, though he was clearly still powerful. But being a cripple would make him more sympathetic as a victim of an assassination attempt. Her mind raced as she now understood what had happened. Tezuka Yatsuki had planned for Atsui to be assassinated in Tetsu no Kuni. 2 birds with 1 stone, that snake. Mabui couldn't reveal her thoughts. While the tactic was disgusting, underhanded and repulsive to her, she was still loyal to her village. She still believed Konoha was a dangerous threat. And so she schooled her features and responded to the general's question. I can't answer that, Mifune. It could be their agents overestimated the consequences of Atsui's lost arm. Or perhaps they suffered too many losses amongst their ANBU and have less capable assassins on hand. She allowed a pregnant pause before continuing. Or perhaps, being the master manipulators they deliberately botched this attack in order to manipulate you. They would also know your keen wisdom and would have known you would find their ineptness in the attack as incongruous with their normal activity, causing you to doubt the facts before you. Okasuke wore a grimace on his face as he spat out, Shinobi. Their treachery and deceits are as deep as the sea. Mifune had much to think about. The idea that Konoha would fail in an assassination just to muddy the waters was disconcerting. He longed for the days of a simple conflict where the enemy was clearly your enemy. I will consider your words and hear from the imprisoned Konoha shinobi. We will discuss this on the morrow. Mabui bowed deeply. Thank you for your time, Teisho. Fuyu had gone through hundreds of potential kenjutsu and already had several promising techniques. The costs of them were high, but in the end it would be worth it. The Kinkaku force would have the power to take down the S-class monsters Konoha had produced. A few in particular were ones she saw as promising. One was a kenjutsu that was similar to what the former Raikage had done with Raitun no Yoroi, lightning release armor. It worked on the same principles, however the damage done to the nerve endings was permanent. It was called Raitun, Denku Suppido, lightning release, lightning speed. The damage to the nerves was incredible, and if held longer than 30 seconds would lead to death. Even a few seconds would leave the shinobi unable to operate effectively. However, the speed it granted was on a similar level to the Raitun no Yoroi, lightning release armor, which would allow many shinobi to get a killing blow in within a moment of activating it. Even the Hokage had struggled with keeping up with the Raikage. The next kenjutsu was also promising if very distasteful. It allowed chakra to be consumed and stored as kinetic energy. The advance lay in the fact that one didn't need to consume their own chakra, they could consume it from another individual. Unlike a normal chakra kyuinjutsu, chakra absorption techniques, the chakra absorbed was lost permanently. It was foolish to do it with shinobi of the same village because you gained a temporary kinetic power in exchange for a permanent loss of your comrade's chakra. It was generally inefficient and was labeled as kenjutsu since high-ranking shinobi could use it to garner more power for the released energy by taking advantage of low-ranking shinobi. If its use became widespread, the ninja ranks could be decimated. Reading the history of its use showed the potential power. One shinobi had drained 30 ninja of all of their chakra. It had of course killed them. That ruthless shinobi had unleashed all of the energy in a single blow that had liquefied his opponent's body and shattered his own arm to pieces. Kumo had the advantage of numbers, but those numbers would be scythed down by the massive area jutsu of Konoha's elite. If her Kinkaku force could drain chakra from the fodder who would die anyway, well, why not? Wouldn't any Kumo shinobi die for the glory of their village? Needless to say, it would have to be kept secret, but it was one of the avenues that her Kinkaku force would take. By any means necessary, she would succeed in her mission. They would hunt the likes of the Sannin and Sharingan no Kakashi. Many would die to give them the opportunity. She would ensure their sacrifice was not in vain. Chapter 57, The Best Laid Plans of Mice and Men. Baki looked over the reports with concern. The war with the Wagakure had been going well, however now they were striking back. Several villages near the border had been destroyed by the Bakuha Butai Explosion Corps. They were a specialized set of IWA shinobi skilled in the arts of demolition. What worried him was their delivery method. Somehow they were able to fly high above and drop their ordnance. There were few shinobi capable of anything akin to flight. There were very few large-winged summons that could carry a shinobi. Flight was considered impossible even for futon specialists. That wasn't truly the case, as shinobi in the past had used gliders to float on and through the subtle use of wind chakra could keep someone afloat for an entire day. However, the land of Earth, including the explosion core, normal mode of operation was to use the Earth as an entry and exit point, not the sky. The assistance from the other minor villages had been helpful, and with them some of the moderate IWA towns had capitulated. But if they could not stop the bombing of their own towns, the economy would become crippled. Shinobi had to eat. They needed fresh gear such as kunai, soldier pills, and explosive tags. Hai no Kuni had been purchasing absurd quantities of them for the war effort in order to fill their kunai scrolls. A good blacksmith was currently worth his weight in gold. Previous wars had gone on longer, but this one threatened to be more brutal. As the economies of the elemental nations had advanced, they had become interconnected. This created a lot of efficiency, but it also meant that in times of war where trade lines were cut off, it meant rampant shortages. Baki cared more about the village than the civilians of his nation, but if they were harmed too significantly, the village would be vulnerable. Sunagakure grew almost none of its own food. The desert did not allow for traditional crops to be grown like in the fertile lands of Hai no Kuni. For now it wasn't a critical issue, but if the war advanced much longer it could grow worrisome. Baki was eager for the war to end. He wanted to retire and hand over the mantle to his successor. Perhaps it is time to suggest to Jiraiya Dano that a bolder strike is required. Niji and the others were taken to see Mifune. Before they were granted an audience, they had chakra-suppressing seals placed over them and were stripped of all weaponry. Tintin looked worried while he just looked resolved. If the worst came of the meeting, their fate would be in the taijutsu specialist's hands. He didn't need chakra to be a lethal weapon, and it was doubtful the chakra suppression seals would be able to stop the opening of the gates. They entered the room and saw Mifune flanked by Okasuke and Yurakaku. Around the room was a dozen armed and armored samurai, all with hands on their hilts. The young Hyuga could tell that they were already predisposed to be unfriendly. He bowed. "Greetings, Mifune-sama. I hope to clear up any misunderstanding that has occurred." He motioned to his companions. "These are Rock Lee and Tintin, my comrades." They each bowed, and the Teisho looked at them gravely. "You have been accused of attacking Kumo shinobi within our lands. Your village has also been accused of pursuing a war in an effort to dominate the elemental nations." Niji could see his spandex wearing friend fight back the urge to refute the man's claims. We have no knowledge of any such attack on Kumo shinobi. I would point out that it was Hai no Kuni that was invaded, and prior to that it was our ally Takigakure that was assaulted, whom we defended. Okasub glared at him. We are wise to your shinobi tricks. You provoked your enemies by stealing their demons. Niji looked at the samurai squarely in the eyes. You have been misinformed. That is the work of a band of missing nin called the Akatsuki. We have fought these Akatsuki and killed a number of them, including Haiden, Kakuzu, and Itachi Uchiha. Missing nin? A convenient excuse. Okasuk retorted. Niji remained calm and dignified. It is the truth. Independent records can confirm Konoha claimed the bounty for Haiden and Kakuzu. Urakaku made a dismissive gesture. Proof that they were Akatsuki or that you slew them does not provide evidence that they are responsible for the capture of the Biju. Niji frowned. Kumo had gotten here before they did and had poisoned their minds to Konoha. Konoha is strong despite the invasion, but it is not so strong that it can simultaneously fight off Iwagakure and Kumogakure in the field while striking the heart of both villages. If you believe that, then you would believe we are nigh invincible. Mifune considered the words, and they had merit. It did seem strange that the Leaf Village was able to project such power while still fending off an invasion from 4 other villages. If they did have such strength, the war would soon be over and Konoha would reign supreme with her allies. He could not make the wrong decision. Why did your village destroy Moegakure, village hidden in the haze, so completely? They were not even the primary parties responsible for the invasion. Niji bowed. I under your concerns, Teisho, but it is because Jiraiya-sama wishes peace that he acted this way. Okasuk opened his mouth to speak, but Mifune silenced him with a look. Our Hokage was sending a message to the minor villages. Konoha stands by its allies but will destroy her enemies. Because of our actions in the regrettable destruction of Moegakure, it led directly to the capitulation of Shimagakure, village hidden in frost. While more lives were lost initially, it will lead to a greater preservation of life. We also ensured that the civilians were not harmed. Mifune considered the matter and knew that hard choices had to be made in times of war. Both Kumo and Konoha had compelling arguments to make. He could detect no falsehood in either party, but that was unsurprising. He was dealing with shinobi after all. At this juncture, however, he knew that there was no proof that Konoha had assaulted the Kumo shinobi. Kumo could have faked the attack. Konoha could have planned it. Another village that disliked either one of the villages could have done it. The evidence pointed in the direction of Konoha, but in many ways it was simply too convenient. A long silence stretched while the shinobi waited for the samurai's decision. Return the other 2 to their cells. And bring Mabui-san here. I would hear from the 2 parties directly and at the same time. Lee looked questioningly at Niji, who gave a slight shake of his head. As long as they had a diplomatic way out of this, they needed to take it. Jiraiya glanced at the latest report from Naruto. They would be back in the village soon with the Land of Lightning border fortifications in ruins. Looking at the reports coming from the allied villages and Suna, it appeared things were going well there too. Like a snake, they were constricting around Iwa. Soon their daimyo would have to attempt to break the sieges that were occurring on their major towns. When that occurred, the plan was to use Kakashi's team to ruthlessly crush the counter-attack. Meanwhile, Kumo would still be trying to come to terms with how to defend their own nation and would be in no position to counter-attack. Once Iwa forces were destroyed out of their village, away from the defensive ground they favored, the inevitable attack on their village would be much more likely to succeed. Rubbing his eyes, he put down the report and stretched. He summoned a clone to watch over things in the tower and went to see how Tsunade was doing. He was worried about her. He had wanted to pursue a relationship with her after the invasion, however, with Shizen's death, it didn't feel like the timing was right. It had been a few months now, so maybe he could give it another go. At worst, he would leave with a few new bruises, and at best he could fulfill one of his lifelong dreams. He had to clear his mind first. Thoughts about Yahiko and the others were never far from his mind. Why had he joined the Akatsuki? If Nagato was still alive and using the power of the Rinnegan, what were his objectives? Why had his students gone so far off the path he had set them on? I guess I now know what Sensei must have gone through after Orochimaru's defection. Forcing the thought out of his mind, he left the tower and headed out to find Tsunade. Mabui had entered into the debate confident in being able to demolish her opposition. After all, she had the weight of evidence, truth, and intelligence on her side. However, it soon became clear that the silver-tongued Hyuga could match her point for point. This was unexpected and troubling, but what troubled her more was the fact that she was starting to believe the Konoha shinobi. It boiled down to something quite simple. If Konoha was able to waltz into a Wagakure and Kumogakure with impunity, why hadn't they just finished both villages off? Their forces simultaneously fought 6 S-rank threats in 4 different locations. If they had that much power at their disposal, why hadn't they finished them off? Why bother with obliterating tiny villages and stepping cautiously around the major ones? With mounting horror, Mabui was beginning to realize the notion of a third player in the game who was hunting the Biju for their own ends was the only logical explanation. She kept the facade up and continued to defend her village and point out the trickery and vileness of Konoha. Even if they were innocent at this point, Kumo was their sworn enemy, and regardless of how the war started, they would need allies. But if they couldn't win the Land of Iron over to their side, she would recommend that the Raikage sue for peace. There was an enemy out there with 7 Biju who was also Kumo's enemy. Their actions had precipitated the war and all the misery that it had caused. And so she struggled to win the Land of Iron to her side, but her words rang hollow, and she could see that the Taisho was turning away from her version of the events. Finally, the talk was done, and Mifune had heard all that he wanted to hear. Both of you have made convincing arguments, and the truth probably lies somewhere in between. The samurai have maintained their neutrality for a reason. Shinobi affairs are fraught with trickery, and one cannot know if a fight is against an honorable foe or mere shadows. I will watch the events carefully but will not interfere. Mabui had failed. The Raikage would not be happy. She watched as Niji bowed low and thanked the Taisho for his time. The old samurai inclined his head. However, while the armies of my land will not march, there will be those convinced that Konoha presents a danger. I will allow everyone to decide with their own mind and heart what the truth is. If they wish to unsheathe their swords in a cause they feel is just, I will not interfere. Mabui felt a tendril of hope bloom in her heart. It was not a complete waste. They could still bring some samurai with them. The Hyuga was bold and smiled. In that case, I will also share Konoha's perspective amongst your people. Jiraiya-sama wants peace, lasting peace that the elemental nations have never known. If your people desire the same, they can help us make that world a reality. The former assistant to the Raikage was disquieted by the statement. The Hyuga were respected in some quarters of Tetsu no Kuni. While she would do her best to convince them to join Kumo, if Niji did the same for Konoha, they would probably break even. Their audience was over, and Mabui had work to do as well as a message to send to the Raikage. Team 7 returned to Konoha, and Naruto was anxious to hear how Niji, Tenten, and Lee were doing. Word was that they were still recruiting samurai and that Kumo was doing the same, but for the most part the samurai armies would remain within their own lands. He was thrilled to hear that the mission was a success and anxious for them to return to Konoha. It sure is nerve-wracking to send shinobi out on missions. Naruto wouldn't have too much time to dwell on it, as he and his team were going to be sent out again. This time they would be heading northwest and link up with the Suna forces that had cut off access to the roads in Tsuchi no Kuni, Land of Earth. The larger towns would soon begin to starve, and unless IWA fully abandoned the people of Tsuchi no Kuni, they would have to lash out and break the encirclements. And when they did abandon their highly defensible position within their village, Kakashi's team would be waiting to devastate them. It would be like the end of the Daisanji Ninkai Taisen, Third Shinobi World War, where Minato proved to be too dominant on the battlefield to be resisted. Team 7 would be used in the same way. And while Kumogakure rallied themselves in preparation to stop the invasion of their own land, they would not think to launch a fresh assault. By the time anyone realized that Konoha's greatest fighting force was on the march, the IWA counter-offensive would be shattered. On paper it was simple, but there were dozens of things that Shikaku Nara had done to convince Kumo that the attack on the border forts were a prelude to a full-fledged invasion. Word was spread around the village that the Hokage wanted vengeance on Kumo for the attack. Shinobi were drilling and preparing the logistics for an attack. Plans were made for an attack that would not come, and IWA would be crushed between the power of Suna, its allied villages, and Team 7. Naruto had 2 days to make clones and say hello to all his now former students. His name was on everyone's lips, the son of the Yondaime, the defender of Konoha and the personal trainer for the second chance shinobi. Sakura was aggrieved that there would be so little time to refine her Fuinjutsu ANBU suits. Fortunately, the test suits had worked marvelously and she had 100 Naruto clones working on the seals for the suits. They would place them in stasis and have 200 suits ready for the actual ANBU units to use. The increase in survivability as well as the nasty surprises they held would go a long way in defending Konoha if an attack occurred while they were gone. Sasuke spent some time with his wife in hopes of getting the process of building the clan along the way. Their union was chilly, but they were both dutiful. She wanted a child that could give her the love that Sasuke would not, and he wanted a child to continue his clan's legacy. He was also reviewing the prospects for his second wife. Kakashi used the time to rest. He wasn't old by any means, but he certainly didn't have the energy his 3 young pupils had. Plus, Jiraiya was generous in sharing some of his notes for his upcoming work. The standstill in Iwagakure could not continue. A new Tsuchikage had to be selected. Jiro Suzumori was the most dangerous shinobi IWA had left to call upon. Calls for him to become the next leader of the village had been growing while Tsuchi no Kuni was ravaged by war. The idea of becoming the next Kage after multiple failures was not something Jiro's pride would allow him to swallow. Instead, he fully endorsed the Inoki's granddaughter's ascension. While she was not the strongest in the village, she would grow into her power. Her Kekei Genkai was flexible, and as she gained experience she would prove to be a formidable threat to any shinobi. The Yondaime Tsuchikage was finally announced as Kuratsuchi. She took up the hat knowing that her place was in the village and not on the fields of war. It was a great disappointment that she would be giving a speech to the gathered shinobi who would be coming to grips with the enemy as opposed to fighting alongside them. Shinobi of Iwagakure. My grandfather believed in this village. Believed that we were destined for greatness. He was not wrong. He died on a foreign battlefield just like my father. Konoha and their two-faced ways must be eradicated. I swear to you we will not rest until every last vestige of that abominable village is ground to dust. This is the first step in reclaiming our honor, in reclaiming our glory. Go and kill in the name of your village. Jiro cheered alongside the rest of the men. It wasn't the best speech, but it was full of passion. And for the utterly demoralized shinobi of the village it was what was needed. A renewed fire had filled their disenchanted eyes, and they were ready to go and die for their village. Sunagakure had split its forces to hem in the various towns of their country. Divided, they would not be able to withstand their offensive. Even with the reinforcements they received from all of the minor villages, they couldn't withstand it. They would either have to retreat before the oncoming mass, which would lead to the towns being liberated and food and supplies being able to pass, or they would be destroyed. The head of Clan Suzumori knew that success wasn't guaranteed. Suno was adept at their hit-and-run tactics and could bleed their forces. That was why he was leading the shinobi force. His ability to sense the vibrations of the earth would not allow Suna units to hide and wait for the army to pass. In truth, he was not overly worried about the clash with Suna. While he dreaded additional casualties to the faltering IWA shinobi body, he did not fear failure. What he feared was what would happen after. Konoha was the true threat. How could they be successful against the Leaf when they boasted the likes of Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikaku? They had eliminated the most powerful defenders of IWA. Han, Rashi, Inoki, and Kitsuchi. Akatsuchi would remain to guard the Tsuchikage, that left only himself and a handful of ranked jonin to deal with the inevitable battle with the Konoha. He could only give his best and hope that some of those dreaded monsters would fall in their battles with Kumogakure. Jiro signaled and 3,000 shinobi moved out. An appalling number were genin, some hastily rushed out of the academy. He despised pushing them into the forefront of the war. They were leveraging the future to survive the present. They moved out and Jiro wondered how many would make it back alive. Hidaka Yatsuki wasn't used to failure. Not only had that fool Atsui survived the attempt to kill him, but the greater mission to ally the Land of Iron to their cause was ruined. They had gained a paltry 500 samurai where they had hoped to have 10 times that number. Worse was that Konoha was walking away with nearly the same amount. His uncle would not be pleased. And it was never a good idea to fail the head of the Atsuki clan. Shivering despite the heat, he continued the journey and began making ready his excuses. Hopefully he would be able to blame that chip Mabui. The fool had actually been swayed by the enemy's words and had told him that she was going to suggest seeking an honorable peace. Yes, like Konoha would accept the near destruction of their village without due retaliation. The young shinobi glanced at Atsui and learned a lesson. Never underestimate someone even if they have a grievous injury. He had been so certain that they could kill the one-armed loudmouth with little effort. Never again. Chapter 58, Death Knell. Kakashi led his team into Tsuchi no Kuni, Land of Earth. The allied shinobi had done an excellent job of securing the countryside and they were unchallenged as they crossed the border. Iwagakure doesn't have much left to fight us with. Do you think this will be at all challenging? Sasuke asked his teammates. Remember what kills shinobi Sasuke, Kakashi replied. One of the first lessons Kakashi had drilled into his team was that overconfidence led to shinobi being killed. It was a lesson that Sasuke had struggled with but one that he did adhere to. When it came time to fight he never let his guard down. Though he did still toy with opponents at times, much to Kakashi's annoyance. Naruto grinned, "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei will make sure Sasuke doesn't bite off more than he can chew." The Uchiha grinned at his comrade and brother-in-arms. There was no malice behind the words. They were united against a common enemy. That didn't stop him from wishing he could test his abilities at full power against him. Unfortunately, with the forces they could wield, it was simply too dangerous. Sakura rolled her eyes. "Boys." Kakashi couldn't help but bark out a laugh. He had gotten quite lucky with his team. He couldn't help but wonder what another sensei would have done with the three. The four kept their pace comfortable, which meant that to others they looked like they were dashing at top speed. At one point they were stopped by a Suna patrol. The Sand Ninja were nervous at stopping what was clearly a squad of Jonin-level shinobi. Yes, they bore the symbol of the leaf, but that didn't mean they were actually leaf shinobi. With their masks on, it wasn't obvious who they were either. Kakashi preferred it that way until they met with their Suna contact. It was certainly possible that there were IWA or Akatsuki spies in the area. Kakashi stepped forward while his three students stopped a small bit away. "We are on a mission. Here is the scroll as well as our verbal code." The shinobi looked it over twice to be sure and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Good luck, Anbu-san." Kakashi nodded and his team headed toward their destination. They would be meeting with Kankuro. Assuming their intelligence was good, IWA would soon need to launch their reprisal or let their towns fall. The Earth Daimyo was in hiding, and if they didn't act soon, the Land of Earth would be lost. It wouldn't mean the fall of Iwagakure, but it would signal the end of the village as an international power. Without the resources of a great nation to draw upon, they could not stay supplied or have a stream of potential shinobi. Sakura was the one most looking forward to seeing Kankuro again. One couldn't be a puppet master without a solid Fuinjutsu base. Hopefully he wouldn't mind showing off his work. While shinobi guarded their secrets, many young and powerful shinobi could be quite arrogant in bragging about their skills. While Kankuro was actually older than her, intelligence on him was that he fit the bill. Besides, they were allies, so he shouldn't be too on guard, she hoped. Niji's team was returning to Hai no Kuni proud of their success. No blows had been exchanged, not even an attempted strike on them by Kumo. It was a reason to be happy. The samurai for the most part would stay out of the war. The potential of 10,000 samurai aiding IWA and Kumo was a specter that could have changed the war. Instead, there would be less than 1,000 involved, and almost half of them had been convinced that Jiraiya was being true to his word about seeking a lasting peace. This had been somewhat of a surprise to the three, and they had waited for orders on just where to take the samurai. Tintin had wanted them to come to the village as she was already getting along quite well with several of the better blade masters. Their friendly spars were quite educational for the weapons mistress. The kunoichi was better than most of them by a strong degree, even in a direct fight. Two of them had actually won their spars though, and Tintin was thrilled with the challenge they presented. Niji wasn't quite so sure. What exactly would they do in Konoha? It seemed unlikely that the village would be attacked after so convincingly driving back the massive invasion force. His thoughts proved accurate as they received a message from the Hokage to bring them to the capital of Hai no Kuni. The samurai would serve and liaison with the fire daimyo who had sent repeated requests for more shinobi in case of another attack. The samurai captain was a middle-aged level-headed warrior by the name of Yasuyuki. He was one of the few who had bested Tintin. It will be an honor to meet your fire daimyo. We have come to assist in ending the war. If this is where we can be of best use, we will be glad to fight under his banner. However, we will not obey any dishonorable directives. Of course, Niji replied, I am certain the daimyo will rest easier knowing you are protecting him and his family. Kankuro was pleased with the war. He got to test out a new puppet and his name was becoming well known throughout the Suna shinobi force. His name was well known before this but only as the old Kazekage's son or the brother to a monster. Now his name was used with respect due to his own abilities. Unlike many puppeteers, he was also an adrenaline junkie. He loved the thrill of battle. He was more thankful than ever that the Kazekage had decided to honor their alliance with Konoha. He glanced up as one of his men brought to him the ANBU commander from Konoha. You're it? For shinobi? I thought we were going to be facing a strong counterattack from IWA any day now. Kankuro had over 150 shinobi spread out around the largest settlement near Wagakure itself. Despite his superior skill, they were going to need a lot more shinobi. The man behind the ANBU mask smiled, Kankuro-san, let's go to your tent and I'll reveal to you who we are. The puppeteer shrugged and invited them into his tent. His puppets were ready to strike if they proved false. It wasn't likely. The two villages had placed a premium on secure communications and these shinobi were expected. Kankuro saw the vanquisher of Sabaku no Gaara, Gaara of the desert, unmask himself. He quickly altered the thought. He had taken off his nondescript ANBU mask but he had left on the mask underneath. Nonetheless, it was obvious that he was talking to Kakashi. The other three took off their masks and Kankuro looked on with surprise. Konoha had sent their best. It had been a while since he had laid eyes on Kakashi's team. They had defeated their fair share of Suna shinobi during the invasion. Reports had stated they had defeated Chunin as well as Jonin while they were still genin. And then there was the genin exams in Kumogakure. Since that event, their rise in strength and power have reshaped the world. Kankuro knew that Baki was grateful to Konoha for setting aside vengeance for the ill-fated assault on the Leaf Village. But he also wondered if the strength of these four shinobi was the overwhelming consideration in adhering to the alliance. Kakashi-sama, you may not know this, but you are considered a hero in Sunagakure. Oh? Hi, when you killed my brother you freed us from his reign of terror. Naruto narrowed his eyes. If he had a different sensei, if he didn't have Irika and Kakashi, he may have ended up just like Gaara. But it would be impolitic to push that. The Suna Jonin had meant it as a compliment for their sensei. I took no pleasure in it. I am curious as to what happened to the Ichibi. It should have risen by now. Kankuro knew that information was classified and simply shrugged. Baki-sama might know, but he's been tight-lipped about it. Village secret and all. They began talking about the plan for the likely battle. Kakashi took charge. My team has a number of highly lethal large-area jutsu. Primarily, I want your shinobi to be positioned behind us to the right and the left by a good 2,000 feet. Your job will be to ensure we aren't completely surrounded. The Suna commander wasn't exactly thrilled at not playing a more pivotal role. You're good, but so am I. Let me stand with you and you'll see what I can do. Kakashi was about to dismiss the idea, not wanting an added part to his perfectly honed machine of death, but Sakura caught his lone visible eye. Kakashi-sensei knows all of our abilities and uses them in the best possible way. I believe that you are strong, but you'll need to explain exactly what you can do and how you are going to do it in order to be in such close proximity. He grinned. Well, fair enough, let me show you this. Kankuro flexed his chakra strings and Surazurinku rose up from the ground. Surazurinku was his most powerful puppet. It looked like some ungainly hybrid of mole and snake that was over 30 feet long from tip to head. This is the perfect defense against IWA Doton Jutsu. It is made out of the best material and has a number of surprises for any challenging foe. Sakura got close and examined the seals and began asking innocuous questions, pretending to be in awe of the creation. Kakashi was amused and not too upset. The battle would be a very fluid event, and if they needed to separate from the puppeteer they could do so easily. After she finished her inspection and her questions, she abruptly thanked Kankuro, and the four of them lifted their masks. Now all that was left to do was wait and see if IWA would strike. It was the likely choice for any counter-attack. It didn't mean that is what IWA would do, but Shikaku Nara was rarely wrong, and Kakashi agreed with the analysis. Kankuro was glad to have such powerful help. He also wanted to see how his own abilities measured up to these up-and-coming legends. Kiba Inuzuka was leading his own team on patrol on the borders of Hai no Kuni. He and his partner's sharp senses made him a highly sought-after commodity. He missed Hinata and Shino. They had been a superb team. He missed Hinata especially, though that was for other reasons as well. They were both the head of their respective clans. At a younger age he would have felt intimidated that both of his teammates were above him, but he had matured. Now he was a jonin and leading his own team. The combination of Inuzuka, Aburame, and Hyuga had proven itself, and the thought was, if something could be great once, why couldn't it be great again? With him were an experienced genin Hyuga branch member and a chunin Aburame. The team was rounded out by a clanless medical nin who had graduated Tsunade's training courses. Tsunade was a big proponent of having a medical nin in every squad. After the destruction of the hospital, that wasn't going to be possible for a long time, but this team would have a healer. He sniffed the air and looked concerned. He signaled his team to stop. There was a foreign scent in the air. The Aburame Kunoichi sent some of her bugs to investigate while the Hyuga used his dojutsu. The genin whispered, "I count 8 shinobi. Their headbands suggest they are from Amagakure no Sato, village hidden by rain." Kiba looked stunned. Why would shinobi from Amagakure be in Hai no Kuni? Surely they couldn't be thinking to ally with Kumo and IWA after almost every single other minor village sided with Konoha. It would be suicide. We will pursue, but we won't ambush. I'm going to try to talk to them first. Kiba and Akamaru formed up in front and broke through a clearing. Like much of Hai no Kuni, the area was heavily forested. I think you guys are lost, the border is back that way. Kiba was expecting surprise, shock, or fear. He had not been expecting an immediate attack. 2 of the shinobi hurled kunai at him while the others scattered into the trees. The thrown kunai weren't much of a threat, and Kiba easily dodged them and roared out a challenge. He raced toward the shinobi who had thrown the kunai with feral speed. Not bothering to even use a jutsu, he rushed them and pulverized the first with pure taijutsu. His opponents weren't weaklings, but they were chunin at best, and he was a jonin taijutsu specialist. After dealing with the 2 of them, he made a pair of mud clones to go protect the others in his squad while he began to hunt down his opponents in the trees. They were just in time too, as a swarm of Sunban blasted the area. One of Aim-nin had used Juro Sunban shower. The clones hastily put up earthen walls that shielded Kiba's troops. They also weren't idle though, as after the Sunban attack the Hyuga began his own close-quarters fight with a katana-wielding foe. The Aburame brought her insects to bear, enveloping one of their opponents and draining him of his chakra. Kiba dealt with another 2 and avoided the blast of a deadly whip of water and finished the fight. Their opponents weren't bad, but they were outclassed. 6 of them were dead and 2 of them were taken prisoner. Kiba wouldn't do the interrogation himself. Better leave that to the experts like Hibiki. We're heading back, keep an eye out until we get back to Konoha. It was never wise to bet against Inara, and the Konoha team was glad that they were in the right place. The Suna scouts had picked up a massive force coming from Iwagakure, and it was heading straight for them. Naruto hadn't made his clones yet, that would be part of the surprise. Sakura activated some of her last-minute adjustments she had made the night before. Kankuro had some clever ideas, though they weren't earth-shattering, so to speak. She did like the way his use of the puppet to burrow underground could protect him from Doton attacks. In the future she could use the same principle to do something similar, but for now she contented herself with the knowledge most Doton attacks wouldn't be able to pierce her suit. The mass of shinobi grew closer. They were not moving at running speed. If the Suna forces retreated, it would allow supplies to cross between the village and the town, which was their main objective. Still, the IWA shinobi looked eager. Suna was outnumbered by over 20 to 1. An easy victory would no doubt do much to assist Iwa's morale. Jiro Suzumori grew concerned as his army neared their opponents. The Suna shinobi were dug in and not looking like they were planning to flee. Why wouldn't they flee against a force his size? His instincts warned him that he should stop and investigate, but the shinobi around him had their blood up. They needed this victory. But he didn't have to be foolish about it. He gave the signal for mud and earth clones to be created, and scores of them raced ahead of his units. As they got closer and drew near, they realized it wasn't just Suna they were facing, but also Konoha Anbu. The clan head was too far away to notice anything in particular about his opponent's stance, their weaponry, or any other telltale clues that would identify them. They hadn't even moved, which meant he couldn't sense them through the tremors in the ground. But he knew. Oh no! He instantly barked out orders telling his squads to scatter as widespread as possible. As soon as his orders began being followed, the Konoha shinobi leaped into action, perhaps realizing they were found out. Suddenly the 4 shinobi turned into 200. A wave futon, shinkajyoku, wind release, vacuum bullets, powered bullets smashed through the earth clones like a hot knife through butter. At the same time, the shinobi who had summoned those clones was completing his jutsu. Chakra saturated the air and it seemed to press in and around the IWA shinobi. Jiro hastily began creating a great barrier of rock overhead and ordered his shinobi to begin constructing more beneath it. He only had seconds and he needed to push more chakra into it. Those seconds ran out as the tremendous tidal wave of condensed air screamed from the heavens. It shattered the rock utterly, but some of the lethal power was reduced. It was slightly reduced again as it shattered the secondary barriers. Still fiercely dangerous, the Namikaze's jutsu reached flesh and bone. Despite its power and despite the casualties, Suzumori knew his actions had saved hundreds of other shinobi. He stuffed a chakra pill in his mouth and shook loose the debris and raced forward alongside his brethren. The earth itself seemed alive as it raced toward the Kagebunshin ahead of them. Dragons, spears, mud balls, and all sorts of Doton jutsu careened forward. The battle was joined, and Jiro knew that even if they won, the price would be high. Naruto bit back a frustrated curse. His futon, Sora Tonkatsu, wind release, sky hammer, had not been nearly as effective as he had hoped. Between the clones and his powerful but draining jutsu, he had dropped out of sage mode. He still had 2 clones nearby that were brimming with nature energy, but using a third for such paltry results wasn't the best way to get started. Kankuro stared at the Namikaze with shock. "What are you complaining about? That attack might have killed 100 of them." But Naruto didn't respond. Kankuro though backed away as he sensed demonic chakra begin to radiate out from his ally. He couldn't help but feel the familiar fear that Gaara had held over him for so long. It was easy to forget with Naruto's personality that he was also a Jinchuriki able to call upon a sealed Biju. He was so intent on looking at Naruto that he missed the next wave of attacks by Konoha's combat team. Sakura had launched one of her kunai within a kunai. It whipped out with tremendous force from the gloved part of her suit, and she manually triggered the seal once it sailed past the Naruto clones. The storage seal triggered and a blast of pressurized air sent 40 more kunai careening out in a forward arc. A moment later, those 40 kunai each unsealed their payloads. 1,600 kunai delivered death. But they weren't just kunai, all of them had something that made them deadly. Some had explosive tags trailing behind them. Others had explosive seals written on them that detonated and sent shrapnel everywhere. Some were laced with poison. Others blew apart and released poisonous gas or acidic spray. Many IWA shinobi died, however they were perhaps the most resilient to such attacks. Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Release, Mud Wall, littered the battlefield and had saved countless lives. Still the damage was done and the forward momentum was stopped. The Kagebunshin previously summoned now drew their katanas and charged forward. Their speed and skill made them greater than all but the best jonin weapon specialists. Their only weakness was that just a scratch would dissipate them, but most of their opponents died before that scratch could be delivered. Naruto had finished his jutsu and summoned the mighty Gamekin. The toad bore his Susumina and shield and was ready for a fight. Kankuro turned and saw the battlefield had changed again and belatedly realized that Konoha really was doing all the work. He saw Naruto use a Shunshin and summon another toad. He repeated it with a third like it was nothing. It probably wasn't nothing considering the demonic energy seemed to be faint now, but it was mightily impressive to summon 3 giant battle toads to the battlefield. Sasuke and Kakashi were ready for the inevitable underground assault, and as soon as the burrowing IWA Nin popped up they were decimated. Kankuro could barely follow their quick and lethal movements. Tsuruzurenku only managed to kill 1 shinobi. This was embarrassing. On the other hand, it was also quite gratifying to be on this side of the battlefield. The IWA forces were being decimated, but the scouts hadn't fully realized just how many shinobi were coming. Now more spread out, the force seemed absurdly large. The flanks of the battlefield saw more clashes as soon as Nin began fighting with the numerically superior IWA Nin. IWA was not without its summons either. Great bears and goats rose up. None were anywhere near the size of the toads, but they were dangerous to a shinobi. And in all that chaos his allies began advancing into the teeth of the fighting. Kankuro brought Tsuruzurenku with him, going through the ground providing protection against the random spikes of earth. Other threats had to be physically dodged, though his allies did a great job of swatting them down before they arrived. He saw several IWA shinobi working in concert, and no less than 10 Doton, Doskiryu, Earth-style, Earth Dragon, snaked around the mighty toads and raced directly at their position. The Uchiha stepped up and a shimmering blue armor surrounded him, and the stone dragons crashed into it without any effect, crumbling. Their power and momentum stopped utterly. Other IWA shinobi began battling each other. Did Konoha plant sleeper agents? No, that wasn't it. It was the pink-haired Kunoichi beside him. She was using Jinjutsu with speed and effect that beggared belief. He snapped out of his awestruck daze when a shinobi tried to impale him with a kunai. That poor fool was snapped in half by his puppet, and he vowed to stop gawking and pay attention. Juro fought off the Kagebunshin with his mastery of Doton. Rocks shattered in mid-air, sending tiny fragments toward any of the clones that drew near him. It was the only thing that kept him alive, as the clones seemed to focus their efforts on attacking strong shinobi. The weak ones no doubt weren't worth bothering with. All sense of strategy was lost at this point. Mayhem reigned, and in the chaos his people died. A comparison couldn't be made to the last time he had fought this hated team. Back then the clones weren't able to surpass even Jonin in single combat. Back then they didn't have 100+ allies keeping their flanks secure. And back then IWA had its own monstrous summons like Maru and Atreides. To say nothing of Han. And kunai scrolls were never this lethal. Konoha had advanced while IWA had weakened. He had more shinobi than he had at that battle, but previously it had all been experienced or highly skilled shinobi. Now half his force was made up of virtual children who should still be doing C-rank missions, not thrown into the rage of war. Retreat at this point would leave hundreds dead with nothing achieved. Juro pressed on, knowing full well that success was unlikely. But Iwagakure would fall if the Namikaze wasn't dealt with once and for all. He stuffed the remaining chakra pills he had on him in his mouth and raced forward toward the real Naruto. Sasuke saw the fight through his Sharingan clearly. Naruto was an army killer. Even Susanoo paled before the strength of clones, his perfected wind jutsu, and 3 massive summons. Sasuke could have brought some snakes on the field, but he preferred to keep his chakra ready for other abilities. Thanks to his Sharingan and having Kakashi as his sensei, he knew more jutsu than he could realistically use in a single day. But what called to him was his ocular powers. His dojutsu immediately picked out the enemy commander. He had fought him before. Juro Suzumori, one of the best IWA had to offer. Let's see how he handles a fully matured Sharingan. Sasuke moved to intercept him. When he was at 30 feet he used Amaterasu. Experienced shinobi sometimes had something likening to a sixth sense. Maybe this Juro fellow had more than just his tremor sense when it came to his sensory powers. In either case, the black flames were stopped by a thin sheet of earth that had risen from the ground. No matter. Sasuke next used Chidori Senbon and filled the air with electrified death. Juro contorted and dodged and countered with his own spikes of earth underneath Sasuke's feet. Sasuke easily danced forward and dodged the earth lances from the ground while bringing himself closer to the clan head. Juro attempted to encase him in stone, but a taste of Susanoo broke the attack and shattered the rock that had tried to envelope him. Sasuke counterattacked with a sweep of his chakra construct's blade that forced his opponent to use the substation technique. Against an Uchiha, the technique wasn't nearly as useful as they would instantly know where a user went. Sasuke was no exception. He dropped the Susanoo and lashed out with a Chidori spear. Despite just coming out of the Kawarimi, Juro managed to dodge most of the lance of Raiton energy, though he lost an inch of flesh from his arm. Kakashi blazed forward. Sasuke was somewhat irritated that he wouldn't be able to finish the duel, but knew that Kakashi would never see it that way. Combat was a place for victory, not other considerations. With a shrug, he followed his sensei, calmly dispatching a few IWA shinobi who also tried to leap into the fight. Juro knew his days were numbered. The Konoha shinobi were too strong. Maybe if they still had a Jinchuriki but there was no time for recriminations at this point. His last duty was to try to take one of these monstrous shinobi down before they took him out. Unfortunately for Suzumori, being attacked by Sasuke and Kakashi at the same time meant he had no chance of escape. His attempt to go to ground failed when a massive purplish blade slammed through his body just as he let the rock envelope him. Death came nearly instantaneously. Despite the death of Juro and the many advantages that the Konoha/Suna alliance had on the battlefield, the IWA shinobi did have numbers. It was not a quick battle, as even Team 7 grew tired and close to chakra exhaustion from the slaughter. And it was a slaughter. Rivers of blood soaked the earth as the decimation continued. The final few hundred IWA shinobi broke and fled just as the chakra pills started coming out for Konoha. Naruto had the most energy left despite resummoning his Kage Bunshin. He was also the one most disgusted with the massacre. He had over 400 impressions of death and mutilation to process since his clone's memories were his own. This kind of war sickened him. He knew why Jiraiya was so determined to have peace. Sending out a team had been nerve-wracking, and he had started doubting whether he was actually the best choice for Hokage. The pressure was immense. But now he would take the mantle. And he would fight for peace as hard as he could. He would end this war and ensure no one dared make war again. Killing 11-year-old genin who had fought bravely for their village made him nauseous. But it was finally done. IWA was broken and their army was fleeing back to the dubious safety of their village. Jiraiya was cautious, and it was unlikely they would be sent to finish of the village. The Akatsuki would know Naruto was here, and so the likely course of action was a swift return to Konoha. Even if Kumo realized the strongest Konoha team had left the village, there was no way they would be able to steal a march before they returned. Naruto could see the map in his mind's eye. Suna forces would continue to strangle the life out of the land of Earth, and either IWA would have to surrender or completely abandon the various towns and cities that supported their hidden village. Either prospect meant the inevitable decline of IWA as a major power. In a generation they would be like Kusagakure. A notable village, but one regulated to being in the shadows of their betters. Kankuro shivered, glad to see the Konoha shinobi leave. The power they had at their disposal was terrifying. He knew that they were not invincible. He had seen them finally slow down and grow weary. They were still human. For now. But the price to wear down 4 shinobi? Almost 2,000 shinobi, and while they had been weary, they had still been incredibly dangerous. Kankuro was prideful, but he knew that Konoha could crush his village with just those 4. His tactical eye knew that the only way to win such a fight was to wear them down, never group up, and never let them rest. But even then, what could stop them if they wished to retreat? They could break out of any encirclement. He would have a long talk with his sister when he returned to Sunagakure proper. She needed to see that Suna needed the alliance with Konoha. If Konoha ever became their enemy, they would be annihilated. Chapter 59, Prelude to Rain. Jiraiya was in a good mood. True, the first night of having Tsunade in his arms didn't go quite as expected, but he had been there for her. The night had started well with a nice dinner, and when Tsunade had accepted his invitation for some nocturnal amusement, he was beside himself with joy. It was finally happening. What he didn't see coming was her completely breaking down and crying after the first sip of sake he had offered her. The first Hokage's granddaughter was strong. Life had given her some terrible blows, but she had persevered. But she hadn't fully confided the extent of her grief over the loss of her apprentice and the final link to her first love. And so Tsunade had bared her soul and clung to him, and the gallant Jiraiya had stayed with her all night and had not one lecherous thought. When dawn came, Tsunade had untangled herself from Jiraiya and thanked him. She had given him a kiss and apologized. The Hokage could still taste that kiss on his lips as he began his daily work as the leader of a village at war. At least it is a war we are winning. Team 7 would soon be back from their mission. It had been an unqualified success, over 2,000 enemy shinobi dead, and that included Jiro Suzumori. IWA as a wartime power had been crushed. And just as we defeat one enemy, another one begins making moves. Jiraiya was deeply troubled by the aimed shinobi crossing the border. The two survivors had been interrogated, and between Ibiki and Inoichi they were able to retain no secrets. The problem was that their mission was incredibly vague. They had been tasked with entering one of the towns near Konoha and waiting for further instructions. That was it. There was no purpose in Rain entering a war that the Kumo/IWA alliance was losing. As a minor village, they couldn't hope to swing the tide. If the Akatsuki were behind them, then that would make them a threat, but why would they reveal their hands so openly to the nations? Coupled with no response to the message Jiraiya sent, it was almost as if they were baiting Konoha. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Team 7. They went through a debriefing and Sasuke and Sakura were dismissed. Shikaku joined them and the four began discussing the latest news. Shikaku started, "Kumo hasn't done much, though dozens of their shinobi have crossed over their borders. It is likely they are spies, but they could also be saboteurs and assassins. We have killed a few squads who made their way into Hai no Kuni, but I'm sure we've missed more than a few." There wasn't much they could do about that. They had already increased the number of internal patrols. Naruto looked at the three older shinobi. "So what's next? Are we hitting Kumo again?" Shikaku shook his head. "We could, but I'm troubled about two things." He handed a report to Naruto and Kakashi that outlined Kiba's run-in with the aimed shinobi. "And here is the report about what the Kazekage thinks is Iwa's Bakuha Butai, Explosion Corps." Kakashi looked up. "But you think differently. We know of one member of the Akatsuki who could make these attacks with ease. Deidara, missing Nin from Iwagakure." Jiraiya sat back on his chair. "But why?" Kakashi knew instantly. "They want to draw us out. Specifically, they want Naruto. Our work as a rapid response team means they believe we will eventually come out and deal with their bomber. That is when they will strike." Naruto looked at the map of the elemental nations. "But we've also been on the front lines fighting IWA and Kumo. They may think we'll head back to Kumo or to finish off IWA." Shikaku made a humming sound in the back of his throat as he considered the possibilities. "This also means they believe they have the shinobi needed to take on your team. The Akatsuki have always seemed to know when and where to strike," the older Nara explained. "They could be underestimating us," Naruto countered. Kakashi considered the ramifications. If they went to hunt Deidara, they could be walking into a trap. If they faced off with Kumo or finished off IWA, they could have Akatsuki waiting for them. It seemed unlikely to him that they would have the power available to take on his team in 3 locations. Either they don't have ambushes waiting for us in IWA and Kumo, or they have access to some sort of teleportation jutsu like the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Instead of running around awaiting their ambush, let's end this threat on our terms, Kakashi declared. "You want us to attack AIM?" Jiraiya questioned. "Hi, we strike at AIM with a large force. My team will go with me along with a number of other highly skilled shinobi. They will either have to abandon aim or they will fight to hold it. While they have the defensive ground, there will be no more sneak attacks and interference with our battles like outside of Takigakure. Naruto backed his sensei and Jiraiya was eager to discover the fate of his wayward students. Shikaku was the lone voice of dissent. It still seems risky to me. We need more information before we attack. Let some of our spies infiltrate the village before we take action. If we time things correctly, we could even strike while the Akatsuki prepares their ambushes elsewhere. Jiraiya looked set on the course, however Kakashi knew if he supported Shikaku the Hokage would listen. The Godame was not unintelligent and was wise enough to listen to advice amongst the mental geniuses he had selected as his counsel. He honestly didn't think the spies would be successful and it would probably throw lives away. But on the other hand, keeping Team 7 in the village would allow for some more things to play out. IWA might even surrender as the news tightened around their village. It would also give Sakura time to improve the Fuinjutsu suits she was creating. And if the absolute worst occurred where Team 7 fell, it would be important to have taught others some of her more carefully secreted formulas. Hokage-sama, I believe we can spare some time. Our enemies are still reeling. If Shikaku can give us some intelligence on what we are facing, then let's let his agents try. Even if they fail, it could reveal something about our opponents. In the interim, my team can stay within the village. Jiraiya stood up and paced a bit. Very well, Shikaku, I'll give you 10 weeks to get us something. If not, we will begin preparations to march with our allies and surround Amigakure. That being decided, Jiraiya dismissed them. Naruto would no doubt want to spend some time with Sakura before she got too wrapped up in her Fuinjutsu ideas. Shikaku would begin briefing the shinobi he had drafted into his intelligence corps and look for ways into the enemy village. Kakashi would ensure he was in tip-top shape for the upcoming clash. The Hokage was deeply concerned about what they would find in Amigakure. The remaining Akatsuki were monsters, to say nothing of the potential of Nagato and Yahiko. Kisame more than deserved his S-ranked status. His sword 8 chakra making him nearly invulnerable to ninjutsu. His strength and kinjutsu made close-range combat difficult. It would be too much to hope for that the tailless beast was susceptible to Jinjutsu. Deidara was similar to Naruto in the fact that he was an army killer. His massive explosions could wipe out an attack force unless careful preparations were made. Sasori was another S-class foe who dealt with toxic poisons that nearly changed the course of the Second Shinobi War. What else had that monster cooked up in the intervening years? Eventually he forced thoughts of the Akatsuki away. This war had been far more lethal and intense than in the opening days of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Back then allies couldn't always be trusted, so the great powers would take months just to plan and perfect a single assault. Outside of a few key events, most of the war was skirmishing between small groups of shinobi broken up by the rare massive battlefield. Konoha's dominance made the Fourth Shinobi World War a far more deadly but hopefully quick affair. If everything could be wrapped up in less than a year since the invasion by Kumo, Jiraiya would be happy indeed. Since it had been so bloody and deadly, it meant that a person's tomorrows weren't certain. A shinobi had to take what joy they could in the present, because the future was even less guaranteed than in times of peace. With that thought firmly entrenched in his mind, he left a pair of clones in the tower and went out to find Tsunade. Naruto had managed to convince Sakura to break off from her work to go out to dinner with him. Convince may have been the incorrect word. It was more along the lines of Naruto threatening not to allow Sakura to use his clones during her Fuinjutsu experiments that caused her to finally give in. Sakura admitted it was nice to have dinner with Naruto. He cleaned up nicely and they were enjoying a top-tier meal in an extraordinary restaurant. Everything looked new because it was new. The restaurant had been destroyed during the invasion by Kumogakure. No expense had been spared by the owners and it had just reopened a week ago. The fact that Naruto was a Namikaze would give him a spot regardless of the lack of reservation. He was a hero and his reputation was only increasing. Sakura too got a lot of friendly looks. Her seals had protected a number of homes. The waitstaff was kept busy keeping people away from the couple that evening. I'm starting to think we should go out to eat with a henge, Sakura-chan. Sakura smiled. It was a nice turnaround from 3 years ago where Naruto had started using a henge because people despised him. Now he wanted to use it to avoid the constant interruption of people who wanted to thank him for saving the village and bringing glory to Konoha. Looking back, she couldn't believe how stupid she had been back in the academy. How could she have missed how amazing Naruto was? Admit it, you enjoy the attention, Sakura teased. Her date rubbed the back of his head. Don't tell Sasuke, but yeah, I do. Being noticed and acknowledged was my lifelong dream. I don't need everyone to look at me anymore, but it is nice every now and then. They continued eating their meal, glancing at each other several times. Sakura had enjoyed their kisses and intimate time together, but they had not gone beyond that. Perhaps tonight was the night. Sasuke already got to have his carnal relations and was fast on the way to having another wife. Why shouldn't the rest of the team cross that next step in interpersonal relationships? She would take precautions to prevent any unexpected surprises. Until this war is over, I'll need to be cautious. Team 7 shouldn't be apart. Yes, Sakura thought to herself, she would make tonight special. Danzo had enjoyed pulling strings again within the Hyuga clan. It hadn't taken much for them to be prodded into abducting Hanabi. The only difficult part was to make sure the attempt occurred while she was training with her team, in particular Konohamaru. The boy was a strong shinobi for his age, however that wasn't what Danzo had been counting on. He had severed on a number of missions with Hiruzen and well knew the power of Enma. The outcome was never in doubt. The elders had been gelded of their power and Hinata reigned supreme. It was a far better result than the danger of open conflict at a time Konoha needed to be unified. And once we have won this war, it won't take much for me to spark the next one. All I need to do is meet someone well placed in Kiridakure or Sunagakure, and they will think the idea to capture and breed Hyuga clan members came from them. Koto Ematsukami was his greatest weapon. Unfortunately, it could not be used too often, but a mere one or two individuals could lead to the ignition of another conflict. And Danzo knew it was in the Leaf's best interests to crush the other villages. He wouldn't be foolish about it. Kumogakure and Iwagakure must be wiped out completely and Konoha given some time to rebuild. It wouldn't take long, a year or two at most. The unrivaled power of Kakashi's team was a bludgeon that would beat the world into submission. They had even defeated Itachi, someone who Danzo had been concerned about. He had once regretted not being able to recruit Kakashi into Root. It had turned out for the best. His operatives were skilled, deadly, and utterly loyal. They weren't innovative and they couldn't inspire. Kakashi outside of Root had done more for the village than he ever could have done under Danzo. He was not too proud to admit it to himself. The Sandaime was hailed for teaching the Sannin, but his reputation as a sensei had been marred with Orochimaru's defection. It was fast becoming clear that even the Sannin would pale to the eventual power of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Future generations will give a new title to Kakashi no Sharingan. It will most certainly be Tensei Sensei, Genius Teacher. His team would change the world, and in the shadows Danzo would prop up enemy after enemy for them to eradicate until none would ever challenge Kanagakure no Sato again. Konohamaru was enjoying a meal at Iruka-sensei's home. Iruka had been his sensei in the academy and had checked in on his progress often after he left the academy and took the rank of Jonin. When Konohamaru had blamed himself for the deaths of Izumo and Kotetsu, Iruka had been there for him. A sympathetic ear had been very helpful for him at that time. The meal wasn't that fantastic, to be honest, but he was too polite to say anything. Iruka had not married Anko for her cooking. And dango as a main course and for dessert was a bit much. The one-time academy instructor though complimented his wife heartily. That was wonderful, Anko-chan. Anko rolled her eyes and Konohamaru had to bite back a snicker. According to the civilian women, when we get pregnant we start to have cravings that we can't control. But weren't you obsessed with dango before you got pregnant? Anko spiked her killer intent slightly, but the young Chunin simply grinned. He sparred with Enma and that old monkey had killer intent in spades. Besides, he knew that Anko wouldn't hurt him. For all of her fearsome reputation, she was completely loyal to the village and probably even more loyal to Iruka. They continued the meal and the young Sarutobi asked when the baby would be along. Another 5 months according to the medical nin, Iruka answered. Mitarashi let out a groan. 5 more months? Remind me to kill you later, Irika. Irika let out a laugh that was tinged with a bit of nervousness. Konohamaru grinned. You don't want to kill your baby's father, Mitarashi-san. We'll see. I'm already feeling my coordination and conditioning going to crap. Irika hastily changed the subject. So how is your team? The Chunin went over the new dynamic now that Hanabi had joined. It was a good team, one that had a strong mixture of ninjutsu and taijutsu. He was young for the responsibility, but he had been groomed practically since birth for a leadership role. Irika and Anko gave some good-natured advice, and the three enjoyed each other's company. He made it a point to make sure to check on the happy couple. With all the death that had surrounded Konoha, it really was a wonderful thing to see the process of new life emerging. I'll be by at least once a week. Maybe one day I could teach your child the way you taught me, Irika-sensei. Irika smiled. That would be a fine thing. I look forward to it. Are you sure he will come? The man who called himself Pain asked. Obito was amused at the question. Nagato liked to be in control, but this was fully Obito's plan. He knew Kakashi would take the bait. The shinobi would always have the mind of an assassin. If you could cut off the head of an organization, the body would die. The attacks by Deidara and the sacrificial aim shinobi were created for one purpose only. Draw Konoha's eye to Amagakure. Have them bring the Jinchuriki right to their base of operation. It was too risky facing Kakashi's team in the field. Even if they brought the 6 paths of pain, Kisame, Sasori, Konan, and Deidara, it may not be enough. If it wasn't enough, Nagato would have to use Gedo, Rina Tensei no Jutsu, Outer Path, Rebirth Technique, and revive the real Madara Uchiha. It would be too risk away from Amagakure. Ensconced in the most protected part of Amagakure by Gofukekai, 5, Seal Barrier, the real Nagato would not have anything untoward happen to him. There would be enough time to complete the jutsu and bring out the final weapon against Kakashi's team. Obito would prefer not to use that weapon. He didn't trust the old Uchiha. True, he had saved Obito's life, but he had trusted before and been burned. Far better for him to be in control when the final plans were made. He would recreate the world and bring true peace. To that end, he would prepare Amagakure. Pain would wear down the invaders. Here the Akatsuki would make their stand and bring down the final Jinchuriki. Afterward, they merely had to wait until the Gobi were formed and their plan would be complete. I'm older than you and a good judge of character. I know how everyone with the Sharingan will act. Kakashi will come and he will bring his squad with him. He may have more support, which is why the additional recruits were necessary. It amused Obito to lie. In no way was he older than the Rinnegan wielder. I will not lose. Even if my old sensei is with them, it will not matter. Obito hoped that was the case. Jiraiya was a dangerous foe, but to his eyes he didn't merit even in the top 3. Sasuke wielded even more advanced eyes than his own Sharingan. Naruto had mastered Senjutsu and had the power of a tailed beast inside of him. But most of all, Obito feared Kakashi. The one who had always bested him at everything. The one that had killed Rin. The one who only grew in power year after year. If I have my way, I won't even see you during the battle. Let the paths of pain or Kisame deal with you. Sasuke didn't have much use for Ami. Nightly they joined together to create an offspring, but beyond that their marriage had nothing that a normal person would view as love. Ami had been humiliated at her own wedding celebration and Sasuke simply didn't care about her. However, his treatment of her did lead to fewer offers of marriage. He had looked through the list and found it full of civilian daughters. Few kunoichi wanted to be the second wife of a man who had treated his first with such little respect. The fact that they would likely have to retire from the shinobi lifestyle in order to raise little Uchiha heirs and essentially become broodmares made those prospects even dimmer. Sasuke made a Kage Bunshin and sent it to review the family records. He'd choose a civilian girl based on if they had any relatives that had once been shinobi. One way or another, his clan would be strong. It would rise again to prominence. His family had helped found the village and he owed it to the memory of his parents and those who came before to rejuvenate it. Whether that took 2 wives or 20, he would do it. Tezuka Yatsuki, the Godame Raikage, knew that his nation and village were in a perilous position. Iwagakure had lost the ability to project its power. Kumo was still strong in numbers, but in quality Konoha would decimate them. He had taken several steps to try to alleviate the situation. First, he had tried to bring the samurai into the fold. It was not to be, and somehow Konoha had even convinced Mabui that they had been innocent in their attacks. His second project was coming along very nicely, however it had its own costs. Hundreds of shinobi had been sacrificed on the altar of a particular kenjutsu, but at long last the Kinkaku force was ready. He observed Fuyu as she knelt and gave her report of their readiness. Excellent, Fuyu. Your first assignment will be the assassination of the fire daimyo. Timing will be critical, however. I want you and your team to do whatever it takes to infiltrate Hai no Kuni without being detected. Wait until Konoha readies a major strike and then bring down the leader of their nation. Set fire to the city and finish what was started. Fuyu smiled. Hi Raikage-sama. Once we are finished with the daimyo, what should we do? The steely-eyed leader of Kumogakure raised his hand and slashed it sideways. I leave that to your discretion. We don't know how they will react, and I will have no way of reaching you. If there are other targets of opportunity, take them. If not, make your way back to the village. Fuyu had her orders and a new mission. If they couldn't fight Konoha in open combat, they would rip out the underbelly of the nation. Banditry had already grown by leaps and bounds thanks to all of the displaced civilians the invasion had caused. Unless the Hokage wanted the economy, reputation, and ability of Hai no Kuni to sustain itself as a national power to deteriorate, he would have to intervene. That would mean shinobi patrolling their own country and not invading Kaminari no Kuni. The plan, like all plans, wasn't foolproof. One attack against the daimyo had already failed. Konoha may not even care about the rest of Hai no Kuni. That was the possibility that worried her most. Yes, a nation supported its village with missions, metal, food, paper, and other necessities. But if they had stockpiled enough, they could end the war before feeling the pinch. After the war's end, there would be no one left to stop them from plundering what they needed from their neighbors. She didn't share her analysis with the Raikage. He had left it to her discretion, and that meant Fuyu would do something purposeful in Hai no Kuni. She would kill the daimyo and then go down the list of threats that were most dangerous to her village. And along the way she would be sure to take her own revenge as well. The Kazekage had welcomed Kankuro back home. He had completed his job in the field splendidly. With the aid of Konoha, they had decimated Tsuchi no Kuni. After Iwa's last disastrous battle, several major towns surrendered. The Earth Daimyo led his personal army to do what their hidden village couldn't. Alas for the daimyo, he didn't have shinobi with him. The army died a pitiful death at the hands of poison in their supplies. 2/3 had died from one of the more slow-acting poisons that Sasori had created before his defection. With their morale crushed by the loss of life, it had been easy for Kankuro to lead the puppet corps in a bloody victory over the soldiers. Now wealth and material was flowing into Sunagakure. It was a good thing too, since the cost of everything had risen. He had summoned his council to review the coded letter that had been delivered from Jiraiya. It was a call to aid in an attack on Amagakure. The Akatsuki were based there and had evidently been collecting the Biju. While Kumo protected its own lands with their defensive posture and IWA in no position to attack, it would allow them to bring a strong force without leaving them vulnerable. Temari counseled that Kanagakure didn't need any help defeating a minor power like Amagakure. However, she was countered by two other voices. Kankuro was eager to stay on Konoha's good side. He had spoken about the power of the Yellow Flash's heir. We don't want to get on their bad side. If they want us to assist, then I say let's do it. What are the risks? If my sister is correct, we will have taken part in an easy victory and strengthened our alliance. Yura also spoke up. I would be honored to lead the allied effort. Kankuro has proven his competence but has already played a major part. He had earned his rest. Allow me to represent Sunagakure. Baki like Yura. His advice had always been solid and he was a forward thinker. He had been instrumental in the rebuilding of the shinobi force after the disaster of the Konoha invasion. The man was level-headed and thought things through. Kankuro didn't personally care about leading. In fact, he found the entire thing a distraction from testing his new puppet. I don't mind if you take charge, but I would like to also participate. Baki had the information to make his decision. You will take a force of 200 shinobi, all chunin or higher with you. Make your selections and rendezvous with the Konoha forces when they are ready to march. The Kazekage dismissed the council save for Kankuro and Temari. Temari, what will you do when you become Kazekage? Will you destroy the alliance with Konoha? She ground her teeth in annoyance. I won't waste our people's lives like that. But I also won't fetch when they say fetch or sit when they say sit. This entire war was planned in Konoha. You followed all of their commands like a puppet. They were not commands. At every step Jiraiya Dano has confided in us. If his plans lead to success and power for Sunagakure, it would be foolish not to abide by them. Kankuro quickly added, Temari, let go of the past already. Konoha is the future of the elemental nations. We can rise up to the top with them, or we can be crushed underneath them. They don't play around, they have raised monsters of incredible power. I was there. Get over it and think of your village. Baki could see the proud daughter of Sunagakure weigh those words. Finally she said, the history of the shinobi wars tell us that alliances never last. What happens when Jiraiya is no longer the Hokage? Will their next leader be so accommodating? When I am Kazekage, I won't start a war, but I will assert our independence. I will not take the coward's path. Temari's eyes had been on Baki the entire time until she finished her statement, staring directly at her brother. Don't call me a coward. When I'm the Kazekage and I ask you to fight a Konoha shinobi, would you do your duty, or would you slink away or try to countermand my orders? Fighting Konoha would be suicide, he shouted. You never answered my question. I have always done what my village has asked of me. Do you think I wanted to be around our brother? But like a good soldier, I went with him to Konoha. Don't you ever doubt my commitment to Sunagakure. If I put up with Gaara's insanity, I can put up with yours. Baki sighed, enough of this. The decision has been made. I understand your concerns, Temari, but we will continue to honor our alliance with Konohagakure. You are not Kazekage yet, and if you don't start realizing the way the wind is marching, it will go badly for the village. Temari bowed her head. She wasn't a fool. In no way did she actually want war with Konoha. She wouldn't mind if Kakashi died, but she wouldn't risk her people's annihilation. But it galled her. The wound was reopened every time someone mentioned Gaara. Every time someone mentioned Kakashi and talked about how he was a hero to Suna, it caused a vicious flash of rage to well in her gut. Logic was logic, but she had loved her brother. He never stood a chance. He had been driven insane, lived a life of loneliness and isolation, and then had been brutally cut down. And every single other person in the world was fine with it. She carried her resentment of Konoha as a pledge to honor her brother's memory. I understand, Baki-sensei. She turned to her brother, be careful. I've seen some of what the Akatsuki can do. They are dangerous. Baki was glad that the meeting ended without the two storming off in opposite directions. While he was confident that Yura would make wise selections for his force, it was his duty as the Kazekage to review those selections. He was no stranger to work, though, and prepared for more long hours in the month to come. Jiraiya was happier now than he had ever been. His relationship with Tsunade was everything he had dreamed it would be. And he had more inspiration than he knew what to do with for his novels. Good thing, too. If she thought I was peeping while in a relationship with her, my Hokage hat wouldn't save me. He forced himself back to the task at hand. Around the table were his two principal advisors and his apprentice. They needed to make the final decisions on whom all to send into the attack on Amagakure. Asuma Sarutobi will be included, that isn't in question. The question is, what team should he lead? Shikaku pondered the matter for a moment. We could either have him lead the old Team 10, or we could have him work with Niji's team, since they had more recent practice working together. Teams had to be balanced appropriately. They couldn't just take every powerful shinobi they had. Konohagakure had to have strong shinobi able to defend it no matter the low likelihood of an attack. The choice on the table was to bring Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, or they could bring Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. The options weren't binary, but likely they would want to keep teams together that had fought well together. Objectively, teaming him with Neji would give us a harder punch. And sending clan heirs into Amagakure may not be the best choice given all of the recent changes in clan leadership. Kakashi reasoned. The Hokage agreed, and it was decided that Asuma would bring Neji, Tenten, and Lee into the fight. I'll let them know to begin training together right away, Jiraiya announced. More shinobi were considered carefully. They wouldn't be sending an overwhelming army since the nature of their enemy would allow them to inflict horrendous casualties. A few hundred shinobi at most would be sent, and that made determining who would be going all the more important. We'll want some good medical nin as well. Jiraiya brought that thought to the attention of his advisors. I see why limiting the clan heirs and clan leaders is beneficial, however we should also take Hana Inuzuka with us. Her abilities as a medical nin have grown considerably, and she is fearsome in close quarters. Shikaku and Kakashi shared a glance. It wasn't missed by Jiraiya. What? We had someone else in mind to lead the Iryo nin. Kakashi replied. Jiraiya shook his head. No. Tsunadeheim is not coming. The village should always have one of the Sannin in it as a deterrent to attack. Shikaku responded this time. We all agree on that. Naruto saw what they were hinting at. He was surprised his sensei hadn't been more direct, but maybe Shikaku had wanted to handle it this way. Pervy Sage, they want you to stay. Chapter 60, Life is Good. Explain yourself. Jiraiya demanded. The Hokage and the Hokage-to-be should not be on the same mission, Shikaku answered. Jiraiya wasn't happy with the argument. It was actually a good one though. It would be foolish to break up the near-perfect teamwork that Kakashi's team exemplified by replacing Naruto's place on the squad with himself. I know Yahiko and Nagato. I can reason with them if it becomes necessary. Kakashi shook his head. More likely you mean you'll let your guard down. They ignored your correspondence and have acted against Hai no Kuni. Clearly they don't care about their former relationship with you. Naruto suppressed a wince at the comment. Shikaku put it more diplomatically, a lot can change in such a time frame. They aren't the same people you taught. The Hokage could see how his advisors were working him, Kakashi drawing his ire while Shikaku planted the necessary argument. It was subtle and Jiraiya almost missed it. But he had been around quite a bit longer than the two of them. The problem was, regardless of how manipulatively they planned the discussion, they made sense. It wasn't just about the Hokage and the Hokage's apprentice. Konoha only had 2 Senjutsu users. It only had 2 signers of the Toad contract. Unless things were truly dire, Naruto should not be on the same battlefield as he was. Jiraiya briefly considered not having Kakashi's team go at all but quickly dismissed it. Their strength was too critical when fighting the Akatsuki. Have I mentioned I hate you all? Jiraiya groused. Jiraiya could see all of them were glad he hadn't argued the point. They moved on and continued the discussion. Shikaku brought up a good point that it was nearly always raining in Amagakure, so it would be a good idea to bring along a Suiton specialist. Naruto grinned. Iruka-sensei would be great. Another shinobi was added to the list, and then they began discussing the merits of some of the others. They decided against bringing either generation of Ino Shikacho. Shikaku was too important to the running of his spy network, and they didn't want to send more clan heirs. It was important to send a Yamanaka though for the swift sending of messages through their clan techniques. They settled on Fu, who was a former member of Root. They had not merged with the shinobi force as well, and Danzo had taken them to defend the daimyo, but with Danzo back in Konoha they would use him. Jiraiya had been given a list of all of the shinobi under Root and their abilities. One particular ability would be critical. Sai was a prodigy with specialized ninjutsu called Chojigiga, super beast imitating drawing. His ink drawings could come to life, and he could draw large flying birds that would allow shinobi to ride on them. After explaining his abilities, Jiraiya said, "This will allow us to counter Deidara." Kakashi hadn't been aware of all of the abilities the former Root shinobi had, but would make it a point to review it with Jiraiya. That ability was a hidden gem that had wonderful tactical implications. After completing the list of shinobi who would be going, Jiraiya asked Naruto to pass along a message to Sakura. I'd like Sakura to help make customized Fuinjutsu suits for anyone who wants them that is going on the mission. Naruto gave him a dirty look. One day my clones are going to go on strike. The reality was, while Sakura came up with most of the ideas, it was Naruto's clones that did the heavy lifting. When he received the memories of hundreds of clones doing seal work, it gave him a nasty headache. He had also been hoping to work on a new jutsu, but with this task ahead of him it was doubtful he would get to it. Even his Kage Bunshin had limits. But that day isn't today, Gaki. Tintin was glad to have been chosen for such a prestigious mission. Despite the fact they were all jonin now, they would still be operating on a squad together. Asuma would be taking command based on experience, although Tintin privately thought Niji could take him if they ever fought for some reason. But then again, perhaps she was biased. She let that thought go as she entered into the weapons store. Shinobi were issued a number of weapons when they made rank. If they wanted extra, they would have to pay for it themselves unless they could get a special requisition for more. When she entered the store, there were a number of fine blades on display, but beyond that the walls seemed rather sparse. She waved in a friendly fashion to the store owner, who smiled back at one of his favorite customers. I'd like to put in an order for 200 shuriken, 200 kunai, and a kameyari. The store owner frowned. My apologies, but I am out of shuriken and kunai and I'm on back order for months. Tintin was a bit startled by that. How could a weapons shop run out of kunai? They were a shinobi staple. Was it poor planning? Had of the merchants who supplied him run afoul with bandits before making it to the security of Konoha? What happened? Haruno-san purchased my entire stock. Tintin groaned. Of course, her damn kunai scrolls. Yes, they were a creative way of using Fuinjutsu, but it had been her idea first with her Sashoryu, twin rising dragons. It shamed her a bit to realize she was jealous of the younger Kunoichi. Her name was on everyone's lips as the next Tsunade Senju, the next Kunoichi to radically change the battlefield. In Tsunade's case, her antidotes to poison made it far less likely for an entire generation of shinobi to delve into those arts. Her medical nin techniques were used all over the elemental nations. In Sakura's case, her kunai scrolls now made even genin dangerous against seasoned shinobi. But I do have a kameyari in the back if you want it, the shopkeeper stated hopefully. Tintin grumbled a bit but paid for her new spear and left with far fewer weapons than she had hoped to have. Not all was lost though. Despite being a bit jealous of her, they were on friendly terms. And hopefully she could get some of the weapons she was hogging. Sasuke Uchiha had announced his intention to marry again. After sifting through several civilian candidates, he finally settled on a red-haired woman named Sana. After delving into her history, he learned that her grandparents were civilians who had emigrated to Hai no Kuni from the land of whirlpools. Sasuke knew that Naruto's mother Kushina Uzumaki had originally been from there too. He could find no trace of a familial bond between Kushina and Sana, but he liked to think that they were distantly related. Both because it made him closer to being part of Naruto's family and because it would mean any offspring he had with her could potentially inherit some of the traits that made Naruto such a fearsome shinobi. The woman was different from Ami in other ways. She didn't have a reputation for being a gossip, and she wasn't full of herself. While she had some fangirl tendencies, she also had a warm smile and a gracious air about her. Yes, being married to her will be nice. Ami hadn't been pleased about him getting a second wife so quickly. Sasuke had merely stated that he would continue to gather wives until his current ones began producing heirs. She had not been happy but had agreed to try again that very night. Kakashi-sensei taught me much. If you wish to get something out of someone, you have but two choices. Threaten to take something from them or offer something they desire. She doesn't want a home full of women who can call themselves Mrs. Uchiha. The wedding would take place before they went to Amigakure. Sasuke wasn't much on formality, however it would be expected that he have a public wedding and introduce the world to his next wife. He would try to keep the guest list small, but he knew it would soon grow out of hand. As long as my team is there, I don't care who else shows up. Sakura and Naruto were hard at work making the Fuinjutsu suits. Customization often took time as it was critical to make sure everything worked properly. And Sakura had a different Fuinjutsu seal she wanted to master. Nonetheless, most of the requests were quite doable. And some of them were kind amusing to the couple. One of the Sakura clones dissipated after reading Rock Lee's request. Sakura would never have the chakra that Naruto or Sasuke could call upon, but she was still a Jonin and could also make use of Katya Bunshin. Naruto, guess what Lee wants? Naruto winced. He could only imagine. And with Lee not being able to use chakra, it would severely limit what he could add to his suit. Most of the seals were triggered by specific amounts of chakra flowing into them. I suppose we could design something that reacts to the gates being activated, he mused to himself. He wants his suit a different color. He wants it to be bright green. Naruto laughed. That's our Lee for you. But he's thinking too small here. He won't be able to activate a lot of the normal seals, but what if we created receiver seals that were time-released when certain fluctuations in a person's energy occurred? We could test it, and it could give him a lot of new options when he uses Hashiman, 8 gates. Sakura kissed her boyfriend. You're a genius, Naruto. I just wish I had more time before the battle. There is so much to do, especially my work on the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto would love to be able to use his father's signature jutsu and had encouraged Sakura to work on it, but he could see it was frustrating. Sakura continued, I don't know how your dad did it. My equations show the chakra output needed to work the transportation would require chakra on a scale we've never seen. Short-range teleportation isn't out of the question, it would be chakra-intensive, but it should work. But being able to warp to multiple places over huge stretches of land? I'm missing something about the base formula and it's driving me crazy. Naruto rubbed her shoulder. Come on, Sakura-chan. It probably wasn't invented in just a few months. Why not explore the shorter-range version? It won't be practical for everything, but if there is one thing I do have, it's chakra. The pink-haired Kunoichi thought about it and nodded firmly. You're right, and maybe I'll learn some things about the true Hiraishin as I work on this project. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto's grin could light up a room when he was younger, and it still had that same power. Sakura enjoyed being with someone who was so relentlessly optimistic. Nothing kept him down for long. Let's leave your clones to do some more work on the suits while we go for a nice long dinner, just the two of us. He was somewhat startled at her request. Normally he was the one who had to drag her away from her Fuinjutsu work. This was a welcome change, and Naruto wasn't going to let it go to waste. Kakashi had always known that the Hashiman was powerful, however he hadn't spent the time needed to harness its power. He could unlock Simon, Gate of Life, but that was his limit. Any further and he would do damage to his body. For a shinobi like Kakashi, the idea of short-term gain for long-term hardship was a losing prospect. In order to use the other gates, one had to train their body at a frightening intensity. Guy had trained a minimum of 12 hours a day and had ignored the other aspects of shinobi training. Unlike Lee, he could mold chakra, but everything else wasn't important after he learned how to detect and break Jinjutsu. I can't actually say he was wrong either. The way he handled the breakage is proof that the Hashiman can be considered one of the most powerful Kenjutsu ever created. Now his team would be thrown into another confrontation with multiple S-rank threats. Kakashi was wary but not worried about Deidara and Sasori. He respected their abilities, but they didn't match up well against the arsenal of ninjutsu he had at his disposal. Kisame, however, was another issue. Not all of his abilities were known, but reports indicated he seemed to shrug off the most powerful ninjutsu. Kakashi's first plan would be to let Sakura or himself trap him in a Jinjutsu, but one didn't become an S-rank threat by not having an answer ready to all the major shinobi arts. He wanted to have another trump card to play against the Kiri missing Nin. And for that reason he would be devoting long hours to working with Lee, learning how to best open the gates and conditioning his body to tolerate the influx of power. Even if Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori were dealt with, they still had to deal with whoever was leading the Akatsuki. It was a very real possibility he would have to face a Rinnegan user. Not having any actionable intelligence about the Rinnegan made the upcoming fight dangerous. He would use every weapon he could to ensure that Konoha would be victorious. Lee noticed him entering into the training area. Yash! It is good to see you, Kakashi. You were the rival of my sensei and now you will learn his most powerful abilities. Sensei would have wept for joy at this youthful display. Kakashi felt the ghost of an eye twitch come on as he approached his training partner. The wedding between Sasuke and Sana was another great social occasion for the Konoha shinobi. As a general rule, most shinobi didn't marry until later in their careers. Typically once they had settled into an administrative or village-based role. The rarity of marriages was increased due to other factors such as short life expectancy, clan rivalries, and the often incompatible views of shinobi and civilians. The fact that it was the last Uchiha getting married for the second time added an additional amount of drama to the whole affair. Despite all this, Sasuke did his best to limit the guest list. The Hokage took pity on him and actually arranged for a festival to occur on the other side of the village to celebrate their recent victories in the field. Most of the civilians that didn't know Sana would be there, while the shinobi who knew Sasuke and his team would be at the actual wedding. The wedding went off without a hitch. Ami was even gracious, which surprised several people. Sasuke was briefly annoyed when Jiraiya gave a short speech. The speech itself was fine until the end, when he began wondering what it would be like to have two women in bed at the same time. Sasuke would have blushed if he hadn't been in full mastery of his body thanks to Kakashi's training. All the same, he allowed his eyes narrow in irritation. Tsunade was cracking her knuckles ominously and Jiraiya quickly wrapped up his parting words. After that there was dancing and mingling. Sasuke could see Jiraiya whisper something to Tsunade that evidently mollified her, and the two began dancing to the traditional music that was playing. Naruto and Sakura also entered the dance floor, as did Sasuke and Sana. The girl was graceful and her lightly freckled face appealed to him. She glided around the floor with Sasuke and it was not unpleasant for the Uchiha. Hinata caused a stir when she began to dance with Kiba. If the elders still had power they would have howled, but with them being defanged they could do little to protest their dance. Asuma sat back and enjoyed a cigar, watching the happy couples dance with a relaxed if somber expression. The dancing would last all night and the shinobi had the stamina to do it, however there were other things to do than just dance. Very soon many in the room would be going on an extremely dangerous invasion. It was a time to catch up, wish each other well and enjoy the company of those you may not see again. Sasuke didn't have to fake the smile on his face. The food and drink were good, his company was pleasant, and he was well on his way to rebuilding the Uchiha clan. Life was good. After a few lovely dances with Naruto, Sakura began making the rounds speaking to her friends. She gossiped with Ino just like old times. The two of them hadn't seen much of each other in the years prior and it was quite enjoyable. Ino smiled at her slyly and teased, "Any plan to copy your teammates soon?" Sakura, like Sasuke, was a master of the shinobi arts. She didn't let an embarrassed flush take her face despite Ino's less than polite prodding. "We are enjoying things as they are. But between you and me I wouldn't mind at all if it one day came to that." Ino pouted at not causing her friend to squirm. It had always been so easy to fluster her. Sakura knew exactly what Ino was thinking and had to grin at the blonde's plight. "And what about you?" Ino shrugged. "I've had my eye out on a few, but they're going to have to make an effort if they want to woo me." Sakura's eyes traveled around the room. I guess they might just be too lazy to make much of an effort. Now it was Ino's turn to get flustered. "As if." "Don't listen to silly rumors, Sakura. Ah, this is enjoyable. When the war is over I definitely need to do more of this." Their conversation was interrupted by Kiba and Hinata coming over to say hello. Sakura politely asked, "How are things with your family, Hinata?" The confident young woman that stood before her was nothing like the girl who had gone to the academy. She moved with the pristine grace of a Hyuga. Her radiant smile was the only aspect of her that could be considered flawed, and those that thought like that weren't worth anyone's time in Sakura's opinion. "Everything is going quite well, thank you for asking." Sakura turned to Kiba, "And what have you been up to?" "I've got a mission to the southeast of Hinokuni. I'll be there for a while keeping an eye on the border with the Land of Water. Jiraiya-sama doesn't think we have anything to worry about, but why take chances?" They made some more small talk. Sakura could tell by the way Kiba and Hinata eyed each other that as soon as Hinata felt secure enough in the political situation there would be another marriage to celebrate. It had been almost 4 years since they had graduated from the academy together, and they were all powers in their own right. But unlike shinobi of the past, all of her friends had stayed grounded. This is what a village of shinobi is supposed to act like. We care about each other and support each other. We are the future of the elemental nations. Sakura was happy with her boyfriend. She was happy with her team and happy with her village. She loved her work with Fuinjutsu and everything was going incredibly well. Life was good. Naruto wasn't much for dancing on general principle, but he was very much for dancing with Sakura. He could have gone for hours, but his girlfriend did want to socialize. He saw her go off with Ino and knew girl talk was imminent, and that was his cue to go elsewhere. He walked over to the table Irika and Anko were dining at. The two of them were enjoying the food as Naruto took a seat. Irika smiled at his favorite student, one who had far surpassed him in shinobi talent. "Did you enjoy dancing, Naruto?" Naruto grinned. "Believe it. Sakura is great at dancing." Anko mocked, "At least one of you is good at it." The Yondaime-san wasn't bothered by Anko's sometimes caustic remarks. That was just Anko being Anko. And while he didn't detect any flaws in the memorized dance moves he had used, it probably had not been done with much flair. Jiraiya had given him enough ribbing about Team 7 being Kakashi bots to know that at times his movements were a bit too crisp and aligned to really be called a dance. They made small talk for a bit and then Anko pinned Naruto down with a stare. "Naruto Namikaze, I'm not able to go on the mission with my husband, so you had better bring him home alive." Irika made to protest, but Naruto raised his hand. "Anko, you know I can't guarantee anything. Kakashi says that making promises you can't be sure to keep causes more grief than it can cure." His blue eyes sparkled with the hardness of diamonds. "I will do my utmost to protect everyone I am with. I vow to save any shinobi from the village ahead of my own life if that is what it takes." Irika is no exception to that. Anko breathed out heavily. She looked embarrassed. "Sorry, Naruto. I had no right to badger you about this. I blame the pregnancy. My emotional control is shot to hell." Irika put a comforting hand on Anko's shoulders. Naruto decided to liven up the air a bit by grinning at Irika. "So since Anko is handling it so well, when are you going to go for baby number 2 after she finishes with this one?" Irika laughed while Anko threw her fork at Naruto's head. He caught it effortlessly and gallantly handed it back. "Lady Mitarashi, I believe you may have dropped this." He made his voice sound like one of the stuffy figures in Jiraiya's books. Anko threatened to disembowel him, but humor sparkled in her eyes. Naruto was happy for the couple. They were bringing a new life to the world, and despite Anko's reputation, he knew she loved Irika-sensei. He wished them the very best. Reflecting back on his own situation, he couldn't be happier. His girlfriend was an amazing woman. She sometimes did get too obsessed with her Fuinjutsu, but no one was perfect. He loved teaching at the academy and his team had never been more in sync with each other. Life was good. Kakashi could barely keep his body from trembling. The excruciating conditioning he was putting himself through was playing havoc with his body's fine-tuned operation. He would need to rest completely a few days prior to the mission. He wasn't one to mingle often, but many of his peers were here. Asuma was morose but hiding it well. Kakashi considered his choice an interesting one. When he had lost everything, he had become depressed and retreated into his one hobby and had adopted his fallen comrades' mannerisms. When Asuma had lost Kurenai, he didn't sink into depression. No, he had leapt into rage. The man was ready to come to grips with the enemy. He was poised to deliver death at any moment. Neither was healthy, and Kakashi entertained himself debating which one did more damage. He scanned the room and approached his friend Shikaku. The two of them had worked well together. They hadn't always seen eye to eye, so to speak, but they had helped guide the village over the last 3 years. The man's keen insight and intellect were always a pleasure to interact with. Currently Shikaku was lost in conversation with the other two members of Inoshikacho. Kakashi raised his drink in salute and continued looking at the shinobi present. He saw Yugao dance with Hey-8, one of the rare times he had seen her outside of her normal ANBU uniform. He wished them well and had a brief moment of wondering what might have been if he had approached her before Hey-8 had. The Hotake name will die with me. I have no bloodline to pass on, it isn't important. There are other clans to lead Konoha. He saw Sasuke approach with his new bride. The girl did look similar to Kushina. Let me formally introduce you to my sensei, the man who shaped me. Sana bowed low. Good to meet you, Hatake-sama. Ma, none of that now. Kakashi is just fine. Inwardly, Kakashi was pleased by Sasuke's words. He had done well by them. The cold exterior that Sasuke had was beginning to melt. Oh, he had still had control of his emotions, all of his students did, but now he was learning to show them and enjoy them when it was appropriate. Kakashi saw all of the current movers and shakers of Konoha. Even with the gut-wrenching losses Kanagakur had suffered, he knew that the village was stronger than ever before. The new generation had boldly taken up the reins and was transforming Konoha into the village that Minato-sensei had always dreamed it could be. And his team was leading the charge into a promising future. His team respected him. They respected each other. His village was strong, and he knew that both his sensei and his father would be proud of him. Some might think that wasn't enough to say one was happy, but for Kakashi Hatake it was. Life was good. Jiraiya had rolled over, completely spent. It was the night before his Tsunade Heim was to leave with the Konoha force for Amagakure. He looked at the wondrous nude vista beside him. All of his childhood dreams were coming true. He had become the Hokage. He was lying naked beside the girl of his dreams. Peace was so close he could taste it. It was all over for Iwagakure except the curtain call. Kumogakure was still a threat, but against the alliance of smaller villages, Sunagakure and his own village, they wouldn't stand a chance. All that was left was Amagakure. And it scared the hell out of him. Yahiko had taken to his training well, but it was Nagato who had mastered all 5 elemental jutsu. He personally knew of only 2 people who had ever done that. One was his own sensei and the other was Kakashi no Sharingan. If Nagato was alive and if he was in charge of the Akatsuki, it would be the most dangerous fight Tsunade had been in a long while. He longed to throw caution into the wind and change the plans at the last second. He could go himself and keep Tsunade safe. I can tell you enjoyed it earlier, but the look on your face now makes me wonder, Tsunade told him. Jiraiya sighed. I'm sorry, Tsunade Heim. I'm just worried. I have a bad feeling about this mission. Tsunade gave him a light kiss. Jiraiya. Iryo ninja wa keshite shotai no nakata seigo made shinde wa naranai. Jiraiya. No medical ninja shall ever die until they are the last of their platoon. Did you just quote the 3rd clause of the medical nin code to me? The one that you wrote? Tsunade smiled. It doesn't make it any less true. I will be cautious for your sake, but I'm coming home from this one. Kakashi's students are monsters in their own right. They have eclipsed the Sannin. They will be fine. We will have Suna at our side as well. Don't underestimate Asuma Sarutobi either. Ever since Kurenai's death, he's thrown himself into training. Trust us. Jiraiya kissed the most beautiful woman in the world and did as she asked. Obito knew without a doubt that Kakashi would be in charge of the assault on Amagakure. It was like a shogi match, but with lives as the pieces. Normally Pain would handle the day-to-day operations of the Akatsuki, but for this he wanted to take a personal hand in it. He looked over the resources that he had at his disposal. There were roughly 300 shinobi Amagakure could call up, however none of them were particularly useful. The battle to defeat Hanzo and the wars prior had destroyed much of the elite of the village. They had a few jonin, but nothing special. Zetsu wasn't what he considered a frontline fighter, but his clones could operate at low jonin strength and he could create a score of them. And then there were the Akatsuki themselves. The originals left were Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, Konan, and Pain. Along with them the Katan user Mui, the crystal release user Girin, the Kenjutsu specialist Dai Munashi, and one of Orochimaru's experiments Kidamaru. Pain doubted the abilities of the Konoha forces. Obito knew he was certain that they would not be able to defeat him. He needed to curb that hubris before it cost them everything. To that end he would have individual paths of Pain join some of the teams so he could see from every angle just how powerful their opponents were. And if some of the paths should fall, well, they could just be revived by Naraka path. The animal path could summon the defeated paths, and then the Naraka path could revive them. The important part was to keep those two paths safe. To that end, he created a base team. Sasori would be partnered with Konan, Girin, and Kidamaru right outside of the Gofukekai 5 seal barrier. A pair of Zetsu clones would also be with them. Obito himself would be within the barrier with Nagato and the original Zetsu. No doubt Deidara would complain about being separated from his partner, but his ability to bomb the invading Konoha forces would necessitate him being airborne and not in a fixed position. The first team that would confront Kakashi would be led by Kisame, the Azura path, and the human path. Joining them would be Mui and Daiminashi. The combination of abilities didn't necessarily mesh well together, but the different fighting styles would give Pain ample examples of how Kakashi's team operated against a variety of threats. While that initial confrontation was taking place, Deidara would be in the air along with the Deva path and the Preta path. They would fly on the clay constructs Deidara created and the flying creature the animal path would have previously summoned. From the air they would rain down destruction on the invading Konoha forces. Konan had also placed a number of paper bombs all around Amagakure. Obito felt it was a good solid plan. Kakashi had always had his number in tactical and strategic games, but this time, the time that it would count, he would be the victor. Anko had dreaded this day. She didn't know why, but Irika's mission filled her with fear. They had made love the night before despite her pregnancy, and for some strange irrational reason Anko felt like it would be their last time. Must be this fucking pregnancy. Tsunade needs to get off her ass and make some new medical breakthrough to make this easier. Less than an hour before Irika had to go, Anko stopped him in his preparations. Irika, when you get back from this mission, I want to ask a favor of you. What is it? Let's stop taking missions outside of the village unless it's absolutely critical. Let's make this the last time we're apart like this. Irika smiled. He was full of love for his wife and their unborn child. This was a side of Anko that he had only glimpsed at before. But if this was what she wanted, then he would be glad to give it to her. Teaching at the academy was still a passion of his. He could be content with this arrangement. He embraced her. One more mission. And then I'll be home. One more mission, she whispered back. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.